Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Welcome to Welcome to
Far before the horse, we run it. Far before the horse, we run it. Far before the horse, we run it.
SBC Nation, stand up! SBC Nation, stand up! Stand up!
Yeah. Gavin X Mr. Walker in the ring. Two married men, yeah, we built for the stain. From the ghetto to growth, yeah, we changing the view. Trying to elevate the people, bringing truth to the youth. Yeah, we came from the bottom, but we aiming for better. Family man, real talk, yeah, we built to weather every storm, every lie, yeah, we cut through the fake. Trying to show our people how to move and create. Yeah, single by choices, yeah, we speaking the game. Yeah, truth over lies, yeah, we setting the flame. If it's real, we stamp it. If it's fake, we expose. Yeah, the message too strong, now the whole world knows. Yeah, yo, I hit the like, don't just watch, engage. Yeah, could he subscribe, join the movement, get paid? I cash app if you rock with the vibe. Yeah, super chats, let your voice come alive. Yeah, knock, chillin', but he watching it close. Boom. Keisha got opinions, yeah, she do the most. Yeah, we break it all down, yeah, we keep it legit. Yeah, real conversations, yeah, we standing on it. It's bigger than views, yeah, it's deeper than clout. We speak for the ones trying to figure it out. From the struggle to structure, yeah, we building a way. Trying to turn lost minds into leaders one day.
Oh, we ride it.
Let's go!
Far before the
Truth over lies, yeah, we ready to go. If you rockin' with the real, better sing this song. Yeah, feel the Regal Rumble, yeah, the name ring bells. Yeah, go before the horse, yeah, we giving them hell. Yeah.
Far before the horse.
Now the Regal Rumble.
Far before the horse.
When the night ring bells.
Far before the horse.
Crawl before the horse production.
Far before the horse.
Welcome to the fight.
Far before the horse.
Welcome to the fight. Welcome to the fight.
To the Regal Rumble. The Regal Rumble. Call before the horse production.
Step in the ring. Step out the way.
Hell in the car before the horse, we the voice of the streets. Gavin X Mr. Walker, bringing truth every week. From the bottom we rose, now we preach what we know. Married men, real life, trying to help people grow. Hell in the car before the horse, yeah, the movement is real. If you feel what we say, better like, share, and build. Hit subscribe, don't hide, let the message expand. SBC Nation worldwide, yeah, we taking a stand.
We done seen it all, from the struggle to the pain. Trying to break them cycles, elevate the whole game. From the ghetto, but we thinkers, we ain't stuck in the past. Trying to show the next generation how to build something last. Single by choices, yeah, we speaking on the truth. Truth over lies, yeah, we reaching for the youth. No gimmicks, no cap, just facts in the booth. Trying to wake them all up, yeah, we bringing the proof. I hit the cash out,
Support the show.
got super chat tab.
Let it flow.
Carry that light go.
Don't be slow.
Yeah, subscribe now.
Let's go.
Yo, nug in the cut, yeah, he peeping the scene. Bon Quisha talking loud, know exactly what I mean. We break it all down, yeah, we keep it a stack. Real conversations, yeah, we never hold back. Yeah, two married men still standing on cold, trying to guide our people off that self-destruction. The road is bigger than content, yeah, it's deeper than views. It's a mission for the culture, we got something
Y'all
to
let me
prove.
crawl before the horse, we the voice of the streets. Gavin X Mr. Walker, bringing truth every week. SBC Nation strong, yeah, we locked in tight. Truth over lies, yeah, we ready to fight. Y'all let me crawl before the horse, yeah, the real ones relate. From the struggle to success, yeah, we changing the fate. Hit that like, subscribe, don't just sit and observe. If you rockin' with the real, then support what you heard.
Car before the horse. Car before the horse.
Oh, car, thought
Welcome to the show.
car before the horse. We had it backwards, now we shifting the course.
Yeah,
Car before the horse production.
we live. Welcome to
Car before the horse production.
We live.
Rock hammer, where truth get tested and pressure make diamonds. Two married men, straight out the mud, trying to build something better for our people.
This that Regal Rumble where the real ones speak. From the block to the boardroom, we rise every week. Truth over lies, yeah, we cutting through the noise. Single by choices, now we guiding the boys.
SBC Nation, we see you. Day ones, new subs, we appreciate you.
From single by choices to truth over lies. We been giving y'all game, no disguise.
Nug, nug in the building. Bone Keisha watching close. We breaking down culture while the world do the most. Ay, this ain't just content. This a movement. We talking accountability, structure, improvement.
Yeah, this ain't just content, this a movement. We talking accountability, structure, improvement.
Yeah, we shaking the scene. Married men with a vision. Yeah, we building a team. From the struggle to success, yeah, we changing the view. If it's truth over lies, then it's rocking with you.
Hit that like button up, subscribe to the channel, good. Cash app lit and super chats running with.
If you rocking with the message, then support the show. Car before the horse production.
Car before the horse, now we back in alignment.
The Regal Rumble.
Where true me refinement.
Car before the horse production. Me lit. Car before the horse production.
Yeah. Y'all already know what it is.
Yeah, we back in the building, let's go.
Yeah.
Where the Regal Rumble is.
Yeah, we back in the building, let's go.
Yeah. Where the Regal Rumble is.
Yeah, we back in the building, let's go.
Where the Regal Rumble is.
Real ones talking. If you know, then you know. Car before the horse, had to flip the whole vision. Now we lined up right. Yeah, we moving with precision from the gutter to growth. Yeah, we speak with intention, married man, real life. Not no internet fiction. Gavin X on the mic. Yeah, I stand on business, trying to build up kings, not promote these gimmicks. If it don't make sense, then we gotta correct it. SBC Nation, yeah, we highly respect it. Mr. Walker stepping in, yeah, the truth gets spoken. Lot of homes fell apart, yeah, the structure was broken. We ain't here for the games, we applying the pressure, trying to guide our people to a whole nother level. From single by choices to truth over lies. We been dropping real game, cutting through the disguise. If it's real, we salute it. If it's fake, we expose it. Yeah, the message hit different when you actually live it. Nug in the cut. Bomb Keisha got opinions at end. Nug in the cut. Yeah. Bomb Keisha got opinions at end. Nug in the cut. Bomb Keisha got opinions. Ay, be breaking down culture while the world steady tripping. Ay, with a Regal Rumble. Yeah, the crown stay heavy, we don't fall. Ay, with a Regal truth over lies. Yeah, the story been told. Listen, two married men from the trenches, still standing, still building, trying to show you it's another way.
This ain't hate, this is game.
Hit that like button goes, don't play with it. Subscribe, go, yeah, stay with it. Cash app lit, if you rockin' with the flow. Super chats on, yeah, support the show. If you SBC Nation, then you already know.
Where the Regal Rumble is.
Yeah, we shaking up the game, let's go.
Where the Regal Rumble is.
Car before the horse. Now we running the show.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Welcome. Live Saturday night, Regal Rumble, brought to you by
Caught before the horse production.
We live. Welcome to
Caught before the horse production.
It's Saturday night, Mr. Walker. How you feeling, brother?
Yes, sir. I am feeling freaking-tastic per usual. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, El Nug Nugs and Le Bonquishas. Welcome to Cart Before the Horse Regal Rumble, in affiliation with the Bougie Negro Podcast, and also, as all you Negroes know, in association with Ain't No Fun Once the Rabbits Got the Gun Entertainment. What's going on with you this fine Regal Rumble Saturday?
In the big name of Jesus, you hear me?
Welcome in. SBC Cart Before the Horse family. Y'all know it is Saturday night, and we back in the house. No matter which channel you're watching on, hit the like button and hit the subscribe button.
That part there. After you follow those very simple instructions, come all this fine May 30th, 2026. As you can see, Gavin X and I are very much still in the mix, reporting live to you jive chickens from this wonky, ever-changing dating, mating, and rage baiting market, my baby.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
That part. So we back in the house. Watch your mouth. We're going to cook up tonight, as y'all can see on the thumbnail and title. We talk about the Gynocracy is FUBAR. Do men share the blame? Total failure is what we are witnessing.
We're going to talk about it, and we're going to talk about it how only we can. As y'all know, don't nobody do it live like Cart Before the Horse. Go argue with your mama. So what is it? Do the men share some accountability? Well, let's see. I know what I believe, but I'm going to go hold my educated opinion to myself for now.
That part. So I see Sister Ebony Dean backstage. Welcome up.
Hey, everybody. Happy Saturday.
Welcome up, sister. Always good to see you.
Thank you. It's good to be here. Thanks for having me.
For sure.
So welcome up. We definitely going to cook up tonight. Make sure y'all hitting the like button. Shout out to Lee Turner for the super sticker.
Always coming through, Brother Lee.
And Chef Boy Ali says, SPC Nation in the house, let's cook.
Appreciate you, Chef.
And shout out to the brother Blaine, says Cart Before the Horse Nation, salute.
Appreciate you, Brother Blaine.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
I mean, we're going to cook. It's going to be a long show. Make sure y'all got y'all popcorn, your wine, all that good stuff. We're going to start the show off talking about the whole content creation thing going on with a lot of these women that y'all see us covering. And y'all be like, are these women making money, this and that? Some are, some aren't. So we're going to dive through some of this. Some people just selling their souls and yeah.
Yeah, selling their souls for little quick twos and fews, nothing consistent. And that's what it takes to really make it up here. Number one rule, shout out to the athletic experience, consistency. Consistency will rule everything. Just got to be consistent. G Honda.
Yeah, and you guys have been showing off all these ladies, or these bonquishas, I should say, in their house, in the kitchen, folding clothes and cleaning up their kids' room. So it's been all over the place.
Yeah, I tell you what, sister, I like your neck piece. You trying to compete with me? You threatening me?
Oh no, I'm not actually. Because you said that you were doing the jewelry thing, I can't wait till you get it set up, because I definitely want to have some custom pieces for sure.
Thanks, I like that though.
Yeah, thank you.
So here we go, ninjas. Make sure y'all hitting the like button. We're going to start here. We talking about selling souls. We're going to bring up Big Sister here that we normally...
I'm from Mississippi. Yeah, we pussy pee on them.
So this is Big Cooking Mama. So now she in the gym. She says she trying to lose weight and...
Yeah. Get it. Yeah. I don't know what that's working, but get it.
As far as I know, she don't got any kids. Young lady, just childless, blowed out. She can thank her mama.
Utterly blowed. Listen, it's something, I guess. I don't know what I don't know what this movement is. I don't know if it's just working for flexion and flexibility. And what you got, Ebony? I don't know. I ain't never seen it.
I think she's trying to work on her obliques or whatever. But whatever she's doing, she's not eating and cooking in that kitchen, frying up them pork chops and all that. So I guess any movement is good movement, but she might want to hire a trainer.
Yeah, I don't know what this. You gotta be careful, especially you got all that weight. You can hurt yourself. You got to be careful. I don't know. That's a deep squat, and she just rocking them knees. I know them knees is stressed.
Yeah, and then it looks like she's got the little 10-pound dumbbells or whatever, and by the size of her arm, she could put some 35s or some 25s on that and make something shake. But yeah, she needs some direction in there.
I do not approve of this. I don't know I done seen a lot of exercise. I'm still a student out here. I ain't ever seen this. I want somebody to explain what this is working outside of stressing your hip flexors, ACL, PCL, DCL.
Yeah, she's trying to get her Megan knees, y'all. She's trying to get that going on for the summer. So let her get her Megan knees on. She's trying to get them.
Well, here's what I'll say. She ain't trying to do anything. Well, I started this off by saying, people are doing this for content. So she's simply up here recording likes, views. It's something different. Y'all used to her being at a table, busting down on food. Now she in the gym. It's she changing up, reinvesting, and yeah, all of that.
You know what? I ain't gonna say I respect it, but it's for the better, a bit of a grift, if you will. See, I'm done mukbanging, and now also Big Guz working out. I guess scantily clad, that sells too. So I'm gonna go over here, get healthy, making some bread. I could dig it. Just do it. Get healthy.
Yeah, and hopefully she's incorporating some cardio along with her Megan knees workout, because that's what's really going to get the weight off. And then, then she can really focus on the weights like that. So just do a combination of everything.
And that's the problem. I think that's what Mr. X is hinting towards. Right. They just want to come up here and do this. Stop playing this. This movement is irritating me. Like, I just want to come up here swinging low, but she ain't never about to jump on no treadmill, Sister Ebony Dean, and bust a sweat. No, that ain't cute.
Yeah.
You got it. Yeah. Wow.
So this is Big Dank the Stank. All right, they just doing anything for content, trying to stay alive, keep the bills paid, whatever they got to do to get y'all to like, share, comment, good or bad, just interact with it.
When they walk into these rooms, they are very much aware they walking into sideshow gigs. Come on, most respectfully, you got Big Dank Stank, the pole sister Scarlip. I think that's Scarlip. She got a thing going with her. And I don't know the third character, but come on, it's very much given vaudeville at best.
Yeah, and she pulled up to the video shoot with her Christmas tablecloth or whatever that she had laid out last December for a dress. And then she dropped it like it was hot and did the splits. I'm actually kind of hating because I don't think I can do the splits like that. I got to figure some stuff out. Maybe I need to do the Megan knees workout so I could do some splits.
How is that? I will say I guess it's impressive. But there got to be damage happening from that. Her hip got to be dislocating out the socket. Something.
Yeah, this is wild. Like you say, she a whole malefactor. But this is what people want. This is what goes viral. It will never be ninjas like us. Too conscious for this. We ain't going alone to get along.
And I understand it. I saw some white woman. She said it. She said, if y'all say I'm selling myself for money, take care of my kids, my family, so be it. They are actually saying it now, mistakes. We ain't up here assuming, speculating. They're like, yep, I can make a lot more money than doing a regular 9 to 5. I'm doing this. This is easier.
Right. And you guys, how long is this going to last? Because did you see when she was waddling like a penguin or whatever, going side to side? Look at her feet and how her legs are shaped and stuff like that. Like, this can't be good. Now you're trying to piggyback the homegirls. Like, what are we doing here?
Blowed out. Everything is blowed. Everything is bowed and blowed out.
And here's what I'll say. It ain't just the women, so it's the men too.
Uh-oh.
That nigga sitting over here eating a big old ass bag of dog food, man. Do you see this nigga, man? Man, that man really eating all that goddamn dog food, man. Then he happy. He enjoying it. That's the best shit you ever had, like.
Damn near.
I remember when I lost my mind. Oh, I'm just about to lose my mind.
This is wild. Man, he up here looking like E.B. Ray mixed with Charlemagne jumping down on this damn. Look at this. What's going on? Anything for content, I guess. We got to stop.
I bucking dog food eating Sambo. I guess respectfully, what the hell else is this? But I'm gonna be his public pretender for a moment, because I tell you what, how we give a bit grace to Bonquisha when she say ain't no good dudes out there. We say you just ain't never been around none. Have some pity for this man. He sitting here and said that dog food dang near the best food he ever ate. This brother probably ain't never enjoyed a home-cooked meal. I blame the women's still yet. Even though he got on a Tom and Jerry shirt, I blame the women's.
Yeah, this is crazy, you guys. And then he's got the dog food crumbs all over his mouth. Could you imagine what his breath smells like? And then his little Jordan 1s that he has on. I ain't never seen a Jordan 1s with a strap like that. So I don't know what little swap meet he got them from. But yeah, this is crazy. And they're at the little bando eating dog food. This is what it's come to. This is too much.
Them the Jordan 1.5s.
And you see somebody off in the back in a wheelchair. We don't know where they at. A grouping home,
Why he got Ziploc bags? It ain't even in the original packaging. This was a process. He done went and bought the expensive Ziploc bags. Them the freezer boys, I think, with the blue. Like, what? He seriously be like, I gotta keep my dog food dry.
Yeah, and he probably stole the little baggies from the store and the dog food and just just getting down with it. This is crazy. Look at his lips, y'all. I can't.
He's surviving. I don't know. I tell you what, his skin kind of clean. Maybe that's that shiny coat dog food. You know how the dog food like shiny coat, healthy, healthy fur. Maybe it's working on them. They be saying ninjas is dogs. Huh? Maybe it's working for him. I don't know.
Then he happy. He enjoying it. That's the best shit you ever had, like.
Damn near.
What the fuck, man? Look at this shit, man. I'm talking about it ain't even for you, bro. For the dog, bro.
So if I were to go to church and get up and get the Holy Ghost, I feel like this is what it would be like, right?
Go to hell. Go straight to damn hell.
Bonquisha. If she got up and did the Holy Ghost.
This is what it would be like, right?
Yeah, this is wild. What is that? Somebody standing behind the couch clapping? What is that?
You know what? No, stop that. This is, you can prevent yo cheeks. God, Yo, wow. Yo, wow. Put some drawers on. That will prevent that. That's bare booty cheek meat action back there. Put some at least semi-coverage drawers on and you good. You ain't got to worry about all that. You got all that movement back there.
Yeah, and you know they were clapping all night and morning at the club and at the strip club or whatever. So then they just went to church, and that's like the little bat signal for the deacons in Pasa, to get it in after service. So this is what it's come to, you guys.
I done seen this at 70 Dean. I done seen it. I done seen, this back when Facebook was a little ratchet too. Now Facebook all holy. Y'all post scriptures on Facebook and y'all be twerking on IG. But this back when y'all still was twerking on Facebook. They'll post club videos on Facebook, on Saturday, and Sunday they right in the club. Yeah, with a similar get up on the second club.
Right. And then she has like an appropriate length, as far as a church skirt, but that crop top, you don't wear that to church. And she's doing too much. And with the clapping and all that, but that's how they be getting down now in some of these churches.
Yeah, that's wild. And shout out to Highway Skinny. There's Ebony looking glazed up like the Oscar award.
Shout out to Highway Skinny.
Thanks, Skinny.
And Frederick Howard gifted a membership.
Appreciate you, brother Frederick.
And he come back with a 5-ball. Says, ladies, Lil Wayne said your Kudakata looked like craters.
Like craters? What Lil Wayne talking about?
Man. Nonetheless, like I said, this is content anymore. And this is part of the Gynocracy falling apart. They ain't teach them nothing. So they all out here, door dashing and creating content.
And y'all putting wicked energy in places where it don't belong. You're not supposed to think about church and like, I wonder if a sister get up and catch the spirit, her cheeks might start clapping. Y'all are introducing this energy via the conversations and that wicked tongue into these what's supposed to be sacred places. Like you said, Sister Everything, you shouldn't be. It is. You can do what you want to do, but you in church, you're supposed to keep it nice and wholesome. You shouldn't be having midriff showing. It's church. Let a man be able to focus on the Lord and not your body.
Right. And she needs a whole nother water baptism because clearly the last one has wore off. She needs to go redunk herself and get right because you don't need to be doing this in church. This is a place of worship and you should be focused on the Lord.
And like get up and get the Holy Ghost. I feel like this is what it would be like, right?
Go here. Go straight downhill. Go here.
And I can't stress this shit enough. Stop letting these mother content creators that just figured out they could make some money on social media in the last 3 to 5 years tell y'all to quit y'all mother jobs and become content creators. Are you smoking rocks? They on here promoting y'all these fake ass lifestyles and telling y'all that y'all life gonna change overnight, and bitch, that is a lie. What are you gonna do when you build your page up and AI decides that your posts go against community guidelines and you lose everything that you work for on social media and you not getting paid no more? What the f you gonna do when they randomly decide that your payout account is on hold and they choose not to fucking pay out for 3 months? So you go 3 months making content all the time and not fucking getting paid.
Hell. Which is true. Shout out to the one brother, Brandon Jamal. He's talking about it. I guess Facebook got his money on hold. He said over $20,000. He trying to take him to court and everything. So, it was the day they supposed to pay him and they did something with his account. So this is what they do to melanated folks. Got to be careful, man.
And shout out to Mr. X. This is why we come up, we come up with it, but we use the term gun line. Stay away from the gun line. Do not be up here. If you want to come up here and you're not just doing this as a hobby, you want to make something of this, don't be up here being very profane. You know what I mean? You got to be careful. Big brother's always watching. Ain't nothing changed, man. Be careful with the profanity. Be careful being, talking about extra critical political stuff. You see what we say, small hats, X-Files. Y'all know what those are. But if you keep saying those things over and over again, just like the movie Matrix, the bots start to hear they come in and they gonna get you.
Right. And yeah, you don't play with people's money, but if you're not following by the guidelines and everything, then that would pose a problem. But also, I think it's important too, is that if you're doing something with your content creating that's unique, but if you're doing something that everybody's doing and everything is oversaturated and stuff, and it doesn't give them any incentive, to kind of hurry up with the payment. So that could play a role with it too.
True.
What you gonna do if your account get deleted in the middle of you took 5 different contracts from companies and now you don't have a page, so you owe their ass $40,000 collectively all together out your motherfucking account that you probably didn't already spent? Yes, some people do go viral overnight and have this big ooh la la, but that is not everybody, bro. It's people with fucking millions of followers who get no fucking brand deals. This shit is really get it how you live, bro. Do not leave your motherfucking 9 to 5 that's paying your ass every week or every other week to fucking start doing content, bitch. Just do them both. Motherfuckers do not be rich off social media. They be rich off of selling y'all ass a dream and selling y'all pamphlets and shit. When motherfuckers really want to pour into the community and teach y'all some shit, a lot of that shit be free. When Judy dropped knowledge and taught the whole fucking Instagram about business and all of that, that shit was free. I said that to say if you on your content creating journey, all that's cool and all that's well. But do not leave no for show money for some probably money. Like, don't do no stupid shit like that, bro.
Well, I don't think they leave in anything. They just ain't working at all. A lot of the women we see, they stay at home moms, as they call themselves, and they hustling. But a lot of folks are. There are some folks, I get it, in different sectors, gaming. Sound like my nephew and them. They, we're going to be gamers or say something crazy like that. Be like, look, you need to focus on getting a job and joining the workforce. Everybody can't be gamers and doing the real life content out there like AB and Dean and all that stuff. Can't do it.
If you want to take on these things, I got to sneeze. Hold up. If you really want to do these things, you got to observe the successful content creators in those niches. So you say, okay, I want to be a gamer. I would urge anybody, observe, see how the top gamers out there are moving. Shout out to the one rapper, forget his name. They got into it, got real big in it. T-Pain. Like, you know what I mean? Look at the successful people. What can you duplicate? What can you add to it? But if you think you're just going to come up here and start gaming and people just going to start watching, it's not going to work that way. Sorry, not sorry.
Right. And it's good to, don't put your eggs in one basket. If you are doing content creation or whatever, maybe have some products that you can sell on the side. All these bonquishas who are in the kitchen wiping down counters and stuff, make a cleaning product or something, or come up with a formula or, a recipe book or something. If you're going to be in the kitchen or, whatever, come up with something like a product that you can sell, kind of like you guys do with the merch and everything. And then so that can kind of offset it. And also, just have that hustler's mentality where I'm gonna have a job and I can do this on the side and everything until things really pop off and you can afford to, kind of move around like that. But just don't quit your day job just because you got, a couple 100,000 followers or even 1 million at this point. So people should look into that.
Mm-hmm. I agree. And Postman says everyone can do it and they don't realize it.
Trying to tell you, man. Shout out to Postman over at Mailbox Sports. I see you, brother.
So here we go. I'm going to keep it moving. Shout out to the brother O'Shea. And that woman just said there's people out here with millions of followers like Joy Taylor having a hard time.
If I could have one wish for the world, it would be that men and women could get pregnant.
Now, Joy Taylor used to be on Fox Sports until, I don't know, I think they stopped her in late 2024, 2025. I don't think many people really appreciated her on Fox Sports News. I don't know why she was there, but ultimately they felt that she had to go, and rightfully so. I don't mean to be sexist or against women, but I feel like a lot of men feel largely uncomfortable with certain sports hosts, and that many of these women that are covering mainstream sports topics or football or basketball, that they may not have the wide range of ability to talk about the subject, some of them. And then also it just makes it, very uncomfortable in the workspace, and men can't really, kind of really be themselves. And that really comes across on camera. So anyway, she was let go. Now, since this time, which we all suspected, Joy Taylor has not been able to establish her own fan base. We've seen other people do it. that come on YouTube. We've seen Paul Pierce do it very well. We've seen Toure, who is really blowing up right now on YouTube. It's a really excellent presenter. We're seeing him do it, but we're not seeing her do it. In fact, she's terrible. Absolutely terrible.
That part. So YouTube is extreme, in particular, like I said, there's many platforms, but YouTube is extremely competitive. And this is where most folks want to be. Even if you legacy media like a Joy Taylor, you know, you find yourself on the outs looking in, having a hard time. You got 1 million followers on Instagram and then come over here and she can't get no motion because the content is terrible. You ain't up on Fox News no more when they propping you up and you got all the production quality and all millions of dollars behind you. Now it's just you and you really ain't got nothing to say. You ain't interesting.
YouTube is the gauntlet. YouTube is like, what's that show? Something at the Apollo, Night at the Apollo. Same man come drag you off with the cane. That's YouTube. I done seen so many content creators, hundreds of thousands of subscribers and followers, IG, Facebook. Then they got a YouTube page, 15,000 subscribers. Like, it's tough. It is the absolute gauntlet. And you got to have something. You got to have some personality. You got to be able to carry on the conversation. You got to be relatable. And I would think that that's the biggest issue, Sister Ebony Dean, especially with the celebrities. Like, you used to just being it, but are you truly relatable?
Right. I was just going to point on that being relatable because she's not. Because, Gavin, when you were posting all those pictures of her, I saw her as Rosa Rita. I saw her as Lucy Liu. She was Bonquisha in one of them pictures, and now she's Becky. So, you know, as a woman, I want to know when I turn on your show or whatever, or your podcast, I want to know who I'm looking at. And every single show or whatever, she is posing as a different race. And so that goes along with being relatable.
Good point, Sister Ebony. I didn't realize that. You're right.
There you go. And Uncle C's with the 10 ball says, yo, peeps, just finished this healthy grocery shopping, but I did sneak a box of Twinkies. Don't judge me. My thoughts ain't your thoughts.
I love that in disclaimer, OG. That was thorough. But you're wrong for them Twinkies, brother. They're going to give you bubble guts.
See, and C's, were those Twinkies organic? I don't think they were.
At all.
Shout out to Uncle C's.
Nobody listens. Nobody watches. Her and like Melissa Ford. I mean, like Melissa Ford is a joke. Melissa Ford should have stayed at Joe Budden podcast. Melissa Ford is awful. All those connections, completely terrible on the platform. She is awful. Terrible. But she's better. She is better, in my Umar voice, than Joy Taylor. And when you're terrible, frustrated, and you have nothing to do, you come out to say this.
If I could have one wish for the world, it would be that men and women could get pregnant. Because if men and women could be pregnant, we would not be having these conversations. This would not be an issue. If men could get pregnant, you could get an abortion at a drive-thru. If men could get pregnant, the studies that would have been done on giving birth, you could give birth and feel absolutely nothing and recover in 3 days.
Now, this is important. I would love to talk about this. First of all, her video wanted to prove 4 points. Motherhood and pregnancy are dangerously minimized.
I'll say this. She's just a misandrist. You need to go find your audience. Go over there with the sprinkles. Y'all need to team up like Super Friends, Synthetic and you and Sprinkle, and my one girl.
Because you done got addicted to penis juice, and now truth knocking you smooth across your damn forehead.
All y'all, Kundra, all y'all, the Legion of Doom. Huh.
The Legion of old withered cantankerous Kudakata. You try to make them gang up like Voltron. It sounds funny, but it's also terrifying. What if they mess around, get along, and start a whole coup, start a whole cult? That's kind of scary, but hey, you're right, y'all. They don't see, there's the thing. These narcissistic hyenas cannot play along together. They can't get along. Oh my gosh. Them trying to negotiate terms, conditions will be an absolute bonfire. It'd be terrible.
Right. And what's going to be the trade-off? She says that she wishes that men can have, get pregnant and have babies. Well, what are you going to do? What's going to be the exchange? Are you going to go out and conquer the world? Because, as a woman, I would much rather be in the delivery room and raising the kids than being out and conquering the world. She doesn't even understand what she's saying, because there has to be a trade-off for it. What are you willing to do for that if that was to happen? And they're just talking at the side of their mouth at this point, because they're not going to do anything different. They just only want men to see where they're coming from. But how about seeing where the man is coming from when he's out conquering the world? And they don't ever talk about that.
Sister Ebony, she brought that whole AB thing up just to say that, if guys got babies too, then I guess, we wouldn't be so quick to make laws prohibiting, certain ABs. So it's just wicked. Ain't even trying to help. Just want to do what they want to do when they want to do it.
Minimized. I couldn't play the whole thing because of copyright strikes. And basically, she's saying that the broad cultural conversation is that children or pregnancies are viewed as something as simple or casual requirement. And her argument is the entire process is complex, scary, and this is a very big medical experience for a woman, and you could even die. Point taken. She's also saying that the trad wife movement, which is traditional wife, is harming women because she's been married once and been divorced, doesn't want kids. She says this patriarchal messaging frames that having children is a woman's sole natural purpose. Right? Society demands kids, but ignores the outlier pain was the third part. And then the fourth part, what you just heard, male pregnancy is the ultimate solution to the gender war because the problems that women are having would be fixed instantly if men also could experience pregnancy.
It's wicked. She is a real misandrist. Like, she got a problem with anything, definitely me and Mr. Walker. He said to neutralize the gender war, yeah, we should let men get pregnant too. What are you talking about? It's your body, your choice. So you got the first, y'all need to keep y'all legs closed, marry before you carry, have a respectable man, because men like us, we got a real respect for, pregnancy and all that stuff. We are husbands, we are fathers, we done been through it. So you're not speaking for all men. Once again, they want to take Nug Nug and put his jacket on everybody or whoever, Trailer Park Brad or whoever you want to talk about, just somebody that's illegitimate. And no, that's not the case, sister.
At all. And I resent that. But once again, Woosah, and I acknowledge that certain men like me and Mr. X and other men that dare to be honorable, we simply don't exist. Yeah, she get on my nerves with that. Whenever, your lady pregnant, especially with me, man, y'all would call me a simp the way I treat my wife when she pregnant. It's their most vulnerable moment. That's like we talk it. We walk it how we talk it. Your woman pregnant and she vulnerable going through all these changes. You be everybody. You and the rest of her, the village, not just you. There's a whole village. Be extra kind and tender to her. And that's the reason why a lot of women, I would say a lot of wives, they like being pregnant because you get extra special treatment. But my heart goes out to this Poe sister. Not really. She just can't have it her way. Just like every modern chick, Sister Ebony, they want to be able to conquer the world like a man, and they also want kids. But the two really don't necessarily go hand in hand, so they just reject it. No more trad wife. You men are evil.
Right. And the problem is a lot of them aren't even in real relationships, let alone marriages, whenever they have these babies. And so they're doing it by themselves. And so when they're doing it by themselves and realize how hard it is, now you want to say, oh, I wish the men can do it. But if you did it in the right context, whether in a committed relationship or in a marriage, then that man would be there for you. But, when we're talking about this whole gender warring stuff and all of this, if we're talking about stopping it and stuff, everybody needs to understand what their roles are and play their part. And the women need to get up under some instruction. And that is how we're going to stop the gender wars. So all this back and forth and bickering, you can't be the leader and be the boss chick and all that. And then, have the family and have the wife and expect the man to let you lead. That's just not what it is. So get in your roles. Everybody get in their roles. Ladies, get up under some instruction.
Amen, sister.
I mean, man, because you don't hear men saying stuff like this. It's like men saying, yeah, to fix the gender war, all women should be garbage men and climb, work on skyscrapers and do construction. All women need to enter these fields and then that'll fix the gender war. That ain't even logical to think like that. I don't want no hardened woman. Just like a woman, why would you want a man to be pregnant? You want a soft-ass man now? Y'all don't even think this stuff through. I don't want my lady doing construction work. I can do that.
See, but they actually do think it through, Mr. X. They're not looking to better the situation. They're not looking to fix it. They want to degrade you. So yeah, now you get pregnant. And like you said, we don't want y'all taking on manly jobs because that's going to deplete you. We trying to fix it. Hurt hyenas, they just want to make it worse.
Yeah, and being able to bear a child in childbirth is a beautiful experience. Why are you trying to rob yourself of that? The bond that you have with the baby, not to say that the bond with the father isn't just as special, but we have a special, role that we play. And why would you want to give that up just to prove a point? Like, this just doesn't make sense to me.
At all. And Frederick Howard, he says, Gavin X, these are a different breed of Harachitang hyenas. They won't get along.
They're like tyrannical men. I'm telling you.
Unfortunately true. And Naif says, greetings, brothers. Ebony and chat, good evening.
Greetings, Sister Nisi.
Money.
And shout out to brother Frederick Howard. Come back with 5 channel memberships.
Okay, brother Frederick, coming through with big support energy. Appreciate you, man.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Make sure y'all thank that man. Here we go.
Abortion would be frictionless, like a drive-thru. Now, I want to talk about something when it comes to someone like Joy Taylor, which is important because the reality is this, Joy. While you wish that men could get pregnant, we also wish that women could build the streets. We also wish that there were more women truck drivers. We also wish that women would spend countless hours and years building their lives because every man is not good looking. Every man's not tall. Every man's not your type, right? And risking their lives to do dangerous jobs like construction and certain dangerous things that women typically want nothing to do with, working in factories, those sorts of things, picking up garbage.
Here's the thing. We don't want them to do that. Yeah, I don't know what O'Shea is saying, talking about men wish that women would drive. No, we wish they would respect the men that did those jobs. That is it. And that is all. Just put some respect on the men that do the jobs that keep the world going and quit trying to minimize us to what's in your pants, in your wallet and all that. No, these are hardworking men. We don't want the women to do it. We just want them to be feminine and be wife-minded to those men.
Appreciate the unforeseen sacrifice. That's what it is. Not unforeseen, but the unseen sacrifice. Come on, us men, we don't have the luxury of coming home complaining to you about the toils we had through our day. We just don't. And y'all know I had many a job labor, many years. Like there were so many jobs where I almost got seriously injured at work many times. Working for the water authority, almost having walls of soil cave in on me, exploding water pipes, machinery malfunctioning so many times. But as men, ladies, hear me. We don't have the luxury to come home and say, hey, babe, I almost perished today. It's just not in us. It's not good for you. It ain't good for the group. So the burden of a man, hey, babe, how was your day? It was good. And it's your duty as a woman, as a wife, to use your women's intuition and see a little bit of stress on your man and act accordingly. Show some appreciation for the unseen struggle.
Right. And you guys, even if they did this for 24 hours, all the women did like the jobs that the men do. First of all, the whole world would be in chaos because I'm not about to be picking up garbage. I'm not building no buildings. I'm not laying no pavement. I'm not doing any of it. I got a manicure, so I'm not doing it. So this is, and I'm not saying all women are like me, but the majority, you are not really about that life. You're not about to go out and do the things that men do. So put some respect on it. And one way that you can do it is appreciate that man when he comes home, take care of him and make sure that he's good, make sure that the kids are good, make sure that you're good and you're keeping yourself right and tight. That's how you do it. And thank him for all that he does, every day, for all of the little things, the fact that the lights are on, there's a roof over the head, over your head, and the kids are well fed and all that. So women, we got to just start showing more appreciation.
Amen, sister.
Plumbing, the stuff that women typically do not want any part of. Women who, for the most part, work, 8 to 9 hours in a day, have good benefits, have those jobs and go home and experience their me time and brunches on the weekends. And unlike men who have to be responsible for other people putting themselves last, like all the time, so you can help pay your mother's mortgage or put your daughter in a private school or take care of your wife because you can't make any excuses as a man. Literally, there was a time that I believe 2022 to 2024, I worked every day for 600 days straight. That's what happened. 600 days in a row, every day, because I had responsibilities. While that is abnormal for most people, men typically do stuff like that. That's why men die quicker than women, because society needs and is heavily regulated and command men's bodies for institutional survival. That's what we're talking about here, young lady. That's what happens, okay? And let me tell you something else, Joy. Since we know that you're not a talented or elite commentator that the world cares about, the fact that you needed men's help to get you into the arena that you were in, that you messed up because you didn't work on your skill, because this attitude doesn't bring opportunities. Your attitude doesn't make people want to work with you. Your attitude even pisses off other women. They can't stand you. That's the issue. Now you are understanding what it's like to be largely ignored because you don't have value because of how you think. You're a hater overall.
There you go. Haters, and the content is garbage. So these people are on the platform and nobody is watching. Like literally, a couple hundred people at best. They came, they got 10, 15,000 subs. Like he said, her, Melissa Ford. So many of these women trying to cross over. And this ain't y'all lane. It's time to go get the fans only. It's time to take the clothes off and show me what your mama gave you. Whatever the saying is.
All that. all that. Sorry, not sorry. It is an unfortunate reality. Here we are. This is Hollywood. This is the sad, wicked part of the game. This is the transition. There ain't no retirement over here. No, YouTube is not no freaking retirement plan. If you don't have a unique product, you got to have something worth watching. You want to come over here and just have your little sister girl moment sitting on the couch? That it ain't gonna work. I done said it. Now, Mr. X, I'm about get together and do a show. I've been said it. Collaborate, get together. That initial launch of that OF gonna pop. I'm telling you, it is. It's gonna be wild. Go for what you know. Go for what you know.
Yeah, and the problem with her and other content creators like this is all that man-hating content and stuff, that's all drying up, because there's other platforms and stuff that are talking about the different genders and roles and everything. And unfortunately, she's really in a bad place because all the stuff that she's been talking about men, talking down on them and making them seem like they're not important. Ain't no man gonna come and try to be with you now. It's gonna be, in the late night at best, and he's gonna be out before 6 a.m. to get, go on with his day. And it is what it is. This is why you don't want to be out here trying to talk down on the 50% of the population and then think somebody's going to want to come and be with you afterwards. So it's unfortunate.
Cool. And I would say Joy's greatest strength is she got her brother who's going to take care of her to the end of time. So he's a good-hearted guy, unfortunately, and he going to always look out for his little sister. So she's gonna be 50 years old. Like, bruh, can you send me 50,000 or whatever the case? And he gonna make it happen.
Salute to brother Jason Taylor. Salute to all of the son and brother husbands. It's a real thing.
You have all these arguments with so many flaws. I could really just break them down right now, but I won't because you're just that ridiculous. The fact that we could play this clip of you saying that shows how ridiculous, how insecure, and how hateful you are. And men have done nothing but open the door for you. If it wasn't your brother, Mr. Jason Taylor, who helped you get in the game, if it wasn't people in the industry, because we know it wasn't your talent, you rolled men. Well, according to those sexual allegations, you've been writing a whole lot, but I can't even prove that, so let me just leave that alone. Men have helped you because it wasn't your talent. Men are doing all kinds of stuff. Like institutionally, so many women sit back and just disrespect men and then come back and ask them for help. Oh, you guys suck. By the way, can you help me? You ain't shit. By the way, you got $300? Then go take your money, go take a picture with it, go to a brunch, go somewhere else, as if they bought for it, talking about the soft life. I'm telling you, it is largely ridiculous. And you'd be surprised of so many ladies, or many ladies, let me just say this. You'd be surprised at how many ladies can think like this. I'm not trying to say every woman thinks like this, because it's not, but you have your women out there that largely feel that she's right, whether they say nothing about it or not. And what that means is, ultimately, and if you're a woman and that's how you think, just remember what happens to the world or how the world treats you with that attitude when you are no longer valuable to anybody. You face that fall. You want to know why? It's not necessarily because you hit the wall or you're not good looking. I won't even say it about her. I won't even say it about Joy Taylor's not good looking anymore. It's just that nobody wants to put up with somebody who acts like that. And a lot of women find it difficult. Just like Tiffany Henyard is finding it difficult. That ultimately, once that protection hedge comes across you and there's nobody can get anything from you, they just get tired of you. You're largely ignored. And in order for you to say something, in order for you to go viral, you have to say something stupid like this. That's what you gotta do just to go viral. And did you guys hear all the crackling sound in the background on the podcast? You over there talking all kind of electrical shocks in the background. Can't even pay anybody to get some sound. Your ass probably doing it yourself. That's
Hell, I said that about Synthetic the other day. They just up here. The production is horrible. You know, don't nobody want to hear y'all or see y'all. But this is a public platform, so y'all allowed to just fire up a live or whatever the case.
They gonna figure it out. They are currently effing around. And they are entering into the season of finding out, Mr. X. They thought they could come over here, as you said earlier, just because they had an audience, in the big leagues. I know that's gotta suck. That's a big fall from grace. She's like, I was on ESPN. I was a household name. Y'all gonna turn y'all back on me and feel like Denzel off a trading day. No, it's over. You ain't the big dog. King Kong got a lot on you. You ain't it, sister.
Yeah, and I can't stress it enough about all of her character changes. Because she looked like Selena in that one still when she was sitting down with her little hair up and her little outfit or whatever.
I thought that was a different woman, Ebony.
Well, that's what I'm saying. She is scrambling for a look. She's scrambling for a man. She's trying to, appease to Brad, Juan, Chad, everybody at this point. This is desperation at its finest, and it's not a good look. It's so unfortunate. Ladies, young ladies, you do not want to be up here at this age doing this, trying to cosplay, looking like everybody just to find somebody.
It could be something. They got to put more to their production. They need to get more cameras, have a very nice, elaborate setup, something, and be moving different angles, maybe in the kitchen. You need to be up here doing multiple.
It's over. You gotta. If they taking clothes off, put a stripper pole in the background. Don't nobody want to hear them. People might want to see you start taking clothes off. That's the only thing that's going to move the needle at this point.
There you go. What happened to the chick from Players Club? Our one buddy. There you go. She come up here.
Like there you go. No bra, always showing your cheeks. But you can't be talking too much. They want to look at you more than they want to hear you.
Right. And the production, y'all, it's not giving that Good Times couch, that Good Times brown couch that she has. And then she tried to spruce it up with the little Target, home Target pillows or whatever. Yeah, this ain't it. This ain't going to do it. This is worse than Kendra G's setup that she had in that one with them little cheap plants that she had. So yeah, this ain't it.
It's whack.
Yeah, at this point, man, it's over. It's over. And Uncle Tall says, good evening, gentlemen, and Ebony. Good Lord. I thought Ebony was showing it all, but her top was not glistening. Shout out to Uncle Tall.
Oh, yeah.
And he also dropped a 30 ball in the Cash App. He says, the Regal Rumble, let's go. Shout out to the chat.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you, OG.
Come on, just bring it. I need you to stand up. Why y'all not moving? Come on. Don't make me push. Don't make me push. Thank you, sir. There go money. She's touching you. Where they get that money? Where they get that money? I can see money from a long way.
Elder Gregory Kelly,
That's right.
$100.
Everybody get something in your hand. Come on and put it right here.
Elder Toll, $35.
And shout out to Stephen M. Says, simple, full belly. He says, simple, full belly, good loving, peace, and no drama.
That'll do it. Shout out to my wife.
And Naish says, Ebony, that neckwear is absolutely lovely.
See, she trying to outshine me.
No, I'm not, Mr. Walker. Thank you, Nice. I appreciate it.
And Classy come through. Says Joy Taylor, with the help of her famous NFL brother, and asking how many licks does it take to get to the center. Now hates men. Rubbish.
Shout out to Brother Classy. Good to see you, man.
And Frederick Howard says, sassy means bold, spirited, and confidently cheeky. Now what? He says, learn anything.
Okay. Confidently cheeky.
Okay. And Evie Ray, the governor of Glaze, will be happy to rehabilitate them.
There you go. Yes, you will. And again, you'll take what we give you. Sit down.
Uncle Tall says, yeah, Ebony, that neck piece is exquisite. Exquisite.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
It's dope.
Come on with them $20 words. Stay and look nice. You ain't even built like that, Uncle Tall.
It's supposed to be exquisite. You're using proper words. You know how we do over here.
Here we go.
How much don't nobody like you? Nobody wants to even engineer that dusty ass podcast. And I can guarantee you, I didn't watch the whole thing. You got some sponsors. See, that's the thing, right? A lot of these ladies out there that are from the industry, they have their corporate sponsors, connections, brand managers, and they get assistants, to produce their shows until they find out they're not getting no views. And they just, 200 views, 300 views. Same thing with that other chick that talks like that. Let me go look at Kayla Nicole right now. Kayla Nicole's podcast. Terrible. Awful. The pregame with Kayla Nicole is a joke. All of those people there, nobody cares about it for the most part. Dr. Cheyenne Bryant on there, 10,000 views. Just Hilarious, 9.2K views. Like all of these people with big platforms. Nobody wants to be on there. You're getting help. You can't get nothing. Nobody wants.
Yeah. Huh. And that Kayla Nicole woman here, that's the chick that was dating Travis Kelce. So she was dating Travis Kelce before he got with Taylor Swift. And now she's up here doing her podcasting. And like I said, she's doing all kind of episodes. She done had Cheyenne Bryant on her show. Nobody watched. It only got 10,000 views. She done had Just Hilarious up there. Nobody want to hear y'all. People are sick of these people just going on the same shows, getting asked the same questions. Y'all pandering to them, ain't challenging them at all. Just sitting there, circle jerk. Nobody wants to see it.
Come on, it's over. We didn't said it. We done said it years ago. The year of the podcast is over. That allure has come and it has gone. You should not come up here looking to make some money. For one, I don't think you should come up here looking to make money. I think that's a big part of it. You should come up here, have something to say, have some passion about something, and then see what happens with that. For sure, we backwoods country boys, we didn't think it was nothing to be made up here. But salute to cart before the horse. But they don't get that. They don't understand that. They come up here and again, just not being relatable. Terrible. And you're right, mistakes. I'm trying to play make-believe, talk about doing more than one thing on camera. They dry. They dry as a bucket of old bones. They got nothing to say. And most things they say when they really do speak their mind be extremely cringe.
Right. And people are looking for results. They're looking for you to be talking about the real things. And a lot of times these women, they're not telling the younger women that are coming up the real deal. Like, maybe we went about things the wrong way. Maybe in my 20s, like you guys are in right now, I should have prioritized a relationship, a marriage, a family, and all that stuff. They're not talking about that stuff. And so, the younger generations coming up, they're seeing that, okay, if I want to have a marriage and stuff, I'm not going to listen to you because, or a relationship or a family, because you don't have it. And so if you're trying to look to pull up the next generation, you're just not doing it because you don't have the results. These young people, they want to see what you have going on. They want to see the results, and that's how they're going to listen and be able to relate to you. And these women just aren't doing it.
And you got to be balanced in some form. So at best, Joy Taylor can try to be like a Tasha K, right? But people ain't that extreme like a Tasha K, because that comes with a lot. You're going to lose a lot of friends. People ain't going to rock with you. You're going to have lawsuits and all type of stuff when you being controversial like that. But no, she one-sided. I'm just going to attack men. And I ain't going to have no balance. I ain't talk about nothing else, but I'm just going to be misandrous.
Here's the thing. If that's them, let it be. What do we say? What did KS teach us? As long as you're getting the desired outcome, go balls to the wall with your lady balls. But if it ain't working, might want to reevaluate.
And imagine people are spending money on this stuff, sponsoring her. The last podcast she got is with 740 views. And again, Instagram following of 1 million. You have real life leverage outside. And guess what? That same attitude Kayla Nicole has and that Joy Taylor has is done, finished, career over, broke in like 5 years. Broke, no more booty clapping on the Instagram. Nobody wants to put up with anybody like this. And Cheyenne Bryant, in a few years, she's coming across as the same damn way. Nobody will put up with that. And like grandma used to tell me, I can show you better than I can tell you. And so many women are going down that road, and I'm gonna tell you right, and it's sad. It's fundamentally sad. It's sad. I know I'm ranting, but it's sad. I don't even, back in the day, I would just like roast them or not. Now it's like, damn, you're about to fall off like everybody else. Wow. So sorry about that. You don't even see that you're no longer valuable in the industry, that it's passed you by. These dudes don't want your ass no more, and these networks don't want you. These sponsors don't want you. You're gonna be not even on OnlyFans, because they won't want you. You're gonna be just miserable. And you don't have to be, but you just choose that for yourself.
Yeah.
You a lie. And the truth ain't in you.
O'Shea, that's where we gonna beg to differ. That's their last hope. And women got the cheat code. Unlike men, when it's over, it's over. We can't do nothing. All right. But women, if you ain't hitting up here, all you got to do is unzip your top, unstrap your bra, all right, and you in the game. Like, I mean, O'Shea gonna say, don't nobody want to see it. Oh, you don't get it, O'Shea. If she just had 10,000 people over there a month, she'll be running up a bag.
That's what O'Shea need to
relax. 10,000 people at $10, that's 100,000 a month. Just on a small scale, like she'll just be running it up.
Come on, brother O'Shea. Respect to your craft, but O'Shea, you'll be doing some research over there too. Just email us what you got. We need research too. Listen, it is what it is. Then folks, go sign up. It's that initial launch. I can't stress that enough. That initial launch. But yeah, after you see, hey, listen here. These bodies got some miles on them. Yeah, I'm pretty sure once they, just sitting there in the buff, that allure dies pretty quick. We are ordinary people.
Yeah, and with joy,
I was gonna say, unless she keep it interesting, it's up to her. You can't. It's you and your kudakata. You got to start doing stuff. All right, be hanging upside down, and who knows? Just do all type of stuff.
Team up with Mr. Beast.
right. Or what she can do, y'all, is she can come and have like 5 different channels. She could be Rosarita on one, Bonquisha on one, Becky on the other, Ming Lee on one, and she can, cosplay like she's been doing or whatever. She can have a whole bunch of channels, and the way that she's looking, she looks different every single time. People wouldn't even know that it was her in all them channels, and she would run up a bag.
Yo, you giving out games? I just see. There you go. Got multiples, different flavors. You right. Use your narcissistic self-hatred, lack of identity to your advantage. There you go.
And like O'Shea said, a lot of these women make their money not on YouTube. They find out that they ain't cut for YouTube, but they do leverage their Instagram followings and, TikTok, and they get these brand deals like O'Shea was just saying. So they make money that way through like Shein and Fashion Novas, and they're going to send you a little 3-piece set and take some pictures in it. You got 1 million followers. All right, this picture going to get 50,000 likes and all. So over on different platforms, they are still somewhat relevant because they got huge followings, but it don't pay unless they get these brand deals to sort of leverage their platform. Like, I got 1 million people. Send me that crock pot. Send me them leggings. Send me this. I'm gonna try them on, and that's how they make their money.
There you go. But in their case, it'd be different things. Hey, send me that hunching swing. Send me that hunching harness. I'm gonna try this out today. Come join me. Let's have some fun. It's too easy for the modern day harlot. Stop being ashamed and go ahead and go all in.
Yeah, but all these companies and stuff that want to do brand deals, you guys, like what is her niche or whatever. They probably don't even know what to send her because she's looking like somebody different in every single, on every single show. So she needs to figure it out, find a lane and just stay in it. But she's all over the highway with how she's moving, and it's too much.
Man, and shout out to Classy, says, know why she can't get another NFL player? Her mouth online got her beautiful self kicked out the NFL, NBA, MLB clubs for beautiful women.
Yes, it did. She wasn't playing by the rules. She wanted to play by her own rules, and she got ostracized, just like a dude would. Enjoy.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Money. And shout out to Black Unity with the 10 ball. Says, Joy was so bad, Taylor Rooks had to get away from her from that podcast. Taylor Rooks chose marriage over Joy's BS.
There you go. Shout out to Taylor Brooks.
So there you go. This podcast here, as y'all can see, the podcast name is Too Personal. So it started off with her and this Taylor woman. It was both of their podcasts, and the woman like, Joy, I can't work with you. They never did it publicly, but, Joy just ended up doing the show by herself after a couple episodes of a show that's called Too Personal, spelled TWO, and now it's just one person.
They can't work together. No type of communication, not coming to an understanding. I know what happened. Like you said, Joy came up here talking at Miss Sandra's mess, and Taylor said, I can't go back to my husband. With this? She's like, no, absolutely not. Salute to that sister.
Yeah, and if she would have stayed, doing the show or whatever, or stayed, being around her, she could have possibly ruined her marriage or her relationship, because single women will keep people single. And ladies, you don't want to be moving around like that.
Amen.
That part, that's how you end up in the sub.
Once again.
The passengers of the doomed Titanic sub spent their last moments in total darkness looking for bioluminescent creatures out of the small window and listening to their favorite music. The new details of the 5 passengers' final moments have been revealed by the wife and mum of the father-son duo.
Wade in the water, diamond, wade in the water. Something's gonna trouble the water. You better wade in the water. Yeah, man.
Yeah, I resent that mess. These bitter women talking about. I was just telling my son earlier today we had to go work on the roof, and I told him, I said, learn to like to do the things and tasks that you have to do. If you got to do it, if it's keeping your house together, if it's good for the group, if it's building you, learn to like it. Learn to like it, because you got to do it. Burden of a man. Once you learn to like it, now it ain't a burden.
There you go. So tonight we are talking about the Gynocracy is FUBAR. Do men share some blame? We're going to get into this part here with these moms and the daughters and some of the sons, and it's unfortunate.
Here we go.
Control what's happening in my house. If I said no, then that's just fucking no. You're not using my electricity to get your hair flat on. Or whatever. You can feel how you want. I'm already missing shit. Where the fuck is my clear kitchen scissors at? Where my stuff at? Everything be intact until you come here. And if anything, it's mainly fucking you.
Hell! So she talking to her kid. We don't know how old the child is. I don't think you should ever talk to your children, no matter how old they get. Be 40 years old and you 70, whatever. I mean, I don't get this energy. She said, you ain't using my electricity to flat iron your hair. I mean, granted, she said, instead of having a conversation and say, Bonquisha, I'm tired of you going out every weekend and leaving your kids here with me, because they all live in the same house. Now I'm stuck in here watching your kids as you go out. So you can't use my electricity to do your hair. Now figure it out.
Mr. X, you just told bitter, sexually frustrated Bonquisha single mom to sit up here and practice proper communication and conflict resolution. You just gave her a tall freaking task to sit there and get out of her bitterness and hurt and talk to her daughter to build her daughter up instead of looking at her like competition. Good luck in these households. This is why we say single moms by choice are a freaking curse. They cursing the babies.
Right. And the Bonquisha is going to Bonquisha, and she's going to want to get out in them Baltimore streets because I can tell by the accent that they're from Baltimore. But okay, so she doesn't have to flat iron her hair at your house. She can go to the homegirl's house. She's going to leave anyway. She's going to wait till you take your little sleeping medicine or whatever, and she's going to tuck them babies in and dip out. That's just what they do. So there's no stopping it. What she needs to do is either kick her out or, make her, take some accountability. But just saying that you can't use the electricity. Come on. That ain't going to do it because she's going to leave anyway.
Thank you.
It's mainly you.
I'm just a monster, y'all. I kept texting my baby. Before I called my baby, I kept texting my baby. Mommy, calm down. You don't want to lose your page. Because I didn't want her to stop going live so nobody won't say, stop made her daughter stop going live because she was talking about her. I just was saying, Mommy, stop cursing. I thought you said you want your page. I'm constantly reminding her that she want her page, y'all. But I'm telling her I'm on your live, Mommy, stop cursing. You hear me? Because I know my baby not disrespectful. I know my baby not disrespectful. That's the only reason why I tried to take her phone, because ain't no need for you to keep cussing while your mommy constantly redirecting you. So I guess my baby said she grown because her dad let her go to the club and she drink with.
What y'all hear is Bonquisha here arguing with her 16-year-old daughter, I believe, her teenage daughter, and that's her daughter in the back. They both live at the same time, acting exactly alike. Yeah, this B, yeah, this, and she tried to take her phone. The girl said, "You ain't taking my phone." And here they are. They both going live talking about each other.
Complete and utter dysfunction. There's nothing to correct here. This is what we're trying to sound alarm to stop from happening. This may not seem too intense, right? Ain't no visual physical violence. Don't really seem to be that wild. This is wild. This is a mom and a daughter, and they are sitting there with their backs to one another, pleading their cases to the court of social media, trying to incriminate one another. This is not a proper mom and daughter relationship, not even close. We're trying to stop this, but y'all want to have hot girl summers. Nobody want to be respectable enough to give and receive respect. This is what you get.
Yeah, I couldn't even imagine, back in the day when me and my mom, we would get into it, especially at 16 or whatever. I was trying to be outside and she was like, heck no. And yeah, so just imagine just going on live and airing out all of your business, because at the end of the day, the whole world is going to remember that fight. You guys are going to kiss and make up, and you guys are mother and daughter. So the whole world is going to remember, and you guys are, are going to make up. But they need to stop pressing record and putting everything on social media and just talk it out. How come you can't just pull your mom to the side, let her know, how you're feeling or whatever, and you guys work it out in a home? That's what we used to do for generations and generations, because there were no, phones and social media to put everything on blast. So this is not a good look.
It makes them famous, I guess, gives them clout, and they find it exciting. That's the dysfunction. This is not exactly problematic to these two. This is excitement.
Yeah, and a lot of the dysfunction is coming from, as we see in all these cases, no man in the house. So there's you cannot remove that from the equation and still get a solution. That's like 1 + 1 is 2, but 1 + X equals, we don't know. What is X? We got to find X to complete the solution. Like Bonquisha just be like, 1 + X is 2. What is X? She don't know what is X. She don't know where it's at. What is it? No, we need to know what this is. This is something. They just act like, it don't matter. We got the answer.
The answer is the thing you've rejected, a masculine man. And we all collecting data. Like, I realize how important it is for a father to be in the house, just observing my life and my wife. My wife is brilliant. She loves taking care of kids. That's her life's joy. But I also realize if I wasn't present, our babies would try to consume her. It is what it is. Mommy. It's just crazy. And you need that balance for harmony. and just having that masculine energy in the house. You don't got to do much. Just a simple look. I think I raise my voice. Mommy say go sit down. Kids ain't listening. I just go point, and they go sit down. And it ain't just me. I ain't magic. It's masculine energy.
Right. And that's definitely going to, keep the household in order. And it's also going, for the mother or whatever, having a husband or a man in the house or whatever, you're going to want to represent yourself to the world, on his behalf and representing him. But if you don't have anybody to represent, you're just out here acting all wild and acting all crazy. Your daughter, isn't seeing how she's supposed to act with having a man in the house or whatever. So the generation or the cycle is just going to continue to repeat. So having a man is structure in the house for everybody involved, not just for the kids.
And smoke weed. Baby, I'm your mom. You need to respect me.
You need to respect me.
So I finally lost my kid. I know she was cussing. I got my text messages in my phone telling my baby, Mommy, stop cussing. You're going to lose your page. You said you don't want to lose your page. Soon I got off the phone with my baby, I heard her say, some motherfucker. She started cussing louder. So instead of me calling her, after I've been cussing, texting her, I came there to tell her to give me her phone, guys. Because y'all not finna think that I'm letting my baby do that. Come on now, my baby do not disrespect me, bro.
Y'all can go look on that page.
Every time she curses, and I tell her to stop cursing, I take her phone. Every time my baby curses my kids out, and I tell her to stop and she doing it again, I take her phone.
After we got off the phone,
that ain't nothing new.
I didn't say another cuss word.
That ain't nothing new.
Job application.
What in the world?
After we got off the phone.
That ain't nothing new.
I started talking
I just wanted my baby to stop cursing like, your mama on this live. Your mama on this live.
I started talking about job application after we got off the phone. So when the live show that, it's cool. The live gonna show it. Get to me. And the live heard me on the phone with you. When I got off the phone with you, the first comment I saw, how about Burger King? I said every time I do Burger King, it clicked me off of it. Then I started talking about Kroger clicking me off too after I was doing that questionnaire. So everybody go on my page and watch the live.
Y'all go on her page. I could admit I ain't never denied being a monster. I've been saying I encouraged my baby to sex before.
Go on my page.
What else the worst thing I did? What else I did so they won't think that I'm trying to be a good mom or whatever. Y'all everything that she said I did. I probably did.
Hell, this is wicked. And she trying to blame the daddy, talking about her daddy let her go to the club. What you do? You be probably letting her bring boys in the house, buying alcohol, rolling up joints for her. Y'all smoke together. This is that kind of relationship. And at this point, now you want to be a parent when it's convenient. Now you want to put on that mom hat and say, hey, I'm still your mama, right? Even though we was getting drunk last night, I'm still your mama. It don't work like that.
Gynocracy 101. These are the basics. I got the accountability of an infant, the power of a king. That's what they want. And what's the other one? Something, the softness, the easy life of a wife, of a kept woman. They want it all. She acknowledged that she was a monster. This is a mother. She said, I'm a monster. She said, whatever my daughter said I did, I probably did it. And then she'll go to say, I'm still your mama. You need to respect. She actually said that, Mr. X. She said, you need to respect me. We done said it many times before up here. As a parent, if you find yourself in position trying to remind your kids to respect you, you have failed. You have lost. You can always atone and make it right as long as you can. But if you in that position, you losing. You got something to correct if you demand and respect.
Right. And then you guys, I don't know if you heard it, but they're going back and forth and about you turn off your live and people are going to come on my live. So they're fighting for, listeners and viewers and stuff like that. I wonder what type of viewers were even listening to us. to this? Was anybody telling them to stop, like just go talk it out in the room or whatever, but they're just going back and forth, one room to the other? This is crazy, and this is what it's come to, fighting in the house and then putting it on social media. Wild.
Yeah, very little people. And if they're saying stuff like, y'all need to stop. And Bonquisha like, no, y'all, that's her. It ain't me. And like, y'all need to quit. We love y'all. That's, just pandering. But most people just want to see it go on. They entertain.
Because they be local folks. They actually be knowing them. Yeah, Bonquisha and them, they not really coming on YouTube going live. This be Facebook. So their audience be their local people. They cousins and stuff. They be in the chat and they know who these folks are. That's the wicked allure over here on YouTube. There ain't, right now, very seldomly does anybody from our hometown come over here and watch. And if they do, they acknowledge themselves in the chat, one or two of them. But on Facebook, the folks that watch, those folks that know you in real life, more or less. So it's a whole different type of environment.
Right. And could you imagine just being in the apartments, because that's where they are, and you hear all this bickering going on? All you got to do is turn on Facebook and see who's live in your apartments or whatever, and see who's beefing, and you can watch it right before your eyes. You don't even need to call the police or nothing, because you know what's going on in the house, because everybody's going live and fighting and stuff in their house. This is crazy.
And shout out to Uncle C, says, I was married for 25 years, raised 2 daughters in the home, and we ain't never had this kind of volume in the crib. I would have stopped this real fast.
Ain't no way, right? Everybody got to be quiet. Why everybody emotions roused up? Let's get an understanding. Amen, OG.
Well, there we go. Unfortunately, 70% of the kids are being raised by single parents these days. So there ain't no intervening.
There you go.
Y'all, everything that she said, I did. I probably did.
Right before she came to grab the phone,
everything
after we hung up off the phone, y'all gonna see me talking about Burger King.
You like that? You like that? Oh, you're gonna videotape me? Is it like that? Is it like that, black lady? Black lady? Oh, what's the matter?
Okay.
Come on,
you don't have to. No,
come on, babe. No.
Babe, we're gonna call the police.
No, she can sit her ass right there. You can sit your ass right there.
I'm gonna get our shit.
Babe, we're calling the police. What are you talking about?
You can behave.
We're calling the
Bitch, don't look stupid. Yeah, you better get your motherfucking mind together. Don't look stupid now.
Put your clothes in the wash. Clothes in the wash.
Yeah, they in there wash.
Don't need to try to do you good, but you just gotta.
No, she ain't good. She ain't good. Cause I'm waiting on somebody to say something, cause can't nobody save you, bruh. You want to think you embarrassing me and be an embarrassment? Let me show you what it's like to be fucking embarrassed, bro. See, can't nobody run me up on this motherfucking tell me. Can't nobody save your ass either. So this is what the fuck I did, right? So I got up on here. I said, hey, Miracle. When I went and picked her up, I said, hey, you got your report card? She said, no, ma'am. I said, why you ain't got it, baby? I don't know. So I switched the motherfucking game up. This what the fuck I said after that. I said, you lie to me again, I'm gonna break your goddamn jaw.
I remember when I lost my mind. I'm just about to lose my mind.
These are the moms. So these are the moms raising the kids. The Gynocracy is FUBAR. Do men share the blame for any of this stuff we see from the moms? These moms crashing out. Do men share any blame? I mean, I guess Miracle do got a daddy. We don't know who he is. But Dad said, where your report card? Don't know. All right. I'm gonna ask you one more time. And y'all heard what she said. Egregious.
Did that sound motherly? Did that sound fatherly? That sounded like some tyrannical foster parent would say that hates you, not your mama that gave birth to you. And this is OG Dime. Y'all see that crooked gap? Yeah, this is why this OG Dime. This is my favorite Dime. The most sinister and diabolical. Well, again, but what are we requesting and asking them to do? Proper conflict resolution. sit there, talk to her about her grades and why she got to show. Absolutely not. That's too much like right. That's too much like nurturing. Nope. Moving is scarcity and lack. If you don't show me, you keep trying to hide things, I got to believe you trying to move like I was as a kid, and I got to try to beat it out of you at best.
Yeah, and she said, if you lie to me, I'm gonna break your jaw. So that's the consequence. We're just talking about report cards here. I used to, back in the day, they would send the report cards home in the mail, and my sister always got like good grades or whatever, and my report card was always janky. So I would get the mail before, my parents would come home or whatever, and throw both of our report cards away. And so my sister, she would be all excited, like she got all her A's. Nah, ain't nobody's report card coming in. But what did my mom do? She went up to the school and got a copy. I just extended, the whooping or whatever. And then she went and got my sister's, and then she got rewarded. That's what you do. But you don't threaten to break the kid's jaw, because they're lying. Figure out why it is that they're lying. Maybe they had a report card like mine and didn't want to show it to you, but you still deserve to have your jaw intact. Big Dom.
Listen here, I was a G, Ebony. I showed them D's to my mom. What you gonna do?
And I'll say this, we were up here the other night, we were talking about corporal punishment and all this stuff. Right. This is what it typically looks like. This is why I'm not in favor of it. I mean, I really don't think people should be whooping their kids unless you are a responsible parent. Everybody should have the right to just discipline your kids. Most of the times it's people like Diamond. You ain't do no homework with this girl, nothing. But now you're asking for a report card because she's afraid to show you because there's bad grades, because you don't support the education. So no, you don't deserve to whoop your kids. In the majority of cases, this is what it is.
There you go. This ain't correction. It's abusive at this point. There's no message. They don't tell the kid don't learn anything. All they know is they did bad and they got beat. And that ain't correcting anything.
Right. And Dime is, picking up the kids from school. So, she's probably off of a 211, maybe a little perky or two or whatever. So she's already lit. And the fact that she has to keep repeating herself, that's probably what the problem really is. And the fact that she had to leave wherever she was just to pick the kids up. So she's already irritated. So it will behoove you as a mom to not be ultra stimulated and stuff when you're taking care of your kids and taking care of your responsibilities.
I said, you lie to me again, I'm going to break your goddamn jaw. Lie to me again in my goddamn face. I said, you got two choices. I said, you can tell me the truth. See, because I always tell you, like, for a kid to lie.
I'm trying to understand, why do you fight for your kids so much and then they grow up and disown you? They grow up and make it seem like it's your fault. They grow up and blame you for so much of shit. I am fighting for my son. I am fighting for my son to have a good life, good education, good standards, good world, like just good. And this boy want to be in the streets so bad. He don't want to do right in school. He don't want to do right by his siblings. Now he disrespecting me to the point where I just don't feel like fighting no more.
Oh, man. Here we go. Where his daddy at? Like I've been saying. She talking about he been bad at school. That was okay. Disrespecting his siblings, all right. But you start disrespecting mama, going against the Gynocracy, now she got to go live and let y'all know this ninja is disrespectful. And here we are.
You effed around and found out, proud single mama. We looking at you. We see them chest tattoos. Now you're a single mom. Now you're a single mom. Now your son dealing with trauma and madness, and he dealing with it the only way I guess he knows how. Looking for, fatherly leadership and stuff out there in the streets. Been there. That's the thing. These young men will be looking for masculine energy, direction, and instruction. The worst person they could come across is some savvy OGD boy They got exactly what they want. Here you go, young man. I'm gonna give you a little bit of power, a little bit of freedom. It's over, mama. You can't tell him nothing. You giving him good education, a nice house. The house looks nice, all that. Nothing, absolutely, positively nothing can substitute the presence of a father figure. Nothing.
Right. And let's just say that she is a single mother, which it definitely sounds like she is. If you're out and you're a boss chick and you're at, working all these many hours, how are you being able to attend to your kids? Yes, you are able to provide them with a roof over their head and, activities and stuff like that. But what about you being present? And this is why it's important for parents and children to have these conversations. Parents are not perfect. I always say all the time, I mess up every single day, but I talk with my son and we just try to do better the next day. And it is what it is. But sometimes these kids just need to hear you say, maybe I messed up somewhere down the road. Maybe, I messed up by leaving your dad or whatever. They just want to hear some accountability on their behalf so that they know that their feelings are valid. And I just don't think that women nowadays and mothers even do that, or, and it doesn't necessarily have to be mothers, but fathers too. It's important for your kids to know that you have atoned, especially when they're feeling a certain kind of way, because if you dismiss it, it shows them that their feelings are not valid and they could go through life thinking that. And so that's not a good way to grow up.
Amen, Sister Ebony, that you touched on something, you dropping gems, and it also teaches them. So if as parents, we won't fess up to our problems, your son and daughter's paying attention. They're going to practice that same thing. They're not going to fess up to their problems with their kids, and the cycle freaking continues. Amen, sister.
I am tired. If it's not him, it's Nucy. If it's not Nucy, it's him. I am bawling my eyes out. I am so hurt right now to what I can only do is come to you guys, and I don't give a fuck what y'all say about me. I am fighting for my son. He is only 17 years old. He not understanding this world is fucked up for a black person. It's fucked up for a black young boy. I let my son live life. I don't get on him about a lot of shit he do. Only thing I ask for you to go to school, get good grades, come home at a decent hour, and do right by your siblings. I let his girlfriend come over. Any girl that want to come over so he can feel comfortable. His friends come over. Let him hang out. I support him. I buy him shit. I make him feel like he's a young man. And then you turn around on me and say, I'm the problem. I'm doing too much. I'm overly stepping motherhood. I'm overstepping parenthood.
Yeah. Where's daddy at? I mean, it's just that simple. Young boys, either you can have them up until about 5, 6, 7, but and it's not a 100% thing either. All boys won't buck, but most of them will. If there ain't a man in the house, they ain't gonna keep listening to you. Especially when they other friends that are being raised by other single moms got different boundaries. And they like, hold on, but Charles allowed out till 2 a.m. You telling me I gotta be home at 10. He allowed to bring girls over. You telling me we gotta sit on the porch. They gonna start bucking the system. That's why you need a man in the damn house, or he gotta go with his daddy. But you can't start instituting Gynocracy rules. Like, yeah, bring her to the house and everybody can hang out. Y'all can smoke weed. I go to the liquor store. That don't work.
At all. Been there. Well, once I got to a certain age, yeah, you gon' buck. And I was a respectful young man for the most part. If I got to be real, I was, But you know what, like you said, that you puberty hit, start smelling yourself, maybe get a hold of a girl. It's over. I don't know what it is, but as a man, you start to test boundaries. That's what it is. You start to test boundaries. Your mom says she's gonna do something. She gotta prove that. It just is what it is. But you got a big old strong man sitting there telling you can't have your buddy here by 10. I'm gonna ball you up. That's a real threat. But mama talking about she gonna ball you up. You gonna have to show me. I see you at 2 a.m., mama.
Right. And this, just goes to show that maybe there wasn't a lot of discipline or whatever, or something went, something happened along the line. And so now she's trying to make up by trying to be his friend. And okay, you can do all this stuff. You can come over, have all these people come over and do all this stuff, trying to be his friend and not his mom, when the whole time all he wanted was just a mom and a dad. We still don't know where the dad is, but these women out here are having real problems. And imagine if she would have called Dr. Cheyenne Bryant for some help, and she's really going through all this stuff, and she's supposed to be the one trying to help these women who have some real mental issues and mental breakdowns. This is why that stuff it doesn't work, and you can't be out here fake acting like a doctor. I just want to throw that in.
Amen.
Overstepping parenthood. You need to this, you need to that. This what the fuck these kids grow up and do. This what the fuck they do. This the second one. I am tired of fighting to give my kids the love that I give them, the support, the care, the only. It is bad. You want good for your kids, and they don't see that shit. They don't see it. But another fucking woman that didn't have shit to do with you because you dated her fucking daughter have so much, so many opinions, so much advice. You don't listen to your own fucking mother. Your mother, I'm your mother. This is why I'm tired. I am tired. And then the stepdaddy calling me, trying to make a difference. That's my son. I'm fighting for my son.
Well, Quisha, listen. And then she say something about she got an older son. I guess he was acting up first. So she like, I already been through this. If it ain't him, it's you. If it ain't you, it's him. It's insanity to repeat the same process thinking you're going to get a different result. Can it happen? Sure. A lot of people can be twin brothers and turn out totally different. But most times like this, Bonquisha, they probably going to be knuckleheads.
Ebony Dean couldn't have said it better. And this woman here, she said it earlier, she is stating that her son want to blame her for everything. It's not blame. Listen, that's your son. Listen to him. You can help make some of this subside at least. That that young man at the very least is looking for you to take some accountability in what's going on. But they can't. I kind of understand that she like, I'm out here working, I'm keeping a nice house, I'm doing the basics, and it's very difficult working doubles and triples, exhausted. I get it. But even on top of that, your past decisions are coming to the forefront and you got to answer for them. This is a part of it. This is why we say, you let young ladies, this is the find out part of effing around and becoming a proud, loud and proud single mom. Don't, because then you wind up here stressed out, depressed, screaming at the internet, asking for help.
Yeah, but did you guys hear her say that then the stepdad called and was trying to talk to him? So is she not with the stepdad no more? And then where is the dad? What's going on? Because why isn't the stepdad in the home? Or, how many babies' dads is it? There's a lot of questions here because she said that the stepdad tried to call and talk to him. Why isn't he in the home?
Okay.
I don't know.
I was going to say at this point, it don't even matter. Bonquisha, we're going to put y'all on the sub. Figure it out.
Yeah, talk it out down there.
The passengers of the doomed Titanic sub spent their last moments in total darkness looking for bioluminescent creatures out of the small window and listening to their favorite music. The new details of the 5 passengers' final moments have been revealed by the wife and mum of the father-son duo.
Wade in the water, wade in the water, diamond wade in the water. Something's gonna trouble the water. You better wade in the water. Yeah.
We had this conversation earlier this week. Like, stop acting like that absent father is not the biggest reason for these overly emotional, sociopathic boys. Yeah, that's a new term I learned. I learned the definition of sociopath. Bonquisha Nug Nugs by definition are raging sociopaths. That's, if you ask me, that's what you get when you keep masculinity and fathers out the house.
There you go. So we are talking about the Gynocracy is FUBAR. Do men share the blame? I'm gonna pull this next one up of the men and women. This is how they are interacting.
And you got my TV. Me and my kids watch that shit.
Bro, I don't give a fuck about you or your motherfucking kids, bitch. I paid for this TV.
Okay, you should have been paying for a lot more.
Bro, I don't.
With your bum ass.
I don't gotta pay for nothing. I don't fuck with you no more, bitch. Then you kicking me out.
Okay, nigga, you ain't even got no way to where you going.
I'm gonna walk to my motherfucking sister's house. What are you talking about?
Fuck
bitch?
you and your sister.
Bitch. I'm taking my TV.
You a bum ass nigga. You's a bum ass nigga.
I'm a bum ass nigga, but you come out and record me, dog. Come on. Because
I'm letting these hoes know what type of broke ass nigga you are.
Bitch, I let these niggas know, bitch, you can't even keep no fucking lashes on. Look at your lashes, bitch.
Nigga, you get Facebook a show.
I'm not giving nobody a show. You on the internet, bitch.
You're a bum.
Bitch, it's my motherfucking TV. You childish.
Man, get my TV.
Nah, bitch, it's my fucking TV.
Girl, look at this bum ass nigga. Where you going? Where you going?
about to be watching the
Where
TV
you going?
with another
Okay.
nigga in your house.
Nigga, I paid half on it.
Come on, bro. You ain't paid for shit, bitch. I gave you that money.
I paid half for it. You a bum. You're a bum. Do it, nigga. I expose you, ass eating bitch.
Come on, bro. Your neighbors out here. What the fuck?
Okay, I don't care. Where the little white bitch go? I don't care. Okay, you want to say that when you was eating this ass last night? Look at this bum ass nigga. He's
Nug Nemesis. You said you ain't say that when you was eating these groceries last night. This ninja done took a 50-inch, that's one of them cheap Walmart TVs, and she said, I put half on it. He said, I gave you the money back. So y'all gonna end up on Judge Judy over a damn TV.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
As a kid growing up around this ungodly madness, I had no idea just how abnormal this was. That's a grown adult man down there holding on to that Walmart, that Black Friday special. He leaving the house, and only thing he taking is a book bag full of toiletries and drawers and a daggone TV. And he going over to his sister's house, like he said. Then he gonna find another woman. And you know what? So are some of them men to blame? I don't know, man. Nug go nug. My question's always been this: as a woman that ain't a bum, that got her own place, why are you allowing a homeless bummy man to jam his meat in you or even eat your groceries? Why you keep inviting him to your most sacred of places? Is it not a reflection on Bonquisha as well? Not in the hood. No, in the hood, she dogged him. She's the winner. Shout out to the wicked gender war.
Right. And you know, he took the essentials, y'all. He got his PlayStation about the paint and took the TV. That's all he needs to go lay up wherever he's about to go. He doesn't have a car or nothing. And, you know, it is what it is. But the fact that she was calling him broke for taking his belongings, that's not broke. He can either choose to leave the stuff, you know, or whatever, or he can take it. But that doesn't mean he's broke. You know, maybe you were talking to him crazy, or, you know, the kids were being disrespectful to him. Whatever it is, he chose to walk away with that TV, and he's going to be walking down the road, you know, with that TV, moving on to the next spot, you know, for the next month or two until they start asking him for rent. And then he's going to pack up again and move to the next spot. And it is what it is.
And Bonquisha dirty. She planned this. This premeditated. She knew she's gonna kick him out this day, and she said, "But before you do, eat these groceries, lick these toes, so I could call you out on Facebook."
Look at this bum ass nigga. He's a bum ass nigga, a whole clown.
Let me say this: learn how to call the police on these niggas. And I'm dead ass serious. I'm not playing. That mentality of, oh, I'm not gonna call the police on him. Oh, I just don't want them to pull up and something happen. No, the nigga knew what he was doing. Stop letting these niggas slide.
And if you don't like the mother, you don't like the baby. If you do not like the mother, you don't like the baby. I don't care. I don't care. You're lying. So you mean to tell me this baby half the mother and you hate her?
You
love
insane.
this baby? No, you won't be seeing me, the mother, or the baby. You might as well count me out of Christmas, Thanksgiving. You might as well not assume we catching that coffee. I just want you to know, if you don't fuck with me, you don't fuck with my child. No, absolutely not. That's not acceptable at all.
Listen, gentlemen, be careful where you plant your seeds. If you plant a baby up in her, you cannot afford to complain when you out here sleeping with rhinoceros and wildebeest. Be careful. Marry before you carry. Vet these women. There's no way you knocking her up and y'all ain't even together. That's insane.
And she always thought this way. Just how we say, Bonquisha, there's telltale signs that ninja's nug ain't worth a dang. Same thing, fellas. You knew what type of time she was on when she was talking to you wild, always want to play, fight, passive, aggressive. Oh my gosh. She sat up here and voiced that she ain't worried about the best interest of the child. If you don't like me, you can't like my child. That could not be furthest from the truth. What you mean? That makes no sense. Somebody could very much love your child. A stranger that ain't knocked you up can like your child and despise you. This is an innocent child. You a grown adult woman.
Right. And it's because she still wants him. But she's talking about all the holidays that he can't pull up to. Well, he's not going to pull up on holiday or on Halloween either when you got on your big pumpkin escape sweater on with your green nails or whatever. He ain't coming for Halloween either, because when you treat men like that and you tell them you can't do this and you can't do that, eventually he's going to stop coming around and he's going to stop, making the attempts to try. He just doesn't want you. You guys can still find out a healthy co-parenting mechanism or whatever. The child is here. It is what it is. But just because he doesn't want to rock with you anymore, look at how you look. What are you doing to make that man even want to pursue you again? And so you're not doing anything and he doesn't want you, and it is what it is, but let him still see his kid.
A shout out to Classy. There's no apartment, but it has a TV and a PS5 in the backpack.
The Nug starter pack, Classy. You don't know nothing about that.
And Uncle Tall says, when I was Nug living with the woman, when I left, anything she said wasn't mine, baby, you got it. Charge it to the game.
OG style. There you go. And you left with peace and got yourself together. Salute, OG. There you go.
That's it.
So you think that you're just going to dislike me, the mother, but I'm still supposed to bring that baby around, right? Huh? You still want to see no, you won't be seeing me or the baby.
Treacherous.
You're not finna get her back when EJ finna do it.
Then bye.
Come on, EJ, we gone. You're not finna touch me, bring you back.
I will fuck this car up.
Okay, I got it on
I don't give
record.
a
You
fuck.
the one going to jail.
I don't give a fuck.
You the one gonna go to jail. Fuck it up. Fuck it up. I ain't touching you. I ain't damaging none of your property. Why you walking up on me?
Get out of there.
Like I said, you got that check. You weren't fucking with me. You weren't fucking with me. Now
Aaron,
I'm up.
what
Now you
check?
trying to fuck with me.
Aaron, why do you need
That
money from me in the
school
first
check, you already
place?
know what's up.
Do
You already
see
know
this
what's
shit?
up.
Do you see
You already
this
know what's
shit?
up.
Do you see
The
this
niggas
shit?
you been fucking need to
Do
come
you
pay
see
your
this
light bill.
shit?
That ain't got nothing
Them
to do
bitches
with
you
it.
just fuck, you bitches
Come
been
on.
fuck, you need to be asking them bitches
Why
for
you
money.
walking up on me?
Cause them
I ain't
bitches that
asking
you be
nobody
fucking, you
for
need to
shit.
ask them for money. You talk about I ain't look out for you. Get the
Am I
phone out
getting
my
my daughter or
face.
not?
Get the phone out my face.
Come on, bro. Get
Get the
on.
phone out my
Am I getting
face.
my daughter or
Get
not?
the phone out my face.
Am I getting my
Get
daughter
the
or
phone
not?
out my face.
Am I getting my daughter or
Get the
not?
phone out my face.
Am I getting my daughter or
Get the
not?
phone out my face. She's not going to
Am I
school
getting
in
my
Jonesboro.
daughter or not?
She's not going to school in Jonesboro.
All right, that's fine. Come on, EJ, we gone.
Go.
Come on. EJ, come on, we gone.
Lost calls.
See this? Pull up, take my son, but her lights off. Pull up and take my son, but her lights off.
Hear me calling you. Come on.
This what she do. And I'm putting this on Facebook too. I don't know why. You knocked her up. It's a lose-lose. I mean, you can take it to the judge, show your lawyer, but Facebook ain't gonna save you. It's just gonna humiliate you. You're gonna end up on cart before the horse, Regal Rumble. He said she didn't want her baby daddy to take his kids because he didn't want to pay her light bill. So Bonquisha said, he gonna say, how you gonna take my kids back in there with no lights? Because you ain't paid the bill, ninja.
Listen, like he said, you got other dudes. Why you coming to him for the bread? Obviously, y'all on the outs. There ain't nothing cordial about y'all's situation. And this is why it does pay to be cordial. I done told y'all, this brother here to pick up his kids or whatever, he at least is putting forth the effort to make sense out of this mess. So with that, this seemed like a brother that would help if you were cooperative, whatever that means. But being constantly combative and physically violent as she was, you can't expect no man to do it. No, you ain't about to sit here, dog him out, emasculate him. But you know that, all right, you right, I'm being a bum. Here's $500 for your electric bill. You right. Hopefully you and Nug can get a pack of Reggie and hunt in front of my kids.
Yeah, and I heard him say, you know, when you had your check last week, you weren't really rocking with me. So I'm thinking that maybe he asked her, you know, for a couple twos and fews so he can flip something for the one time, and she didn't want to give it to him. So now he's not rocking with her. So you reap what you sow, Bonquisha. He seems like a responsible nug. At least he's around enough to pick the babies up. So maybe he would have flipped it and, you know, did a little something with that money and got you right back. But instead, you probably got your nails done, got your hair done, went out to the club with all the other little hood rats in the neighborhood, and that was the light bill money. But it was irresponsible because you didn't have anything, you know, else coming, and so you just assumed that he was going to take care of you, but you didn't take care of him last week. So it is what it is, and karma's coming. She's going to have to call the church like all the rest of the Bonquishas who don't have the money to pay the bills.
There you go.
Ben, say less.
Today, okay?
So wait, my daughter not walking the stage because she don't want me here to see her graduate?
She says there's an order that says you're not supposed to be around.
Where's do you see the order on file? Is there any order on file?
I don't have one, so therefore I cannot ask you to leave. Therefore I cannot ask you anything about it because I don't have anything in writing.
So she took my daughter.
So she made the decision for her not to participate.
So now she's not walking the stage. She will not be graduating.
No, she'll still be promoted, even though she will not participate in this ceremony. Does not mean she won't.
Wow.
But she made the decision for her not to participate.
That is crazy.
But I don't have anything in writing, and I tried to seek something in writing if there was something that existed. But I don't have anything, so I can't professionally, as a principal, ask you to leave this space or anything because there's nothing.
Because I'm on her birth certificate as well.
Exactly.
So I have every right to be here.
I explained to her that because you're on the birth certificate, you are given the information, the educational rights as a father. You can know what the ceremonies, you can do grades, you can do attendance, you can come to school, have parent conference, you can lunch with her. You have all those rights as a father because you're on the birth certificate.
Wow.
And quit holding court in the street. What we have learned is the birth certificate means very little when it comes to custody. All right, you got to go to court. Even if you own the birth certificate, don't mean you got custodial rights. If you are not married, if y'all are not married, if you married by default, obviously everybody got custodial rights 50-50. But when you are not, you can be on the birth certificate and still have to go to court to get your paternal rights. So this is something we must think about.
Another burden of a man. If you don't do it right, you become a second class parent. Not first class, mama first class, you second class. You see this. The teacher, this principal salute to her. She being very nice. She like, I have too much say so you can come here. She said, you can even stay. She said, your daughter ain't walking because the mama withheld her, but I can't tell you to leave, but I also can't do anything about what the mom did. This is sick. Men, we don't have the luxury to complain and whine and cry about it. It gets you nowhere. You look pathetic. Sorry, not sorry. All you can do is what, men? Prevent it. Be careful where you plant your seed or else.
Yeah, you guys, this is so disgusting. And if she did something like this on graduation day, these moms are crashing out when it comes to these babies walking with having the dads come and pull up to these events. But she just robbed that baby of an experience. I remember all of my promotion ceremonies and, for all of the levels of school that I did. And to rob her just because you don't want the dad to come for that experience. This is probably her last time being with the friends because, everybody kind of goes off to different schools, all because you're bitter about the dad coming or you're bitter about what he did. Take yourself out of the equation and just think about your child. The deed is already done. The baby is here. This is who you laid up with. This is who you let skeet in you. And it is what it is. But don't stop denying these babies milestones. They already don't have the both parents in the house. Now they're missing other milestones, all because you're bitter and it's not okay. Oh, I feel so bad for the school and even, them even having to come. This is embarrassing, even having to come and talk to the dad about this. And then the baby doesn't get to walk. I hate seeing stuff like this.
It would be so uplifting to the child, to this daughter, if the mom in this scenario would swallow her pride and ego and be cordial with the dad, say, hey, me and your dad, we here to watch you graduate. We proud of you, and empower the child, show them something positive. But the mom said, I'm going full toxic. You ain't even walk across the stage. I don't want that ninja to get any type of satisfaction at the expense of the daughter's experience. And that is evil.
Right. And you know how mean kids are in school, especially like if, you know, your parents are separated, kids be, you know, they talk their mess or whatever. So this could have been the one time where, you know, my dad's going to come to the graduation. I get to show everybody, you know, the whole school that my dad, you know, loves me. That kind of stuff is very important for kids, you know, that live in single households. Even just that representation at a basketball game, at a football game, at a spelling bee, if they still have them, or, you know, at a graduation. Presence is key, and you're just denying your child of that. And it's
But she has made the decision that she will not participate today. So that is the reason why I'm sharing with you. But I do not have any court order or documentation that says you cannot be around the child.
So she took my baby from her graduation ceremony, all because she don't want me here.
So she elected not to have her daughter participate in the ceremony this morning. That is the final confirmation that I have.
Okay, well, all right.
But I am sincerely sorry that this is part of the ceremony.
It's all right. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it.
But I did ask you to stop so that there would not be any type of
Oh, no, it wasn't going to be no competition or nothing, yeah.
But I just didn't want to be any disruption to either party.
Yeah, either party, because there's people, kids here,
So I respectfully thank you for just kind of staying back a few minutes so I can try to resolve it so that she can leave the property and feel it in her way of safe. And then if you would like to stay to finish or if you want to leave, it's so up to you. But I want to make sure professionally we're on the same page.
Okay.
So my apologies for the way these things are happening, but I do encourage you all to get things in writing so that there is no question about what we have to legally enforce.
Which is wild. Wow. Be careful, gentlemen. So now they're treating this man as if he's some evil villain. Regardless, I mean, whatever she told them. So now the mom's talking about she feel unsafe. So they telling him, you got to stay here. Don't leave the building. We gonna get her out safely to her car and let her pull off safely. And then you can stay here and watch the rest of the kids graduate until we can we'll tell you when she's in her car. And it's like, to hell with her. We talking about the kid. The hell, I don't care if the mom don't feel safe. Tell her to go home and the kid can still walk, whatever the case. But it's equally his kid and hers. But yet the mom get total say so over what's about to go on. To the point where they're telling him, don't even move, just stay here, brother. All right, we don't want to call the police up here. She ain't feeling safe. So just relax. We know you seem dangerous. You know, that's what she told us.
Eat that. Take that. Burden of a freaking man. I didn't catch that part. So they're actually there. I'm sitting here thinking that the daughter and mom just did show up. They said, we're going to do something else. We're going to Ponderosa. They actually showed up. They are there, get ready. See, now it's that daughter's, you right. She's sitting there, my mom, my dad coming. And the mom said, your dad here? That ninja show get no glory. We leaving. I know that daughter like, Mom, what you doing? Her friends, they are having a good time. They graduating. They did it. This is high school, it looks like. And now the mom like, nah, my feelings come first. Pure sociopathic narcissist. I want somebody to argue with me.
Right. And now she's walking around the school like she's Deputy Bonquisha, telling everybody what to do and how to do it. And, I feel so bad for this guy or whatever, because, you cannot treat people like this. It's not. And this is why Believe All Women doesn't work, because that man wasn't going to do nothing to her. He probably was going to maybe call her or like, what are you doing? Why did you deny the baby the chance to walk across the aisle? She was going to get checked, which she deserved to get checked. But now she's trying to make everybody hold him hostage because she doesn't want to take accountability. Absolutely not. And this is why we should not be believing all women. We have to look at the facts. And the facts is that man didn't do nothing, to be warranted to be treated like this.
Amen.
Wow, that's crazy. Okay. Thank y'all so much, though. Thank y'all. Well,
take care.
People think that the courts favor women. The courts favor men. They favor fathers. They do not favor mothers or children. Exposing my children to a man that's harmful to me, this man is harmful to my children as well, because harming a mother is harming the children. And you have to see that. Every time you see these men have the kids and they are abusing the kids, and the court says, well, the father has the right to see his kids. And there's nothing you can do with these judges when they make these decisions.
You a lie, and the truth ain't in you.
She is telling a bold-faced lie. I mean, the court does not favor men at all. It's a constant uphill battle for men. So if he was truly abusing them kids and you can prove it slightly, he would never be able to see them again. We know that is true. She's going to say, oh, yeah, they just keep letting them see the kids even though he's abusive, and the court don't care. Who's dictating the abuse? Are you saying he's abusive? And what are you saying it is? Like what? He yelled at him? Something you didn't like?
None of this makes any sense. Observable reality just says otherwise. I'm pretty sure that in statistics, will show. Shout out to Media Man. What I'm gonna say is, what about the whole phenomenon of white folks telling their children that if they find themselves lost, to find a black man? I think it's black people, but it's specifically a black man. A black man ain't about to do nothing to no kids. It ain't part of us. It's just not. Very, 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 very few instances, and those instances are very extreme. I know that dude just deleted 8 kids. Extremely extreme. What are you talking about? This bitterness from these modern highness like this is destroying us. Like they have such an extreme bias. You can't even consider what they're saying, Sister Ebony Dean. Oh, the court system is for the man. When and where and how?
Yeah, and where does the delusion come where these women think if you hurt me, then you're hurting my child? That's not what it is. Like Gavin X said, where's the documentation proving that he actually harmed those children? Where's the documentation proving that he even harmed you? I know up here in Washington, it's a mother state. I have plenty of people, men that I know and stuff that are fighting in the court system just to get visitation and all these different things go on. And a lot of times these women are lying and saying that they've been abused or they hit them or whatever. And they do take the woman's word for it. That's why it's not okay to always believe women. They need to believe the evidence like they do with any other type of case or whatever. So I think that is the most important. But these women are crazy.
You have no recourse.
This gotta be a lady. What planet are you living on?
Support thing, it's out of control, brother. You cannot let a woman destroy a man's life financially because the relationship is over. I mean, I think black men need to organize, and we, have this dialogue. Black men need to organize and force a change in legislation regarding child support. First of all, if I can't see my child, you don't get my money. If I can't see my child, you don't get my money. That should be law. Because too many women are.
And here's what I'll say for Umar, keep going. It's not a black man issue. There lies the problem. This is one issue that all parties across all, white, Asian, all men should get together. It ain't gonna be black men. We ain't gonna move the needle. It's gonna take all of us because we are not the only ones being affected. Brad, Chad, everybody is up under that wicked child support system. So it's gonna be a male thing. Like, you ain't gonna have a bunch of black men just go in there. They ain't gonna say, get the hell out of here. But we're gonna need the Rainbow Coalition on this one.
There you go. Yeah, there is an attack on black masculinity. However, there's an attack on masculinity as a whole. So yeah, it take all of us to get that type of legislation. They happy. That's the only truth that bitter woman spoke, was that system is not in place for the benefit of the children. That's true. It's not. It's there to make money. It's a very lucrative business. Child support is literally printing money. It's sick because they get a cut. It's wicked. So they just want to keep it coming. They don't care about where that money going. If they did, they would have programs put in place to make sure the money was going towards the right things. But yeah, it's just gonna take all of us. So this Dr. Umar, shout out to Umar. He make a little bit of sense, a little bit.
Yeah, he put on his little Hotep No Limit Soldier outfit on, and as now he's talking like he does have some sense. So, but if anybody knows anything about child support, he's got a couple kids out there that, have kind of shared that he wasn't always doing the right thing. So maybe this is a topic that he can shine on, and we can maybe get some insight because it ain't from, fundraising and opening up that school.
Are denying us the right to see our children and yet still benefiting from child support. That should be illegal, number one.
Not cool at all, man.
Yes, and women should be forced to account for the child support too. Because I know a lot of fathers who pay child support and they still have to take care of their children after they pay child support because the mother of the child is using child support on herself and not necessarily the children. So yes, child support should go on a card. It should go on a card, Art, and you have to use that credit card for all purchases for the child. So that way, if the father wants to, Art, I should be able to log into my child support folder, my child support online profile, and I should be able to see what you're buying with my money. What is wrong with a black father logging into the child support database, going to my profile, and seeing that she bought my daughter some shoes, she paid for swimming?
Okay. Shout out to Umar. He ain't the first person to say something like that. It can be done. Will it? Probably not. It's a very corrupt system. All we can do is protect our damn seeds. We can't even afford to complain anymore.
That would be so glorious. Can y'all picture that? Bonquisha out, first of the month, she going to Wally World, get her crab legs and her soda pop. And she's sitting there about to swipe that card, and a bead of sweat run down her extended eyelashes. She said, hold up. Last time I did this, my baby daddy audited me. Shout out. I'm speaking to existence. The baby daddy audit. Yes. God dang go right. So Nug, you got to go audit her purchases, document it, then take it and make a complaint to the court. Say, hey, judge, my baby don't even like lobsters. My baby don't even like, oysters and don't wear leggings. What this is, and there you go. Now you start to get docked. Child support. Bonquisha will set the city ablaze. Y'all better not do it.
Well, I would put another stipulation on it. I'm not opposed to that. What Dr. Umar is saying about being able to log in to see where the money is spent. But if you are in the rear and you're not current and you owe. Sometimes, mom had to do X, Y, and Z in order to keep things afloat. So when you do kind of, start to give money or whatever, and you're still in the rears, maybe she is going to need to do something other than something for the kids. So I will play the devil's advocate when it comes to that. But if you are current, you get the current card. We'll call it a little current card. But if you're not current, you don't get that card.
I can respect that. If you delinquent, you ain't got no say so. That's messed up. So as you current, now you can make some real. That's kind of dope. I can rock with it.
Here we go. And shout out to Uncle Stu. He dropped 20 in the Cash App. Says salute to SPC Nation, and he also says their abuse equals a man's instruction.
Yeah, abusive. Stop controlling me.
Appreciate you, brother.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Always coming through. And Project Leroy says, nope, Umar wasn't present in his child's life.
Huh? But he opened up a school, Project Leroy. That's some grace for good Dr. Umar.
Yeah, hold your own nuts. That's what it says.
Okay, yeah, I was wondering. Okay, there we go.
Support online profile, and I should be able to see what you're buying with my money. What is wrong with a black father logging into the child support database, going to my profile, and seeing that she bought my daughter some shoes, she paid for swimming?
Can you let him go, please?
No.
Hey, yeah, put him down.
Right? You don't tell me what to do
You
with my head.
can't be picking him up on this off day.
You can't tell me
have
what to do
no
with my child.
phone, no car.
No, you don't tell me what to
I've
do.
been doing everything I can
You
to help
withheld
you
my
out.
child the whole time I was supposed to have
You're
him.
picking him up.
And then you registered him
down.
in another school when he was registered at their school. Don't
Put
tell me
my
what to
kid
do.
down. Put my kid down. I'm recording. Put my kid down.
So use this as evidence.
You're right. You're right. How? I'm supposed to have my kid Monday through Friday.
Man.
And drop him off on Friday.
Man. Okay.
So again, why are you holding them like that?
You don't
Put them down.
Excuse me.
No, put them down.
Hell!
He's doing too much at the school. So y'all see this thing says something about father says everything went left the moment he pulled up with her and her boyfriend. So this white dude, that's the stepdaddy. So so that's Bonquisha, and she had these two men. I'm guessing, that's a black kid. But this is the stepdaddy with his woman. He telling Nug Nug to back off. Nug Nug said, I'm supposed to pick my kid up, Monday through Thursday or something, whatever he said. Bonquisha said, not today.
Be careful you plant your seed, man. There ain't no need to say much else. Y'all know, stop being infatuated with cheeks and gawk and wow circus hunching. I can understand. But look, we got too many examples. This is hell. A man will perish without peace and respect. You getting the opposite of peace and the opposite of respect in this instance. Ain't nothing else to say about it.
Yeah, and you guys, we have to really bring back shame. The fact that these women are so comfortable acting up and acting a fool. I'm the type where I don't want nobody in my business. I don't want people, wondering what I got going on. I got a Brad here, and I got a Nug here, and a Nug there, and all this, all up at the school with the baby. Think about the embarrassment for the kids. Like, these women are just moving around most wonky and having everybody in their business. Like, how do you move like this?
Okay. So again, why are you holding them like that?
You don't
put them down.
Excuse me.
No, put them down. No, you're not forcing my kid in no car.
He's not being forced.
So put him down. Why are you holding him like that? Put him down. Why are you doing that?
Get away. Get away.
What are you going to do?
What do you mean? What am I going to do?
You're literally holding my kid. You're trying to kidnap my kid. Call him.
You don't have custody.
Look at you.
You don't have nothing. You took him. Why is he still registered at another school? Get out of my face.
That woman looked like she smoked rocks, or they snorting something. Low nort. Yeah, she said, you don't even got custody. Gentlemen, it's a real thing, man. They starting to wield this stuff. And, this is such a dicey thing. You at the school. She said, call the cops. He said, call the cops. Maybe not. A school ground is like a damn airport. You don't want to be playing, man. The cops pull up and this kids, and you acting up, man. You don't know what kind of charges you're going to catch.
You already on notice after this display. Them teachers, come on, man. I would have to imagine. Shout out to the educators out there. Can't nothing be more gossipy than a teacher. I know those kids come to school telling y'all all the business. That's why me and my wife act like we got a sense in front of our kids. They telling our dad go business, but it's over. Them teachers and school personnel saw this. They sitting there whispering, and they gonna take note, and they are accountable. They gonna say, hey, last time they was here, there was some friction. Folks getting called to the office. Emails is getting sent. Phone calls is being made. And she up here, goddamn, looking like Roger off of American Dad. I was wondering, like, what kind of woman go carry on like this? Straight up malefactors. She wild. Supply closet kid at best, I tell you. I know what I'm looking at.
Yeah, and she's not going to let that baby go. So his best bet is to, get something documented or whatever, where he picks the baby up on Tuesdays, Thursdays, or whatever days it is, because she's not letting that baby go. And maybe Brad is like her little dealer or whatever. I don't know what kind of arrangement they have going on, but she definitely looks like, like a JJ Evans from Good Times, on something or whatever. And it is what it is. But she ain't letting that baby go.
Yeah. And he's at Marysville. He's supposed to be there today. He's supposed to be at Marysville today. Yeah. I talked to them on Friday. Move.
Don't put your hands on me. Don't touch me.
You just
don't touch me. Don't touch me.
Put him in the car. Fuck out of here.
Hey, so you're kidnapping my kid. Where's
That's not kidnapping when you don't have custody.
Where's his car seat? Where's his car seat?
Get
You
out
putting your
here.
hands on me?
Look at
Where's his
you.
car seat?
Move.
No car seat. On me, dude. No car seat. No car seat. Hey, Joe.
Get your fucking hand off my car,
No, bro, you can't take my fucking kid, homeboy.
This is her kid.
It's my fucking kid too, bro.
This is her kid.
This is her kid. So does it take one human to make children now? Like, come on, just common sense. For him to sit there, that's her kid.
Is this camera on me?
Yes, it's on.
That's stupid. Use your common sense.
But old Brad, no, it's both of their damn kid.
What you gonna do? You got tweaking Brad in your face telling you, oh, see what I'm saying? How do you stop from crashing out in this instance? He like, get your hands off my car, pal. That's her kid. That's Bonquisha's kid. That's not your kid. Gynocracy. Yeah. Any and every dope fiend is under the Gynocracy. Even Trailer Park Chad, he definitely under the Gynocracy. Heavy.
Yeah, no, this is wild, but the fact that he has, like no control over the situation, it just further just goes to show that he definitely just needs to, he needs to leave. And then Brad's all getting all in his face about the, with the baby and whatever is going on. So yeah, this is just a lose-lose situation. But women, women like this, just because we delivered the baby, it doesn't mean the baby belongs to us. The baby, it's still 50% the dad and 50% the mom. And so all this ownership of the child talk, and we're hearing it a lot today, is unnecessary because the baby belongs to both of you equally.
Her kid.
It's my fucking kid too, bro.
This is her kid.
Hey, it's my kid too. There's no car seat. Bro, there's no car seat.
Get the fuck out of my
There's
car,
no
man.
car seat. You're clearly a drug addict yourself, brother.
Yeah.
And
That's what. You would have been going back in the house. Give me my son, you dumbass bitch.
Oh,
Hell.
Jesus. And here's something telling. He said something here. He said, you're a drug addict too. Both of y'all, he said too. And he says, the black dude said something to her earlier. She said, you don't have custody. He said, you don't have custody either. So there's something going on here where it's a wonky situation. How don't anybody have custody of the kid? The mom said, you ain't got custody. He said, neither do you. So the kid probably lives with one of the grandparents maybe, and they be picking him up from school, and the mom is strung out with this ninja, and the daddy probably ain't worth a dang either if you couldn't get custody. So it should be very easy for you to get custody if she's an addict. Why the kid with one of y'all mamas?
I'm gonna tell you exactly what happened here. I got it now. They didn't confirm they smoking rocks or whatever. They was out here. They was getting zooted to the moon. And Bonquisha started talking about her kid, how she miss him. And Brad said, you go get your kid. Come on. No, after that, you're a black queen. I'm going to take you get your kid. I know exactly what happened. And they got all hyped up, got in that car, and here we are. You go get your kid. They had up. Like you said, he said, y'all both drug addicts. She leaned over the backseat, put her arm around him, and pretty much was like, and?
Yeah, and they're just waking up, just getting zooted or whatever while the kids are at school. This is wild, you guys. And then he's talking about you don't even have a car seat. Maybe he's been so high, he's missed the last couple years. That baby's legs were as long as mine, or that kid's legs was as long as mine in the back seat. He don't need no car seat, and they probably wouldn't even have a car seat even if it was a baby. Look how they're moving around, y'all. Look at her face. This is
I
too
think
much.
the same thing. You don't need no car. Maybe a booster seat. Shout out to the responsible parents. Maybe, but a car seat.
Man.
That's what. You would have been going back in the house. Give me my son, you dumbass bitch. You keep on diapers and police on me. It's not happening. You still gotta pay child support. Do your part. Do your part. I already called the police. Nah, fuck all that. So what? You dumb as hell. You gotta be late for. I don't give a fuck. No, you won't. No, you won't. Look at Barry. Look.
I don't want to fuck with you.
Look.
Get out of here. We out.
Look. Yeah, we are out.
No, you don't. Don't tell you. Don't touch
we are. I ain't touching you.
All right.
I'm be right the fuck here. Your ass ain't going no motherfucking way, nigga. Put my son the fuck down so I can go. I have to pick up my other child. Now let's hold my son. That's my motherfucking son. That's my son, and I did what I had to do. It is what it is. You go to fuck the jail, fuck with me, bitch. Give me my son. My son.
My son, not our child, the baby. I will accept it. Give me the baby. Hell, I'll take that. But my son, she said, give me my son so I can go pick up my other kids. All right. So she clearly got multiple kids, multiple men. We are seeing a theme. All right. And we see some of the most involved fathers going through hell and high water to be with their children and they are met with nothing but resistance.
Can't feel sorry. Yeah, I know it sucks. It sucks to see brothers going through this. It definitely do. But as Miss X always say, it's true. We ain't in no position to feel sorry for them. We are not. We got to learn from these daggone mistakes. And the tongue is powerful, sisters. You guys are speaking single momdom into existence. My kid, my son, my daughter. Yes, keep it up. And guess what? Nug, you up here verbally and physically abusing. He like, you know what? It's yours now. And now you turn around, yo, you're a deadbeat. We are humans, man. You can't just do anything to anybody. And what gives me the most pleasure for my brothers going through this, can't feel sorry for them, but I believe God is just. Continue to do the absolute best you can with making a mistake and creating a beautiful child with these hyenas. Do the best you can. I truly believe it will work out in the long run, but it's not a sprint. It's a marathon. Consistency, cover your own butt, remain overly emotional, and wait it out.
You know, I wonder if these women would keep the same energy if they stopped getting the child support or the benefits from the state or whatever. Would they still be like, my son, my son? Because if they didn't have that, they would be glad that the dad would take the baby away or whatever for the weekend. Or even if she had anything going on in her own right, let that baby go with his dad for the night or two. You can have a night off or unwind. If you had a man, you guys could do something or whatever. But it just goes to show, I think a lot of these women are claiming these babies because they are their paychecks, you know, at the end of the day. So that's something to think about too.
Son, give me my son. You will be locked up. Put your hands on me, you're going to be locked the fuck up. I promise you. They don't know what's going on, but me and you know what's going on. I promise you. I promise you. I promise you. I mean that shit. I mean that shit. I mean that shit. I mean that shit. Now play with somebody if you want to. I mean that shit. Put your hands on me. I mean that you'll be locked the fuck up. You'll be locked up. You'll be locked up. I'm not playing with you. I'm tired of you. A whole week, you're not answering my motherfucking phone calls. You bugging the fuck out. Let him go. He not.
Hell.
So think about this. What these women constantly say, these men are deadbeats. They don't take care of their kids. What we are witnessing is these men only want their kids and don't want these women. All right. And they have no, she said, you had the kid for a week. You ain't answering the phone. What's going on? Well, hell, what if he just give him the kid? Clearly he doing good. He ain't calling you, asking you for nothing. Hey, I need $20 for some diapers. Nothing.
That's his son. He vibing and having a good time with his boy. This is beautiful, Bonquisha. You won. You end up mating with a guy that didn't want really much to do with you outside of your Virginie, and y'all done popped out a kid, and he said, you know what? I'm still here. Love my son. That father instinct kicked in, and he said, I'm here. I ain't worried about you. About to take care of little Junior. But no, Mr. X and Ebony, this gives Bonquisha lack of control. Now she got to sit there and she can't join in the gynocratic echo chamber circle jerks. She can't be on the phone now talking about, oh, my baby daddy ain't ish. My baby daddy don't do nothing. She got to say, my son been with his father all week. He ain't called, ask me for nothing. He's being a good father. You get kicked out of the hyena clan for that.
Yeah, and y'all, I'm tired of the Bonquisha bylaws with this co-parenting situation, because it's a crime whenever you do what she doesn't want you to do. It is not a crime to come pick your child up or whatever. That is not a crime. So how are you threatening to call the police on him when all he's doing is picking up your kid? You want to call the police on him because he's not listening to you. That is not a crime. And you don't make the rules, or whatever. If you guys can't get along, then y'all need to take it up with the courts, but stop just trying to act like, whatever you say goes just because you are the mom. No, the dad has rights too. And these women need to start acting like it.
What to do? He already know what's going on. He already know what's going on. He already know what's going on. You not going no motherfucking where. Give me back my son. I'm not playing with you. I'm not playing with you. You a piece of shit. You mad as hell. You mad. You on child support. You don't do what you supposed to do. You bugging the fuck out. You bugging out. You can go all you want. I don't give a fuck. My son be in here. My son be in here. My son be in here. No, put him down so I can take him to school.
No. Get the fuck
Come on. I want you
DJ, get the fuck out of here.
I want you to.
Away from me, bro.
You're saying that if I let you take your own daughter, you're not going to give her back to me.
I can bring her back whenever.
But you just said if I let you take your own daughter. Yes, I am. Open the car door. That's what you're saying, right, Isaiah?
Saying what?
If I let you take your daughter,
you will get words in my mouth. I literally told you.
What did you
said I can bring her back whenever. So therefore, whenever I feel, I bring her back.
You said don't communicate.
I'm not listening to you until you answer my question.
You dropped her off. I had to call the police.
Yeah. Listen, gentlemen, it don't matter if you are nug on the corner slanging, a high executive or a policeman. Like you said, obviously he an ignorant cop because you done planted your seed in this woman. And I don't know what's going on. He riding around with his kids in this damn cop car. He's definitely the police.
Yeah, you messed up, officer. You messed up. I've seen some cases where I don't know where law enforcement officers can take their cars home, stuff like that. But I don't know. I ain't never seen no police car set up like this. It looked like a regular car. I don't know, but nevertheless, like you said, he got a job. He responsible. Seem to be some extension of the long arm of the law, and you still get talked to crazy, brother.
Yeah, in our neighborhood, we have like 3 police officers that work in different cities or whatever, and they bring the company car home the company police car home all the time or whatever. But it looks like he maybe just got off work because he took his his coat off and put it on the chair. So he may have just got off and picking up the baby to go home or whatever. And I think that's okay for them to do. If they have to do other things, off of their shift, if they're allowed to take the car home, they need to run their errands or whatever. So, yeah, this is crazy. He's the police and still can't get the respect. Out of control.
Yeah, this is wild. We got some super chat.
Appreciate your Uncle C's always coming through. Says, I would have let her take the kid and deal with this off campus. Ain't no way I'm letting everyone know in public. I did that uncovered.
Yeah, but see, what if she had on the fishnets? You don't want them to know then?
Your weakness.
That's true.
Shout out to brother Evie Ray. Says, hell is hot. Ain't no water there. Appreciate you. D Kilgo. Appreciate you coming through with the dub. Says, I now see why these dudes be on social media deleting their child's mother. Sweet Jesus. Cancel that B. Go do your whole time. I tell you what, shout out to you. We don't advocate for that at all. We say prevent it, brother. Because now, you know what I mean? Now you done did this. You incarcerated. Now the kid ain't got no parents. So be careful where you plant your seed. Vengeance is the Lord's.
Yeah. That can't react that emotionally, gentlemen. Absolutely not. Unless, circumstances. Maybe she drew down on you first, try to hit you with a car or something. You're reacting. But yeah, you shouldn't be, no Ray Caroufs or nothing like that.
Yeah.
Are you taking her or not?
I had to call the police. You refused to tell dispatch where my daughter was at. If somebody else to your house to retrieve her, you're not going to hand my daughter over.
Because they're not the mom. You're not allowed at my house.
But I'm sending them. They're going on my behalf.
I don't care. I don't have to give them.
Can you return them all, please?
If I feel like it, please.
How are we ever going to co-parent? You can't just I'm confused.
We're going to go to court and they're going to figure it out for us. That's the whole point of it.
So we're going to go to court and tell them you said that.
Take her.
I'm asking you a question. Because they're going to say I'd keep her from you. You're going to tell everybody I'd keep her from you.
I'm not.
You do, though.
Because you do.
No, I don't.
See, we're not about to open up another argument.
Okay.
Take her.
So.
Take her.
Do you want to?
Because they're not the mom.
Can you please stop being petty?
No, I'm not. I don't have to because they're not the mom. And on top of that, I said whenever I feel like it. You're not just going to send somebody to my house to pick her up.
Isaiah,
That's not how that works.
Why are you being so difficult?
I'm not being difficult. I'm being very truthful with you.
So
And
if
I'm
I send
being
my
so
sister,
serious.
if I send my sister,
You can send your sister, and
you're
she's
not
going to
gonna
be just
give.
sitting there. Stand in here.
I
Take
just
her.
want you to be a regular dad. Take
Oh,
your daughter
my
and bring her
goodness,
back
bro.
tomorrow. Why
You
is that
continue
so
to
hard?
repeat yourself. Just take her.
Hell!
Misery loves company. She don't want to just take her so you can drive off and enjoy the rest of your day. Hell to the no. You gonna be mad as hell before you pull off. She gonna make sure of it. She gonna dictate the rest of your day right now.
She got plans again. You can't prove to be a good father because she's going to get kicked out of the hyena clan, dude. You don't realize that. She said, you get her one day. He said, you said I could have her bring her back whenever. That's going to put you in too good of a light. No, one day, as I say, she said, when are we going to be their co-parent? Meaning, when are you going to do what I say, as I say, when I say? He like, man, get out of my face. Salute to the brother. He keeping his cool for the most part. Me personally, I just don't believe in all this talking. Like, yeah, I'm going to start calling law on for. I'm like, listen here, you want to get out my car? You want to hear? I'm calling the folks now.
Right. Calling your partners. You need to call your partners to come get her. But you guys, that baby is a brand new baby. It's got the little toys on, attached to the car seat, all that cushion in there. That's like, for newborns and, like brand new babies. So they're having all this trauma and turmoil or whatever so early, in that baby's development. If they don't figure it out, it's not going to get any better, and it's only going to get worse. So he's trying to be reasonable, but she's just like, you got to do what I say or whatever, like we've been talking about. And no one's ever going to get anywhere if everyone's going back and forth like this. Somebody's got to give.
Take her. I'm sorry for not communicating with you to let you know that part.
Then why the fuck are you still bitching then?
Bitching about what?
Who's destroying these families? Is it systematic? Is it the white man? Who's destroying the black family?
It's a collective.
I say the black man. When mom and daddy meet, who's there to control the meeting? When daddy show up saying, I'm this kind of man, and mama believe him, and daddy find out to be a lying motherfucker, what white man is involved in that? What system?
As black men, we are 100% our own problem. We got to stop blaming women. We got to stop blaming the system. We got to stop blaming the world for things that we as men have caused. The collapse of the black household is mostly due to the fact that the man ain't in it. And we can't say women just kicking men out. No, y'all choosing not to be in the home for your own selfish reasons, leaving our women exposed to the world. Our black women are in danger. The femicide rate is up, but y'all steady complaining about the way our black single mothers are raising our sons. But the mamas the only ones man enough to stick around. Since y'all think they doing such a horrible job, y'all men, instead of complaining, get back in the house and do it yourself. When the man is not in the household, the house loses its covering and it loses its foundation, leaving the black family open to attacks from every direction. So if y'all don't get it together soon, then this might just be the first generation of black men to fumble a whole generation of black women.
Fuck is you talking about?
Just pandering. Here's the thing. Two things is true. If these women can't handle the children, give the children to the father. What we ain't going to keep doing is this false narrative that these men, all these black men are just deadbeats and don't know nothing to do with the kids. We just ran a montage. These men absolutely want to be with the kids, but the moms make it hard. So if y'all don't want the kids, give them to the dads. Get full custody and wash your hands, and let's see who the real bad parents are.
The panders love to act like these cases are just black and white. Like Nug came, they feed into this madness, and I don't even know. We grew up with a fair amount of Nugs. I don't know Nug to really lie. He may not say things or, was it lie by omission, but he ain't saying too many just blatant lies. Yeah, I want to marry you. I want to have a kid and have a family. Let's do it. I swear Nug ain't coming with that. And then she's like, okay, let's do it. And then she's just being a wholesome woman. She give herself to him, and then they get pregnant. And Nug like, you know what? I lied. It's not happening. They are going along. Go ahead.
I'll say, even if it is, that ain't no excuse. Because, like I said, ain't no cover. I'm sure there's plenty of men saying that. They're going to say whatever they got to say to get kudakata. The burden falls back on the woman. actions. You can't meet a man the first week he telling you stuff, first month, and you like the way he look, you gonna believe anything. So I think two things is true. Y'all gotta use y'all discernment and quit just listening to people in the first night. Oh, he said this, so you gave him kudakata, then he stopped saying it.
There you go. Or that, indeed.
Yeah, and I'm so sick of these panders. This Timu Donnie Simpson from BET's Video Soul. I don't know if you remember that show, but yeah, all this pandering, and look at all the things that we've been reviewing. You expect men to stay in all these chaotic situations. Granted, there might be men that maybe need to step up and do other things, but I don't think that that's the majority. I think the majority of the problem is the women. They're not allowing them, the fathers, to be around and be involved in the kid's life. So stop all this pandering, to the women and acting like it's a men's problem. We have a problem as a community as a whole. And, it starts at the home. If the mothers are the ones who are raising the kids and things are all chaotic, you can't just put it off on the dad, the absent dad. It falls on you, because if everything was going great and the kids were getting straight A's and became great citizens, the mom would take all the credit for it. So you have to take credit for the good and the bad.
Bingo.
I was going to say, because we done seen it even with the brother Adrian Bronner during the streams. That's kind of pretty much how Nug Nug operates. He'll go up on the woman. Hey, you looking good. I'll put you up in the house. I'll do this. You come home with me. You're going to be my girl. And it's all talk. Granted, like we understand, but where's the action at? There's no action at all besides hunching.
Just going along with the vibe. Okay, I agree.
So for that, we're going to take Bonquisha and Nug Nug to the sub.
Bye.
The passengers of the doomed Titanic sub spent their last moments in total darkness looking for bioluminescent creatures out of the small window and listening to their favorite music. The new details of the 5 passengers' final moments have been revealed by the wife and mum of the father-son duo.
Wade in the water, wade in the water, diamond wade in the water. Something's gonna trouble the water. You better wade in the water. Yeah, man.
There ain't no way. I can't really imagine what it would feel like to be a woman, but I would go out on a limb and say if I was, ain't no way, heck, I'm dealing with a guy like that and he ain't proved nothing. Knowing the sacrifice you make to your, especially just to your body and mind, pushing out a kid, most serious, ain't nothing to play with. Absolutely no games. Shout out to the sister Honeybee. Says, I know way too much of you all's parents' business. Shout out to Honeybee. Appreciate you. Cousin Walker, Juice Drop Entertainment. Come through, gifted 1 Carbon 4 Horse membership. Shout out to Cousin Walker, Juice Drop Entertainment. Last time I said she was about 500 subscribers. Cousin Walker had dang near 2,000 subscribers, man. Shout out to you. I see you.
Shout out, Cousin Walker.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Appreciate you, sister. So here we go. We're going to keep it moving. Now we're going to start talking about the Gynocracy as FUBAR. And we're going to bring this story up that's been viral. So here we go.
An Indiana woman died of a heart attack after a fight with workers at a Tim Hortons. This is surveillance video of the whole thing going down. Police say the woman apparently complained about a drive-through order before this brawl started. You see it here. She then had a heart attack and died. Tim Hortons says it is saddened about the incident and that it is cooperating with police.
No human being should go to get coffee and die on a floor from a heart attack.
I was talking to my brother and he sent me that video and I could not believe it. But what blew my mind even more was when I got 2 emails, one from Fort Wayne Police Department statement about it. When I read it, my jaw just dropped. It felt very much like victim blaming, and that is not okay. We have got to do better. We have got to do better. This is a community that we all love. We have to treat each other better. So that was completely disappointing.
I'm so sorry, but that 75-year-old woman who died after an altercation at Tim Hortons because she had heart problems completely caused this on herself. Especially since her granddaughter has came out and exposed that she's not as innocent as everyone's painting her to be. First of all, this lady came out the drive-thru to come inside and argue with those people. If that
So 75-year-old woman passed away at Tim Hortons. Altercation. Y'all been seeing this for the last week or so. And there's the facts. So she came from the drive-through, was upset, as so many are. They always come. The one white guy that got punched to deletion came out the drive-through mad, and this woman coming here mad from the drive-through. Y'all messed my order up. I said this, I want that. And something went left, and they get to squabbling, and then she just passed away from a heart attack.
It's not worth it. Come on, man. I'm so tired of seeing all this deletion and mayhem that could be easily avoided. You crashing out in fast food drive-thrus. Insanity. And I'm saying that with my whole chest. Been there. My last time many years ago in the McDonald's drive-thru, my last time, it was late night. I pull up in that drive-thru and Bonquisha said, "Wait a minute." That's how she greeted me. She didn't say, "Hold up, give me a moment, I'll take your order." She said, "Wait a minute." It was just nasty. I didn't complain. I mean, you turned out that line and went home. It's not, what do they say? It's not that serious. It's over. Ain't no need for this. I'm not going to victim blame. However, this was easily avoidable.
Right. And so did she get into it with an employee there? Is that what happened?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, yeah, that's crazy. First of all, why were you even there? You're 70 years old. You don't have a whole lot of years left. You need to be eating all the right foods at this point. So, you're going through the drive-thru acting a fool. Who did she think she was? You're an older woman. Maybe she thought that nothing would happen. Nobody would try to hit her or anything because she is an older woman, and she effed around and she found out. And it's unfortunate.
That's not looking for a problem. I don't know what is. Second, instead of stating whatever her issue is, she acted like a complete child walking up to the side door and screaming in people's faces. Yes, the employee did put hands on her first, but to push her back because she's clearly acting belligerent, and you can tell that they were telling her to leave. You could literally see them pointing to the door. And yes, I do feel like they could have handled it better. I feel like they should have called the police instead of sitting there and involving themselves in an argument with her. But at the end of the day, the worker is 17. And you can't really tell people how to act after somebody else comes and provokes the hell out of them. That doesn't change that it could have been handled differently, though, but this lady was asking for it. And then her granddaughter posted this on social media. You can pause to read it, but she's basically saying that her grandmother is abusive and has always been like that. So it's like, if the family is also saying that she acts like this on a regular, then that just proves the point even more that she did this shit to herself. She knew she had heart problems when she decided to get out of her car, come inside the restaurant, and argue with somebody who's not even 1/4 of her age, for real. No, I'm not happy she died because nobody should have to die to this, but come on. It's clear that this is a fucking pattern, and when you put yourself in fucked up situations, fucked up things happen to you. Just because you're 75, you cannot go everywhere and disrespect everybody, put your hands on people, get in people's faces, and do all of this thinking you're not going to get any consequences. She punched that worker twice in the face before the worker started actually hitting her back. That was a choice.
Anita Grayson didn't have to die. And yes, I saw the video just like you did. But like I said, she didn't have to die. None of that had to transpire. First of all, she didn't have to come inside. She didn't have to be aggressive. I'm not defending anything that she did, but I still believe in my heart that she didn't have to die. That young lady could have gotten Anita Grayson off of her without going blow for blow for blow while this lady's on the ground.
Hey, so they stomped her out pretty bad. Here's the thing. They keep saying the old woman threw blows. I wouldn't call it a blow. I think, like you said, the lady was pushing and shoving, and she got mushed in the face. It was a mush. And they said the one girl was only 17 years old. So it was two little white girls. I think one was 17. One might have been like 20 or 20, however the case. Young, and they jumped on this damn their 80-year-old sister, but she brought it on herself. And like this woman is saying, like you said, it started, but then they went to the ground and they kept stomping on her. So, people said, could they have stopped? We don't know.
Terrible. The whole situation couldn't have been avoided. Parental figures like the 75-year-old woman being respectable and showing some love and compassion for the younger generation, and these younger generations in return showing some respect for the elders. A complete breakdown of the system. That's never supposed to happen. That old lady's supposed to walk in there. Excuse me, young ladies. Y'all messed up my order. And they supposed to say, oh, sorry, Gam, we got you. Have a seat, maybe a little free, small fry. And he never got to come to deletion. But here we are. We keep trying to sound the alarm, trying to let the culture know it is broken. These are reasons why folks is getting deleted at fast food places over, maybe extra sauce or a burger made wrong. And that is insanity.
Right. And Nana looks like she could be the usher at the church or sing in the sanctuary choir with the other elders of the church or whatever. But she's in her 5th childhood, still acting like she's 20, fighting at the club or whatever. But I do think that maybe her health has something to do with it, because it sounds like she has heart problems. So, maybe, her time is coming up or whatever. And so she's just going around kind of making everybody's day bad. But that 17-year-old, you're not going to tell me how to defend myself. I'm going to do whatever it takes to defend myself. And that 17-year-old hit her with that 1-2 combo on her 75-year-old self. She knew she had a pacemaker and stuff in her heart. She knew her heart wasn't right. So she was wrong for even going in there in the first place. And like I said, it's unfortunate, but it is what it is.
I believe that she went overboard.
As a person with a granny who used to pop off all the time, crazy like, may she rest in peace. I couldn't have done anything if my grandma would have gone into a Tim Hortons and punching people. It wasn't nothing I could do about that. If they laid her out. Now, granted, they wouldn't have laid my granny out.
Miss Anita Grayson's passing has a lot of people in an uproar. I do understand why people could be in an uproar, but when the details have been provided from Fort Wayne, Indiana police, it's giving it was self-defense, and she had a right to defend herself, especially the way Miss Anita came in there and, went at her. She had a right to defend herself. Now, this happened on May 13th at 8 o'clock in the morning at Tim Hortons on Ice Way in Fort Wayne, Indiana. She had ordered something through drive-thru, and her order seems to have been, not correct, and that's what prompted her to come inside of the actual establishment. Now, once she got inside, that was around 8:09 per the clock, and she came in ready to yell at them. So that is exactly what she did. She starts yelling at them, and the person that she originally started yelling at was a 17-year-old employee. And so then a 20-year-old shift leader kind of stepped in like, hey, I'm a shift leader, let's try and figure out what's going on so we can see how to fix things. And it just kind of escalated from there.
And there you go. So it got to do with this ignorant ass woman and terrible customer service. I mean, you got a 17-year-old working the counter. The damn shift leader is only 20. So these are the person running the damn store, 20 years old. And, it's just bad customer service. These, and was what it was. But that don't give this woman the right to go in there and disrespecting these people as they are working. So there's a give and take with it all.
There you go. And, may Gam rest in peace. However, this is a sign that the Gynocracy is falling. How we have conversations, shout the truth over lies. Some of us believe that racism is dying out. Same here. Gynocracy is fading out of existence. These younger generations ain't trying to hear that. It is what it is. They like, we don't care about no gynocratic order. They're questioning everything. That is one of the silver linings about the young. They're not just going to listen to anything. You got to prove something. The ones that care to think, they ain't just bowing down to all orders. You got to walk it like you talking. I can respect that part with respect, of course. But that she came in there and they said, these young, especially this one here on the screen, they don't recognize no Gynocracy. They're like, who the heck is you?
Yeah, and this looks like a Samantha who goes by Sam at the workplace or whatever. And look at her. She looks so traumatized, you guys. Just imagine being 17. She probably just did what she maybe did at the playground when she was growing up or at the high school, whenever she would get into a fight at school, not thinking anything like this could happen. But this is actually really traumatizing because she checked out, she was only trying to defend herself. So yeah, it's too bad, but all these kids are young, dealing with all these, problems and stuff, because everybody wants to come in there and act up. But Nana had a beautiful head full of gray hair or whatever, so shout out to that.
Thanks, sir.
Yeah, I wonder if the carpet matched the drapes. We'll never know.
Going on, so we can, see how to fix things, and it just kind of escalated from there. And then
The truth is, y'all just want to beat people up, bitch. Because who says shit like that? People can't control them damn selves. And right now, you telling me you would beat up my grandma. You know, she's blind, but she can fucking shoot, though. That'd be on your ass. Everybody, mama, grandma, not like Anita. Like, where's the grace because she's older? This isn't just respecting your elders. She's 75 years old. Like, where's your logic, bitch? Respect yourself before you put your hands on somebody, kill them, and end up in jail. No, y'all don't think that way because you just want to take shit out on people. Y'all are angry fucking people, and I'm glad I can finally fucking say this. Y'all enjoy violence. You enjoy seeing other people and enjoy justifying their death for your needs, for your entertainment. We're not doing that shit over here because it's fucking weird. Go to Fight Club if you want to beat somebody up that fucking bad. I don't care what the fuck she did. Was she wrong? Sure. Did she deserve to die? No. See how two things can be true at the same time, or are you just thinking like a fucking ant? Let me know. Even they have grander thoughts than you.
If you're going to report on a story, do your due diligence and tell both sides.
That part. So you see, the reply says 75-year-old or 45. She can't be slapping employees over a cup of coffee and expect nothing to happen. And she's saying, y'all just want to see people get deleted. And, nah. I mean, two things is true. Like 75, that is wild. But why are you acting like this at 75? So it makes no sense.
You women have failed these young girls. Like, there ain't no way a young girl should have so much violence in her that she even think about putting hands and foots. These are girls putting hands and foots on Gam Gam. See what I'm saying? Not young YNs, as y'all like to call them, stomping out some dude. This is women. I thought y'all was so peaceful. I thought y'all get along. Y'all going upside each other's head for coffee and donuts. And like I continue to say, when these hyenas let you know who they are inside, she said, I don't care what Gam Gam did. Gynocracy. She could have went in there flipping stuff over, spitting in faces. Gam Gam, be respectful. Be respectful now.
Yeah, and I think one of you guys touched on it earlier is about, I think there's a cultural difference too, because if it was me and I was behind the counter and it's I see a nana or something, I would maybe extend maybe a smidgen more of grace before I would have retaliated just because of the culture or whatever. But Samantha, she didn't know nothing about that, and she did what she had to do. And Nana, she should not have run up on her like that. But it's people like this who are, trying to excuse the behavior. Nana shouldn't have went up in there acting a fool, acting up, and it will behoove women like this to not think that you could be 75 years old and do the same thing. It has to stop somewhere, and things just need to be called out.
Appreciate you, Squeegee Kids. Good to see you, brother. Says so basically, just Pearly and her little sisters turned heel on Aunt Jenny and took her out. Shout out to just Pearly and Sam.
Shout out to Squeegee. This is crazy.
If you're going to report on a story, do your due diligence and tell both sides. Because this woman's video right here is very irresponsible. It's inciting violence. I believe it's race baiting. Because what she basically says is, a 75-year-old Black mother and grandmother dies as a result of being beaten to death, and the police aren't doing anything about it. The comment section is a split. It's people who are just absolutely outraged by this, and then people who are like, wait a second, you're cherry picking the truth here. Why don't you tell the whole story? So the whole story, because I've watched the video and I've read several different accounts, including, information from the police report. This woman right here went through a drive-thru at a Tim Hortons and they messed up her order. And this really pissed her off. So she goes inside and she starts yelling at the employees and berating them, pointing her finger, getting all up in their faces. And she's berating one employee specifically. And the manager steps in front and is trying to calm her down. You can see both of them trying to talk her down, but she's just not having any of it. So the manager gently, and if you go back and watch the video, you will see that the manager gently grabs her by the shoulders to try to move her away, remove her from the situation and get her away from this other employee. But grandma flips a switch and she shoves the employee punches an employee in the face so hard that in the police report it says they had scratches and bruises on their face and their glasses go flying. You can see it happen in the video. She gets a really good hit in. So, the employee that gets punched in the face starts to fight back.
And there you go. So it's not as dramatic as she's making it. And I don't think it was a punch. All right. It was more like just, I don't know what grandma did, just because like you said, it was scratches and stuff. You ain't getting all that from a punch. It was like an open hand claw. I don't know what she was just trying to defend herself or whatever she was doing. And she just pushed the girl face away. But nonetheless, she should still be here. And the thing is, she didn't pass away from the beating. So we're going to let this keep going. I think somebody going to mention it. But after it, they were squabbling and everybody got up. Everybody got up. They say grandma sat down in the chair, breathing. Then the paramedics come get her, and then she passed away at the hospital. She was just exhausted after the fight. She just never could recover.
Jesus. This is so freaking insane. A 75-year-old squab, a 75-year-old woman, gam, gray hair, gam. She at least sat in the second or front pew at the church. And you are here squabbling over donuts and this was supposed to go over so differently. I told you, you go in and you act like you got some sense. You be nice, you be overly kind, and you get a couple free little items, a free donut, not a free hit upside the head and stomped out into the linoleum. You see, come on. And the fact that she didn't perish there and they documented passed away of heart complications, man, and maybe won't much happen here. I don't know.
Yeah, and I think Becky here, I think she is kind of putting 100 on a 1 or whatever, because Nana probably had all sorts of arthritis, and it's not like she's in the gym hitting weights and she's keeping all of her muscle. People they have delicate bones and stuff like that at that age, and so yeah, she probably did put hands on her, but she's making it seem like she was giving her that Clarissa Shields, and that just wasn't what it was.
She definitely tried it.
And like she said, everybody overreacting. So first the employee touched, nah, don't nobody touch me. And it's up at that point. Because everybody's, oh, why y'all touching me? Well, and everybody's hands are just moving. But it wasn't like Tyson was in there throwing punches. It wasn't that at all.
There you go.
I'm not saying it's right, but they start to fight back. Granny attacked. She attacked. In my opinion, it was unprovoked. There were words flying both ways. If she hadn't have thrown that first punch, it might be a different story. But also, let me remind you, she was not beaten to death. So then the employee starts to fight back. The fight kind of moves into the dining area where Granny grabs a rather large chunk of this employee's hair and is refusing to let go. So this employee is doing anything and everything she can to get Grandma to let go. The other employees come in to help, but there is no hair.
All right, Becky. I know you ain't never been in a fight with a black woman. That's standard protocol. If you ever get in a fight, they're going to grab your hair like a pit bull and lock his jaws, and they're going to lock their hands on your head, and they will refuse to let go. And you're going to have to take some strong men to unpry it. And when they do, it's going to be a chunk of hair in her hands. That's normal.
That's normal, isn't it? It's so barbaric. Yeah, that's why were they supposed to fight? Come on, man. Listen here, absolutely not. So you got somebody grab you up by your head? Oh, absolutely not. I tell you what, I might not want to squabble. I got a handicap I see here. Somebody grab you up by your head. This is why women ain't supposed to fight. Y'all supposed to be cute, delicate, friendly. You ain't supposed to be sitting there worried about your hair getting detached by the root, because that's what she gonna do. I done seen it. Yeah, Bonquisha tried to walk away. She tried to scalp you and walk away with a trophy.
Yeah, this is crazy. Did they get it on film? Is there like a clear video of the fight or whatever? Oh, okay.
Well, not most of it, just the first interaction, then it sort of goes off camera.
Right.
We may have a second or two of it here, but obviously not for YouTube. But yeah, it ain't much. It's kind of grainy, but you can see a little bit.
Right. Yeah. Well, all I know is the next time that I'm out and about and I see a Nana or whatever, I'm opening up doors. I don't want no smoke with nobody, because I don't want to be in this situation. So, man, this is too much.
beating going on. It's them trying to get her to let go of that employee's hair, which she never does. The only way the hair is the only way that employee was set free is because the hair came out of her scalp, right? You can see it laying there on the floor. Sorry, I don't mean to laugh. So once that is all over and she...
What the hell did we just tell you, Becky? Why are you so alarmed? Like, oh, once she let go, there was hair. And it was on the ground. She ripped it from her scalp. You surprised? Is you cool? I would have bet everything that would have happened.
First move, hair yank. I don't know. I think that's evil. I really do. Like, see, that's what's wrong with you sisters. I don't know. Back in, our adolescence, like there were kind of some rules to squabbling, right? You know what I mean? Like you refrain from biting as a man. You refrain from hitting in the genitals. What considered honorable. You do it and it happened, but you refrain from it. Y'all go straight for y'all hair, y'all crown, and that's evil, man.
Y'all out of pocket in the chat. Talking about Nana took some hair to her grave. Boy.
She probably did. They couldn't get out her hair.
Yeah, and Nana, she probably did have a real grip on the hair or whatever, because a lot of times when the bonquishes and stuff get into fights, they're having to pull through Gorilla Glue and all that stuff because everybody has tracks and everything. So, with your natural hair, the hair comes out a little bit easier. So she probably did pull out a whole ponytail or a chunk of her hair because they're used to having to fight through the Gorilla Glue.
She's let go because she loses her hair. The employees all get up and go walk back behind the counter and call the police. Grandma gets up and gathers her things and sits down at a table and calls the police. And while they're waiting for the police, she starts to not feel very good and she lays down on the floor and she's unresponsive when the police and the EMTs get there. And apparently, I'm sure they did CPR and all that stuff, but she eventually ends up passing. The coroner has already stated that her injuries sustained in this fight did not cause her passing. The family has also come forward and said that she had congestive heart failure. So most likely the stress of everything that happened led to her passing. She was not beaten to death.
So two things is true. They can be held responsible. Like you say, she ain't just get deleted by walking in there and placing an order. All right, Tim Horton's going to have to cut the check. What it seems like. Come on now, cut the check, Tim Horton. All right, no, the doctor said they trying to do like they did George Floyd and all that. No, sister, like there was underlying conditions, but y'all stomped her out. And like I said, she got up, sat down. Even grandma called the police. Everybody called the cops. And then grandma sitting there, and then she just fell back on the ground. So she halfway passed away in there, you can say. So she got up and then went back down. And
that is so daggone dramatic. Like, come on, like Gam sitting there, then got stomped out. She was in utter shock. She was sitting there. She was like, these little white girls that put their hands and foots all on me. She ain't never experienced that kind of energy. And she was sitting, Gam was like, has the Gynocracy fallen? And she fell. Like, it's not funny, man. She rest in peace. But come on, man. You come out here, you play stupid games, you're going to win stupid prizes. That's a 75-year-old grandma. She could have been doing anything else in the world instead of fighting on the floor at a daggone donut and coffee joint.
Right. I would have loved to hear the 911 call, what was said or whatever, because I'm sure she didn't, tell her part in it or whatever, because she kind of, she was the one who caused all this. So,
Yeah, very unfortunate.
Money. Shout out to the brother Derek. We appreciate you coming through like you do. Says, I'm sorry, but I'm 50 plus. I know better than to start something with these youngins. My prime is long past. I don't start stuff because I know there are only bad outcomes. Amen, brother. Amen.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka! I agree.
Like, this whole thing is just so irresponsible. I can't. And then saying, like, and the police haven't made any arrests yet. Like, there's a killer on the loose and the police don't care. Alluding to race issues, of course. It's rage baiting, it's race baiting, it's so irresponsible. And then there's people who are saying, like, the employee stole something out of her bag. That never happened. Like, you can see it in the video. Where? One of the employees goes over to maybe like grab the bag and then kind of like tosses it out of the way to get to the scuffle that's going on to help their coworker. And listen, I'm not saying both sides are in the wrong. Both sides. And then she goes on to like share these really sweet pictures of her and say that she was a loving mother and grandmother and a lover of Jesus. And she would, saying all these really, really nice things about her. Like she was just some saint, and just neglected to talk about the punching of the face, the ripping out of the hair, the screaming and berating, the shoving, left all of that out. So I just wanted to clear those things up. Okay.
Is Becky out of pocket? Is she out of pocket, Ebony?
Oh, she's absolutely out of pocket, because here's the thing. Okay, you got this one, Becky. Okay, we're going to give you this one, but we ain't forgot what your clan ancestors and everybody else did. So you can take this one, or, there might be a few more, but y'all are in the rears as far as we are concerned. So go off, Becky. This is your one.
See what I mean? I hate this. Gam done gave little pasty here a leg to stand on you, right? It sucks. And I'm so tired of us as a people always claiming to be lovers of Jesus. Y'all really go on my nerves with that. I'm a fan of the story of Christ, and how are you a lover and a follower of Jesus and his sacrifice, and you didn't think about what would Jesus do when you walked into the store and was acting like a demon? Like, seriously, I don't know about y'all, man, but I truly think about that. I keep God at the center of my relationship. That's the only way it works. And I keep God at the center of everything that I do. Like how I treat people, talk to folks. Absolutely not. You could be 2 foot tall. I'm going to talk to you like you 8 foot tall. You get respect by giving respect. I live by that. But yeah, we can't be giving the pasty folks a leg to stand on, criticizing us like this. I don't like that.
Right. And the Bible says, an eye for an eye, not a tooth for a coffee. Nana, she didn't have her glasses on at Sunday service before all this popped off. She got the scripture wrong. Okay.
What about a tooth for coffee and donuts? Two things.
Granny got hot-headed. Granny threw the first punch. Granny ripped out that employee's chunk of hair. And Granny had congestive heart failure and was not beaten to death.
I need to speak directly to my people right now, because honestly, I am disappointed. I am hurt. And yes, I am ashamed at some of the reactions I'm seeing from my own community regarding Anita Grayson. A 75-year-old woman lost her life after walking into a restaurant over a cup of coffee. And instead of sympathy, compassion, or even basic humanity, I'm seeing jokes, mockery, and people acting like this woman deserved what happened to her. That is disturbing to me. Let's get something very clear. People keep focusing on whether Anita Grayson was upset, loud, frustrated, or angry. Fine, maybe she was. But being upset is still verbal. The moment employees of Tom Hortons put their hands on that woman, intentionally or accidentally, the situation crossed from verbal into physical. That line matters. And once that physical contact happened, Anita Grayson had every right as a human being to react and defend herself, especially already being emotional and heated in that moment. What disappoints me even more is that the employees were the representatives of that establishment. When you work for a business, you are expected to operate at a higher level of professionalism and self-control.
Execute Order 66.
Shout out to Big Mama. Justice for Anita. So now she calling for Black Lives Matter. No justice, no peace. All right, they're going to be in the streets with the bullhorns. Is this that, Ebony? I don't know.
No, what she needs to be focusing on is the neck bones and beans that should be cooking, in the kitchen. But this is not, what she's trying to make it out to be. She's leaving out a lot of key parts that she went in there with the smoke and she effed around and found out. And it is what it is. But we can't just go around just picking and choosing the facts. We got to look at things as a whole, and she's leaving a lot of stuff out, omitting a lot of stuff. Yeah, she was 75. Yeah, she was older and had a heart problem, but she still went in there with the smoke, and that's what really happened.
She just spoke in a way that excused that poor 75-year-old woman of all responsibility. She walked in there. That's how she said. She walked in there over a cup of coffee. She walked in there raging, mad, and hostile over a cup of coffee. Stop. And maybe then she also said, she had every right to defend herself, especially since she was emotional and upset. Socio freaking paths. Like, you are, as an adult, you can't sit there, oh, I'm emotional. You got to deal with this because I'm emotional and I'm mad. Deal with it. Again, once they tell you they don't give a dag about other people's rights and just common decency, it's over. Order 66. Gam can do whatever she want. You got to respond better. No matter what she do, you show some respect.
Right. And I don't know what they're trying to get out of this, but I will be the first to say it. We're not marching for Nana. We're not, having picket signs and doing all that outside the restaurant. We're not doing none of that because Nana took, she was the one who kind of, made this situation happen. So if you're looking for us to do anything, we ain't doing it.
There you go. And if Sister Ebony says stand down, we're going to stand down. And we are also going to put a poll in the chat. So drop a 1. It says, should the workers be charged for Granny's deletion? Drop a 1 if yes. Drop a 2 if no. So drop a 1 if you think these women should be charged. Drop a 2 if you think no charges.
I didn't see a lot of the video. Something should be there. Like, should the assault and battery happen? Should they get off scot-free? No. Should they get charged, with, capital deletion 1? I say no. But something, lessons need to be taught, folks. You can't just go whooping on folks all egregiously. And you can't, as an adult, I don't care what color you are, can't be out here acting like folks are going to bow down to you just because you're emotional and mad.
Right. And the thing is that I don't know what state this is in, but what about self-defense? Like, defending yourself, when things like this happen. So I guess it would depend on the state as far as, with the courts and what they can fight against. But if I'm defending myself or whatever, and something happens, I'm defending myself. You have a right to do that.
And what if this was her daughter? This one sister here with the blue shirt. See that? She just completely excused everything Nana did. Now, what if that was your 19, 20-year-old daughter working there and she came home? Yeah, this woman did this and got scratches on her face. You would see what I'm saying? She wouldn't be speaking like this. Shout out to Kevin Samuels. He often would bring our children into the scenarios to make us start using our common sense, and it's needed.
The integrity of that restaurant was in their hands, and in my opinion, they failed morally, ethically, professionally, and criminally. I am still waiting to hear from the executives of Tom Horton. Do they even care how their employees acted, or are they so afraid of losing money that they decide it's better not to say anything and wait for things to blow over and go back to normal? A customer should never leave a restaurant in a body bag over coffee. I come from a generation where we were taught to respect our elders. Yes, ma'am. No, sir. You did not put your hands on somebody's grandmother. You do not physically engage with the senior citizens because they were upset. Even if an elder was difficult, you still handled them with patience and dignity because that is what decency looks like. And that is the humanity I feel is missing today. What hurts me deeply is watching people from my own race overlook that basic principle. I keep asking myself, where's the outrage? Where's the sympathy for that woman's family? Where's the unity we always say we want as a people? Because when I look online, I don't see overwhelming compassion for Anita Grayson. I see people rushing to defend the employees while barely acknowledging that a 75-year-old woman walked into a restaurant and never walked back out. That should trouble every single one of us. And before anybody twists my words, let me say this clearly. You do not have to believe Anita Grayson handled everything perfectly to still recognize that this situation escalated beyond what was necessary and that a life was lost unnecessarily. Some of y'all are so busy trying to sound tough, funny, or politically correct online that you have forgotten empathy, forgotten community, forgotten how to stand up when something feels morally wrong. This is bigger than coffee, bigger than an argument, bigger.
Hell! Man, she going on and on. Two things is true. I don't think the woman should have been deleted, but she wasn't deleted just from the fight, obviously. And another thing is she's not walking around with a badge on her saying I'm a 75-year-old grandma. And you shouldn't have to. You should be carrying yourself like a 75-year-old grandma. I think that's the biggest elephant in the room, because those women didn't know how old she was. She was in there acting young, and right? If you acting like this, you don't expect somebody that old to be coming there mushing you and cussing y'all. So the elders should get back to acting like elders, but the Gynocracy is FUBAR.
Here we go. Now, here we go. I 100% agree with respecting your elders. You know, it's saying that a culture that does not take care of its elderly is doomed. So that's that, but not unconditional. Scratch that out y'all minds. Nothing is unconditional. I believe the only unconditional love you get is from a dog at best. You know, you can go ahead and abuse a dog to the ends of the world. Even God's love for us is not unconditional. I hate when people say that. Show me in that book where it says unconditional. There's many, many stipulations. You don't get respect by default. Those days are over. That's why the Gynocracy reigns so supreme. May she rest in peace, but that's why that woman had the cojones to walk in there and be so belligerent, because it's respect me no matter what. No matter what I do or say. Absolutely not.
Right. And like I said before, you know, it is like a cultural thing. I think we all would have maybe extended just a little bit of grace at first, you know, but if she continued to charge, then, you know, we would have to do what we had to do. But yeah, she's definitely caping for her. And we all know, you know, the story and what happened. You know, she should have been in there, you know, talking to them people. You know how all the nanas do, telling her Jesus loves you after she gets her food and God bless you, baby, and all that. That's what the nanas need to be talking about, not trying to throw hands and fists and all that at people. So yeah, you just can't cape for stuff like this.
Seriously. Shout out to Uncle Tall. Appreciate you, OG. Says hopefully Gam soul isn't damn. Shout out to the Stat Go himself, Squeezy Kids. Appreciate you coming through. Says, ma'am, 2 times you called it. Tom Hortons versus Tim Hortons. You even said you are waiting for a reply from the execs of Tom Hortons. You are going to be waiting a long time if you contacted the execs at Tom Hortons. Shout out to Squeezy Kids. Got him.
Yeah! Than race or politics. This is about human decency. And I absolutely believe people in authority should be taking a very close look at how employees of that establishment handled this situation from beginning to end. Because at the end of the day, Anita Grayson was somebody's mother, somebody's grandmother, somebody's loved one. She mattered. Her life mattered. Rest in peace to Anita Grayson, and prayers to her grieving family.
It doesn't surprise me that people are trying to sit here and justify or validate violence against an elderly Black woman, but that's just what society does. But I just want to give my 2 cents on the Tim Hortons situation because it's very fucking unfortunate that it ended this way. I just want to clarify that I don't believe either party was right, but ultimately a person is dead. And the argument of self-defense is no longer valid because the teenager, if you watch the original clip, not the one that's going on the media, you see the teenager put her hand on the grandmother's shoulder. That is considered contact, aggressive or not. She did it first, and the clip that we're seeing is the elderly woman make contact with the teenager first. But either way, like I said, neither party is right. She was wrong for going in there in such an aggressive manner. But ultimately, when you are an employee, customer service, retail, or anything of that sort, you are never ever taught, never ever trained to sit there and make contact, physical contact, violent contact with the customer. Point blank, period. Yes, I understand we are human, but ultimately, like, you were an employee. So I don't know.
Hell! I think everybody is trying so bad to turn this into a racial issue because there's so much going on with Chud the Biatch and all this other stuff that they want everything to be that. And like you say, even the white girl was up here like making it worse than it is. Now she's the opposite side of that. So, you know, the white girl, oh, Granny was punching people. No, she wasn't. And then she in here like, oh, they went over and started touching on Granny first. They hit her first. No, they didn't. So everybody's lying. But did they touch her? Sure. But they was trying to de-escalate, calm. But, you know, Granny, maybe that was her boundary and she started freaking out. And here we are.
A touch on the shoulder by another young woman. It's not threatening at all. That's supposed to soothe you, I would imagine. You know what I mean? And she was like, yeah, off me. Like, we can't excuse the actions of adults. You know, she's stating that, oh, you work in customer service. You're supposed to know how to act, how to behave. Should a 19 or 20-year-old know how to act more than a 75-year-old? No race, no color involved. You are 75 years old. You've been on this earth for a mighty long time. And you have not developed the skills to behave like you got some sense. The proof is in the pudding. God is not cruel. He don't make mistakes, if you ask me. If Gam would have stayed and act like she has some sense, she don't have to be deleted. They didn't come out there and attack her. She came in there hostile. She provoked this situation. Wish it wasn't so. It's not right that she got deleted. What we're saying is her life was within her control.
Right.
She never had to go in there and be hostile and violent like that.
Right. And the laws don't change just because you're at work. It doesn't matter if you're working at Tim Hortons or Denny's or whatever. You have the right to defend yourself, you know, if people come in and, you know, attack you or whatever. And so the laws just don't stop just because you're an employee anywhere. It may not be in the employee handbook or whatever, but there are laws, you know, for the country and the citizens that are in it. And you do have a right to defend yourself.
I don't know, but those are just my thoughts. I don't think it was right for her to react in such a aggressive manner. Like I said, we are human, but this was also an elderly lady. Like, we do respect our elders and things of that sort, but I know this new generation is turned the fuck up, but that's just my 2 cents, and I don't argue with stupidity, so don't do it.
Those two girls that unalived that 75-year-old woman in Tim Hortons were wrong. And I know that y'all not going to agree with that, and I know that many people feel like the lady started it. But at the end of the day, the same thing I love to say on this app all the time, two things can be true at the same time, and this is one of those situations. I'm going to keep it a buck. Should that 75-year-old woman have came in there on that and put her hands in their face and arguing with them? No, she shouldn't have done that.
No.
But at the same time, that does not justify the fact that those women decided to fight that lady to the point where she was unalived. I myself have worked in fast food. I've worked in customer service in Brooklyn, New York. The place where the disrespect can't get more disrespectful. And there's still nothing that could have occurred that would have made me react the way that those women reacted. I do not feel like you should allow yourself to be disrespected solely off the fact that you are working a job. I still think that self-respect is important. I still think that you need to protect yourself at all costs. But at the end of the day, when you put on a company shirt, when you're clocked into that shift, you are now a representative of that company. Meaning, whatever you do, how you act, your behavior, anything that happens to you is at discretion of the company. And to that 75-year-old woman, if her family is really on that, they can sue Tim Hortons. Because what kind of de-escalation training are you teaching your employees for them to have this kind of reaction to a customer that's upset about their order? I can literally think of so many instances where I could have been in a situation just like that. But because of my ability to de-escalate situations, especially at a job, I was able to avoid things like that from happening. And I feel like that could have been a lesson that 20-year-old taught that 17-year-old. Look, at the end of the day, we need to protect ourselves despite what these customers is doing. And I know you're a little bit young and you want to argue and all that, but at the end of the day, we just got to do what we got to do to get these customers up out of here.
But it sounds good, Bonquisha. You would have did all the perfect things. We don't believe you. So, I mean, like Ebony said, if it was black folks working there, we would have showed some more grace, but it could have still went there if Granny would have kept pushing the envelope. So maybe not as quickly, but things would have went.
There's just no excuse today. We talk about it. Acknowledge the temperature of the world. Everyone is on edge. The economy is down. Like I'm telling you, the more I'm out driving around, take care of errands, folks always in a rush, about to drive up your daggone tailpipe. You know what I mean? I acknowledge what it is. I'm like, folks out here having a tough time. And I'm a big, strong boy, and I still got enough sense to stay out of folks' way. I'm like, no, I know y'all stressed out. You got it. I ain't gonna make it worse. As an adult, as a man that dares to be a respectable elder, I would never carry on like this. I will continue to build up the youth, stay out of folks' way, because that's how we supposed to move. I ain't out here trying to win no stupid prizes because I know they're in abundance. I don't want one.
Right. And just kind of piggybacking off of what Gavin X said, if it was, two Black young employees and it was a Grandma Susie, a white Grandma Susie coming in there acting up or whatever, would everybody be in such an uproar? Because I bet you there wouldn't even be a question if those Black employees would have been locked up or whatever if the roles were reversed. So I just was kind of looking at it at that way. But that just goes to show that we, have logic and we can recognize when, there could be things in our community that need to be fixed or whatever. Nana was wrong, and we, some people are saying yes and some people are saying no as far as should they be locked up. But if the roles were reversed, there wouldn't even be a question that those young people would be locked up if they were Black and Grandma Susie was white.
There you go. Appreciate you. I don't know how to say that. I'll call you Mad 5118 says Granny's grace was her making it to 75. So that was her grace, huh? Appreciate you, Uncle Tall. Says that old woman going on and on makes me believe she is likely to pop off too. And she wants people to treat her with child gloves and the respect of a tyrant god. Yes?
It's wicked. So here we go. I'm going to end this poll here. I see 37% of y'all said yes. These workers should be charged for something. All right, for Granny's deletion. Well, no, the jury's still out. Don't know. Probably won't be, but they haven't been yet.
Shout out to Mr. X for saying, opening up floodgates. We had that story earlier where that young melanated brother ended up deleting that old white man on the job. I think at a gas station or something, and he didn't get charged at all for self-defense, but there was some, whatever hate words involved. So maybe they'll refer to that, say, hey, look, he got away with it. What about these girls here? Shout out to the Bronx Water God. Been a member for 11 months. Appreciate you, brother. Says New York women are easy to deal with. Ha ha. Chicago wife.
In the way that protects us the most. And that should have been the lesson. And on top of that, I'm sorry, I'm gonna just keep it a buck. There's no way a 75-year-old woman is gonna put her hands on me and I'm gonna give her the full strength of what I got. Okay, you could have pushed her back. Okay, you could have slapped her back, whatever. But to give that lady the full blunt force of what you have physically to the point where that lady is unalived, you're just wrong. I'm sorry. I don't know. I've seen so many mixed things about this. I see people trying to make fun of the fact that a 75-year-old lady was unalived by the hands of other people when it's not funny, and that's very sick. But at the end of the day, like I always say, this is a situation where everybody's wrong. Yes, that 75-year-old woman that came in there on time and was wrong, but so were those women. That is not how you're supposed to respond or react to that situation as a working professional.
Control how people react.
Seeing the commentary related to the 75-year-old grandmother who was beaten to death inside the Tim Hortons, and a lot of y'all are saying that the employees utilize self-defense. So I went on over to Twitter to find the video myself, and based off the 2-minute video that I watched, I didn't quite see self-defense. Grandma walks in. She's waiting there for a minute before anybody even comes over. When she comes over, she's arguing with the 17-year-old. Because it's a 17-year-old, the 20-year-old shift manager comes over. They start arguing, but they're still in between a barrier. The 20-year-old pushes Grandma first. Grandma pushes her back. 20-year-old gets in Grandma's face and comes out of the barrier, and then that's when Grandma punches. And after Grandma punches, that's when 20-year-old fully comes out of the barrier and punch. They're on the ground, punch. And 2 other employees have to come and pull them apart. Now, I don't know what part of that y'all are saying is self-defense, but if you can identify which part of that is self-defense on behalf of the employee, that would be great. Because although Grandma came in there upset and was yelling, in order for you to have self-defense, your self-defense needs to be proportional. And I don't know if I would make the argument that that was proportional to what happened.
Do I think somebody should be protesting? Absolutely not. Do I think that the employees had something to do with her death? In a way that is not guilty part of it. Miss Anita came in there acting up, okay? And apparently, according to her own family, her niece, that's something that she saw to do, is put her hands on people. And this time, she succumbed to her own actions. So, what y'all think? Did you see it?
So even the niece, even her own family, maybe the niece was just a rotten apple. They didn't get along. Who knows? But she said her grandma, put her hands on folks. She was mean. And I see y'all keep saying play the video. Obviously we can't, but we showed it in the beginning here. As y'all can see, they arguing. The lady, so that was it. Y'all see her put her hand on her. So they telling her pointing her to get out. And you'll see the lady hand touch her here. So she put her hand on grandma right there. So that's the incident. And then grandma gone, boom, boom. Grandma pushed her after that. You touched me, pushed her. That was the first two moves. You'll see here, touched her, pushed her. She come back in grandma's face and grandma mushed her like, get out my face. And we can't play the rest. But the lady started wailing and swinging and they go off camera and she go upside grandma's head. But like I said, fairly harmless. Touch, why you touching me? That's actually the shift manager, right? So that's the shift manager trying to get in between them, I believe. And she pushed her. Or maybe not. That could be the shift manager because she was fighting a 17-year-old. Or they jumped her. We don't know. You see, they said they was breaking it up. Maybe they was jumping her. Who knows?
Here's my thing. How is Gam Gam defending herself when she initiated the confrontation? Come on. Stop. God dang it. She initiated this confrontation. I got to be making some sense up here. Where are our attorneys at? Where you at, Team Peterson? Like, you initiated it. You walked in there. You got violent. You began to cross boundaries. There's a little door there. She up on it. She's all up. She is the aggressor. Y'all don't get it. She's the aggressor in this. And then, okay, so the woman put her hand on her shoulder. And then you got mushed. I'm sorry. I'm freaking not sorry. I'm not.
I would say it would all come down to the code of conduct. I'm sure the employees got a handbook and what they are and aren't allowed to do. So don't know. Like the woman said, you ain't allowed to touch people. Maybe not, but that wasn't a shove. But by her putting her hand on the woman, don't know if that goes against any of their guidelines or whatever the case.
I think they will. I think the company is going to find a way to exclude itself from this. So they say, you know what? Yeah, the employee was out of bounds. So can you have like a civil lawsuit if the criminal one don't go through? Is this one of those cases too?
Oh, for sure. They definitely go through civilly.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. And, just kind of after reviewing all this stuff, Nana definitely walked into the vicinity, in the personal space or whatever. So whether she, put her hand on her or not to, maybe like back up or whatever, we don't really know. And we can let the courts, handle it or whatever. But the fact that she came and kind of ran up on the employees in the first place, that can be argued in a court of law as well. So yeah, I don't know. But all I do know is that when you're out in public and stuff, don't be running up on people because you never know what happened, especially if you got heart issues and you're 75 years old. So just don't do it.
That part. So we're going to put all these ninjas in the sub.
Bye. Goodness.
The passengers of the doomed Titanic sub spent their last moments in total darkness looking for bioluminescent creatures out of the small window and listening to their favorite music. The new details of the 5 passengers' final moments have been revealed by the wife and mum of the father-son duo.
Wade in the water, diamond, wade in the water. Something's gonna trouble the water. You better wade in the water.
We control our lives, man. As adults, ain't no way. If that was my grandma and they got deleted like that, I would still have the same energy. Dang, Gam, why you going there doing that? There's no need. There's zero excuse for big old adults not being able to control their daggone emotions, especially over coffee and a donut. That's sad.
Very unfortunate.
Shout out to Bronx Water God. Says, keep moving, brothers. Great show as always. We appreciate you, man.
Appreciate you, brother. So here we go. We talking about total failure of the Gynocracy. We're going to bring up here. Let me see.
Appreciate you, Uncle Caesar. Says, if this was Waffle House, it'd be a one-day story. Shout out to the Squabbling Waffle House employees. Shout out to brother Derek. Says, I was in the sub 2 weeks ago.
Uncle Derek. You know who ain't in the sub? They normally in the pit, but somehow they get back out the pit. So we're going to talk about the good doctor here. I see the brother Torre put out another video explaining what happened here.
Torre milking this. Shout out to him.
So this happened. Just stop and go back, because I'm wrapping the show and you're interrupting me.
First of all,
this is what we spent a whole meeting on this.
First of all, Torre, first of all, Torre.
Why don't you let me wrap the show? I'm ending the show.
First of all,
what is the point of interrupting me?
First of all,
we're getting out of here. Like, what is the point? What is the point? It says blow the host up.
Voice when you're talking to me.
That's me and Cheyenne Bryant fighting on TV. This was last year, 2025. I was the host of the show. She was the #1 permanent guest. She was on every episode. She and I were the heart of the show. This car crash moment happened as I was pulling into the very end of the show during the last episode of the season. The producer was telling me to wrap because we had to stay on time. It was over. And Cheyenne knew we had to wrap because of time. She had been told many, many, many times throughout the season, do not interrupt Torre as he's wrapping the show. It was written in the script, in every script, do not interrupt Torre as he's wrapping the show. She and I and the producer had a whole meeting mid-season about
hair. And well, that's why she did it, because she's like a child. You kept telling her, don't do this. And she said, well, hell, I'm going to do it. And she felt jealous. Like, I'm Cheyenne Bryant. I'm the biggest person on the show. And you telling me not to interrupt this ninja. Who is he? Who is he? And now, and like he said, this was last year. So people thinking this just happened, like, no, this been happened 6, 7, 8 months ago. I don't know if they took it off the internet or if it's just coming back out because of all her controversy, but it's landing real good right now.
Yes, it is. I want to say it probably didn't get a lot of spins, or maybe they did put it up, but the executive producer said, oh, we got something now. Her and Torre talked and they said, run that ish. But see how sick this is? Shout out to this character here. He said they had meetings about this. It was on every script. When he wrapping up, you hush up. Gynocratic order said, listen to no man. Especially not no man I deem to be soft. That's how you got that friction. Pure misandry, no respect for men.
Right. And she went in there with that doctor energy. I'm the doctor. I have the last word. And she's like, she always has something to say about black men or whatever. And so she's like, yeah, this black man isn't going to tell me what to do. I'm going to do what I want to do. And, she got exposed and it is what it is. But why does he look like he just literally woke up out of a coma or something and just got on camera? Like, he looks so rough here. Like, you have a show and this is how you're presenting yourself. Some men just kind of need to do better too.
I agree. He do look like a mad scientist. That's what he looked. He looked like an overworked mad scientist trying to take over the world.
Mid-season about don't interrupt Torre when he's ending the show. I tried to avoid her interrupting me by tossing the last question of the show to her, so she would feel like the show had ended with her getting to speak a lot.
Doc, what do you think about the notion of holding parents criminally responsible for their children's behavior?
I was constantly thinking of ways to placate her massive ego.
I said earlier, it's circumstantial. I think that if a parent is neglecting their child of what's needed for them to be mentally stable and healthy and be in a state of mind where they can actually, operate as a citizen who isn't impaired, then I think that that parent who's providing those resources, should not be have consequence or discipline.
She doesn't really know where she's going.
Again, if you're neglecting your child in any manner, I think there should be consequences to a parent no matter what if there's neglect.
It's a lot of one fish, two fish, a lot of filibustering, or as he said, gibberish, just talking, bird babble, bringing words together. Yeah, so if you're a parent and if you're not drunk every day, then I think it's okay. And if you wake up and you feed your kids in the morning, then it's a good thing. And if you drop them off for school and you tell them have a good day, you're a good parent. But if you're drinking alcohol, you should, like, she's just saying stuff.
I get it. It's tough. It's tough up here to have a linear thought. You know, you be talking and then you have a little side point, but you got to come back. You know, it's tough. You have side point, but you got to come back. It's tough. I get it. But Dr. Shad Bryan said, yeah, I don't really believe in it. She made a side point. He just kept venturing off. Shout out to Tour. I like that the little words, gibberish. Call her out in the moment. This is needed. This is needed. We got to start calling out this hypocrisy, this madness, and like he said, her overinflated ego. Shout out to the petty brother. He calling her out.
Yeah, and shout out, to his journalism or whatever, because he kind of, let her get exposed for what she was saying or whatever. But he reminds me of, is it Doc Hollywood from Back to the Future? Or Doc, whatever his name is, with the wild hair and all that. But yeah, she's all over the place. And we know how she talks. She kind of just goes all around the conversation and the situation. At the end of the day, Cheyenne, you're not a parent and you're not even a doctor. So I don't even know if you should even be speaking on the matter at this point. So, yeah.
At the hands of a child. But y'all know how I feel. I feel gentle parenting makes for a gentle child.
Unsure of where to go, but desperate to keep talking, she has for some reason looped back into the argument that we had been having all season long, even though it had very little to do with what we were talking about. But she brought us back around to gentle parenting, whatever that really means, because she wanted to take one last jab at me, bringing up the issue that she knew might trigger me because it usually did, because she was so incredibly wrong. All season long, I argued that children should never be spanked or hit, which is what the entire modern child psychology field believes.
No child development researcher would ever tell you that spanking is a good idea at this point. It only leads to negative behaviors in the child.
It always made me suspicious of her credentials to hear her advocate for violent parenting. What person who's educated in the field of child development would do that?
I think that there are rules and in their structure, and there's a thing called boundaries, and boundaries have been proven to create healthy relationships, not just between people, but for that person within themselves.
Okay, but boundaries don't really relate to corporal punishment. You're conflating things that are of different issues.
If we raise kids with no boundaries and no structure and discipline, they go out into the world and they don't understand that, and they end up being in battles, and they end up actually having a lot of issues with law enforcement.
Completely untrue. People with law enforcement...
Why don't they ever have these discussions about how important it is to have a father in the house? Like, they just have these discussions. They know what the issues are, but they don't even address them head on. They just want to filibuster and act like the women is God. Like, no, these are single moms in most cases raising these kids, because they are talking about Black kids in most cases. We know what the issue is, but no, they got all these other solutions besides telling these women, y'all need to quit having these kids outside of wedlock. Now, you can tell the men quit shooting up the club, but that's that 15%. You ain't going to tell them nothing.
There you go. Mr. X, I truly believe it's the new age COINTELPRO MK Ultra. There's an attack on masculinity. So we ain't even going to talk about the man being in the house. We don't want him in the house. All right, that's their agenda. And now you don't discipline the kids. Let them run wild and rampant out here. That's goes with their agenda. Man out the house, kids unruly. Is that not a curse in the Queen James Bible that the children will start to rule? You got to do something. Like, we done had this conversation, like the corporal punishment, strict guidelines. You ain't sitting there taking your frustrations out on your kids because you don't know how to parent properly. That's what
we had Big Dime up here tonight talking about, what she was going to do to her kid. I'm punch you in the face, break your jaw. No, that ain't corporal punishment.
Absolutely not. No, rules, guidelines, like strict. Like, come on. Like I said, we trauma bonded in one show about get beat with different objects, but too many of us up here that dare to have some shame and have some dignity will say, there's times I needed a spanking. For sure, right on. But the kids, here's my theory. If you are not respectable and you spank your child, that could bring about what they say, aggression and acting out more. Why are you trying to discipline me and you don't have no discipline yourself? You see? But if you are respectable and honorable, they're going to take that for what it is. Plain and simple.
Right. And if the respect is there or whatever, they're going to go out in the world and just kind of know, okay, well, I know my mom or my dad is going to have a problem with this because there is a level of respect there. So I better not go out and do this. I'm not for beating down on your kids or whatever, but I definitely have, spanked my son for certain situations. Not everything warranted, a spanking or whatever. There's times when we can just take privileges away or take the TV or the video game or the phone away or the tablet, whatever it is. Each case is sold separately. But I think a lot of times, like you guys said, with these women, they're stressed out, overworked. They come home and there's dishes in the sink and then all hell breaks loose. But, all little Nug was trying to do was play, video games after school. But you have him, with a whole laundry list of chores and stuff that he has to do because you're not at home because the daddy ain't there and you got to work 2 shifts or you're the boss chick and you have to do all that. So I think sometimes, the mothers are kind of running down on their kids based on the stress and all the things that they have going on. And it's not the kid's fault at that point.
There you go. Yeah, I don't agree with spankings for not doing chores, kids being goofy, absent-minded kids. Absolutely not. Like you said, wall squats. Now you can't play your video game. That's easy work. Yeah, that corporal punishment, extreme cases when your kid is acting in a way that's going to get them seriously hurt, deleted, things like that.
Completely untrue. People with law enforcement problems are far more often the victim of abuse or violence in the home than not.
The jails aren't full of people who were gentle parented. It's quite the opposite. They're full of people who were hit as children. Same things with shows like Beyond Scared Straight. Do you think those kids were being hugged every day? Those kids got beat. I'll promise you that.
The data shows that being hit as a child leads to prison much more than not being hit. The notion that parents are hitting children in order to keep them out of prison is completely backwards folk logic that does not fit with the actual data.
The more you put your hands on your child, the more normalized violence becomes, and the more they...
I hate that they're trying to equate this when there's bigger factors. So you saying these kids that were, hit on end up in prison. Let's also poll those same kids and see what percentage of them grew up in a single parent household. It'll be staggering. You'll be like 90%. Now we'll be better off connecting those dots than saying a kid was whooped. No, look closer.
Yes. And again, being spanked by an unrespectable parent is going to cause you to buck. Been there. Did it. Yeah, how the heck you gonna try to chastise me, mama? You out here living wild. Get out my face. Yeah, straight combative. However, shout out to one of my weightlifting coaches. Ain't one nothing that man could say to me and I wouldn't listen. He was very respectable. He showed that he cared for me. He can say whatever he want because I know it came with love and he was building me up. I'm telling you, parents out there that's struggling with this, your child ain't listening to you because they don't deem you respectable. It's coming from project babies that went through the gauntlet with Bonquish and Nug as our parental figures. We telling you what we know.
Right. And, I was always taught, you make sure that you discipline your child so that the law doesn't discipline them later on in life or whatever. And it's okay. Like we're all, a lot of us are parents. Some are going to be parents and stuff. Even if you do have to spank in worst case scenarios, and I'm not talking about beating down or whooping, I'm just talking about a spanking or whatever. It's always good to talk to your kids afterwards or whatever, or even before, letting them know, okay, this is why this is happening, and this is why I'm doing this, and these are the lessons or the I like the lessons that I want you to get out of it. There always needs to be a discussion, not you just going in there whooping them and then not telling them why, or not talking about it, or not coming up with ways that we can prevent this from happening a next time. There has to be a lesson learned. And if people are going around not disciplining their kids at all and just letting them run the streets or whatever, the law is going to deal with them maybe at some point. And so we have to prepare our babies for the real world.
Amen. Appreciate you, brother Derek. Says FX Sound, finish her. And Tori said, I will. Appreciate you, Uncle Tall. Says Ebony, you know you whooped that butt if your child forgot to take the chicken out the freezer. That's why we got beat. Oh, simple stuff like that. Didn't I tell you to do this? Wop, beatings, not spankings. Beatings. Hit you everywhere but the bottom of your feet.
Yeah, I know I caught a couple too for not taking that chicken out. And when my mom came home, the chicken was frozen. We sat it out 2 minutes, after we heard her pull up or whatever. But I've always been home to take the chicken out, so my son never had to do it.
There you go, man.
Shout out to Uncle Caesar. We appreciate you coming through supporting OG. Says, while raising our kids, you'll be surprised how effective the threat of that type of punishment was. Didn't really have to do it that much. Same, just a threat. If you continue on this path, boy, I'm going to get you. And yes, and then they go, oh, okay, you got me before. And it's a learning process. I said it before, man. If you do it right, at some point when your kids are adults, they should be able to look in your eyes and says, thank you for disciplining me.
Man.
Appreciate you, Squeegee Kids, coming through with the dub. Thank you, sir. Says, I'll give Torre this. He has more books in his background than Umar has for his school. God dang it. I said, Torre has more books in his background than Umar has for his school. I said again, Torre has more books than Umar has in his school. God dang it.
Which is wicked.
Yo, bro. Shout out to Derek. Appreciate you, man. Says, what I remember growing up is the saying, this will hurt me more than it hurts you when it came to spanking. Parents didn't want to spank, but had to. Yes, I done said that to mine. Yes. Like, it sucks. We sat down, had the conversation. Like, the last thing we want to do is punish you in any kind of way. We have to make sure you are not moving in the wrong way and you are paying attention and that you are developing properly. Hey, yeah, sit down and have that conversation because it's true. My goodness, it sucks. It sucks. Appreciate you, Everson Clark. Good to see you, man. Says, Dad's whoopings taught me how to whoop that trick.
Okay.
Perpetuated outside the house.
So Cheyenne's building an argument for violence toward children entirely built on folk wisdom, ignoring the modern knowledge and studies in the child psychology field, which she claims to be a part of. For you, civilian, to claim that hitting kids is a good idea is totally different than a supposed family and child therapist or a psychology expert to argue that when no one else in the field would. That, more than anything, made me certain that she wasn't really a doctor because the producer was then telling her, stop talking. You've been talking forever. And she's signaling back, okay, I'll stop eventually. It really destroys the flow of the show to have one person talk for a long time, especially when they have nothing to say.
What I do agree with is that every child is different, and that every child may not necessarily need
She's not making a coherent or intelligent point.
the same level of discipline, but every child does need structure and discipline in order for that child to grow up and be an adult who understands that this is the law of the land, this is how life works, and successful people, not just only externally, but internally, what they do carry at the nucleus of who they are is discipline and boundaries.
All of that was somehow a defense of parents hitting children. Meanwhile, the producer is yelling at me to wrap the show because we're about to be late. We've got to stay on time. So I've got to flow into the ending, and I don't want to destroy her silly point and make her look bad, but I'm letting her know I heard the gentle parenting dig. So I say,
if gentle parenting creates gentle children, sign me up. I definitely want to create more gentle adults, especially men.
That's a way of disagreeing with her in an agreeable way. You can't argue against the world needing more gentle men. Male violence is a central problem in the world. So that was a gentle retort to her non-point, and it wrapped the show up on a nice tone. And suddenly, we were on time. At that moment, I had about 60 seconds left to read 60 seconds worth of business, sponsor promos, and stuff like that. So I had pulled it off. Cheyenne knows I'm wrapping the show, but she won't let it go.
I definitely want to create more gentle adults, especially men. Especially men.
When I said, hold on, everybody, that's my signal to her that she can't get back in. Please stop talking. I'm wrapping the show. Because I can hear her trying to get back into the conversation. She's trying to interrupt me.
You are a gentle.
God, are you kidding?
Now, we're not in the same room. We're on Zoom. I can only hear her through an earpiece. And if I'm talking, I cannot hear what's coming through the earpiece. I can only hear that someone is talking, but not what they're saying. And I know that if two people are talking at once, the audience can't hear either of them, and it's terrible TV. We've talked about this 100 times, but she won't stop.
Hold on,
guys.
For a second time, I'm telling her again, hold on, please stop talking. I'm the host and I'm not relenting. That means you must stop talking. Let me do my job. I've got to be able to do my job as far as shaping the conversation for maximum impact and holding us on time. When you interrupt me, you're making it impossible for me to do my job.
Hold on, guys. That's what we need in the world is more gentle men who understand.
You're very gentle, and it comes
but even though she has nothing to say, she is dying to interrupt me.
Hold on, guys. That's what we need in.
No respect. Yeah, she don't respect you, brother. That's just what it is. I don't think you can do anything to garner that. I don't think she respect anybody, so that really ain't fair to put on you. She don't respect any man, but she damn sure don't got any respect for you
at all. She's a hardened woman that parades around like she's soft and feminine. It's wild. I've been called it out. Pat my daggone self on the back. And I hear Torre. I hear what he's trying to say. You know, I don't think he's trying to say gentle men. Maybe, just the compound word gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, but in this era of the attack on masculinity, I would refrain from saying gentleman too. It's a bit cringe today. I don't know why. It's unfortunate. But yeah, that sister ain't got no respect for nobody. Shout out to that brother for breaking that down. He said, I was telling her, hey, calm down. I'm closing out. Utter complete disrespect. Even worse now that we got the details.
Yeah, and especially when his pronouns kind of are in question, with the gentleman and gentle man and all that. But here's my thing. The women are always saying they want to have a man who's emotionally intelligent and gentle and all that, when those aren't even really the qualities that men should have. There should be a balance of everything. There's ways that men can, be gentle, but I don't even think we should be even using those words when it comes to men or whatever. So yeah, the words are just kind of wonky. We just need to raise our boys to be men and raise our girls to be, wives and daughters wives and women. That's what we need to stick to. But trying to make men be more emotionally intelligent and having them be out of, their true nature and stuff, that has to stop.
Amen, sister.
Man.
Shout out to Ashy Foot Productions. How you doing? He says, in case you all wondering, yes, this is a Lagosian revenge necklace that Torre is wearing. a Lagosian revenge necklace. Everybody wear necklaces.
Shout out to Torre. Okay.
Black chain. I seen that. It's kind of dope.
You're very gentle. She intends it to seem emasculating. She's basically saying you're gay.
You might as well call him gay, because what you were trying to do was emasculate him. It's not his fault that you're not a real doctor.
Here he is trying to have a civilized discussion, and here you had his hood rat trying to tear this brother down and emasculate him. This woman gives off hood rat, halfway educated energy.
I can hear her talking a lot while I'm talking. And by now I know we've talked at the same time for a while. This is bad TV. She's like a barrier preventing me from doing my job. And because we had talked about that specific issue all season long, I got upset.
Let's just stop and go back. Because I'm wrapping the show and you're interrupting me.
First of all,
this is what we spent a whole meeting on this.
We spent a whole meeting on this because we had spent a whole meeting with the producer to explain again this one issue. Don't interrupt him when he's wrapping the show. When he's doing any of the traffic cop business of hosting the show, as in moving us from one segment to the next or ending the show. I have to be able to do those things without her breaking in to say nothing.
Teray, first of all, Teray,
why don't you let me wrap the show? I'm ending the show.
First of all, Teray, first of all,
we're getting out of here.
Teray,
What is the point?
Teray,
What is the point? It says go to
your
host
fucking
up.
voice when you're talking to me.
She tells him to lower his voice that wasn't raised at that point.
I said, why don't you let me wrap the show? I'm explaining why I'm upset.
Like I said, she didn't mean lower your voice. She wanted to say, shut up, B.I. But she didn't want, she was that close to saying, shut up. Shut up. But she didn't do it. She said, lower your voice. I mean, my God.
Listen, I know disrespect from Highness today is so normal. You know, it really don't even make you bat at lash. But men out there that dare to take on a woman as your wife, don't ever let no woman talk to you like that. Lower your tone, lower your voice. That's not gonna win. That level of combativeness you cannot come back from. That ain't your woman. A woman ain't gonna look at a guy she desires and respects and tell you lower your voice. She would never try to emasculate a man she deems to be her champion. She won't. She will not. That's wicked work. That's the only thing I take from that. But yeah, the good doctor, it is what it is.
Yeah, she was out of line at that time. And, she's saying, you're raising your voice. He was talking with a gentle voice, or whatever. He wasn't yelling at her. And it just goes to show, the fact that she's online or anywhere just arguing with men and stuff like that. We all know that she doesn't have a man or whatever, because if she did, he would not allow, he would not want her to be up here fighting with men and doing all that and raising her voice and getting all passionate about it, if she had somebody. So, and this is why, people, women and stuff like that, you don't need to be out here fighting with, arguing with men, or let your man handle it. If you have a problem with a man, tell your man about it and he'll handle it for you. You should not be up here doing that with another man.
Bingo.
Focused on the issue at hand.
He's not being aggressive. He's not really even being dismissive, but he just wants to wrap the show and get out of there.
Lower your fucking voice when you're talking to me.
So now the supposed doctor, who's supposedly a talk therapist, who supposedly understands conflict management, is cursing at me and mocking me for having feelings and trying to trigger me further.
Her name calling Teray means absolutely nothing, but it shows how ignorant she is.
This is not professional TV demeanor, but it's definitely not a professional therapist with a doctorate. That's clear.
Because you're acting very, very gentle, very soft, and very feminine.
She's trying to trigger me. She's trying to say you're gay because I'm upset that she broke protocol for the millionth time.
Soft and very feminine.
I'm very feminine, she says.
She calls him feminine.
So getting upset is feminine? That's a strange thing to say when you're into female empowerment. Your acting feminine is a diss in your mind? Is that what you teach your clients? Coach Bryant?
Right, you talk to your wife like that. You don't talk to me like that. I am not your wife.
What does his wife have to do with any of this situation? She's just trying to insult Teray. You don't talk to me like that. The calm demeanor of Teray is exactly what a lot of women tell men they're looking for, right? They want somebody that can be calm and understanding and speak to them in a way to try to get through to them. But now, that in Cheyenne's mind, that's weakness. And she's throwing it back in his face.
I'm not proud that I lost my cool, but even though I was upset, I remained focused on the issue.
It's a wild dude, wild character. All right. So they going back and forth. I think this is all content film. He's blowing up on YouTube right now. That's kind of like O'Shea was saying earlier. People like Joy Taylor, they having a hard time. This ninja here, these videos getting like 1 million views. These videos he dropping on Cheyenne Bryant. So he blowing up.
He milking it. This how folks was milking futon. He milking it. I ain't mad at it. It is what it is. It is. But shout out to,
I was gonna say, for the disrespect, I guess that's his get back. Make some bread off of it.
I ain't mad at it at all. And the only thing is, he, obviously, he could have handled this better. Easier said than done. I know folks get mad when I start talking about being stoic and maintaining that stoic frame, but it gets that desired outcome. When you remain stoic and unbothered, that sassy, feminine, soft stuff won't ever come your way. It can't. It's impossible. Hindsight's 2020. But if you ask me, you could have sat there and just been calm about it. Say, hey, hey, I'm wrapping up. I'm going to finish wrapping up. They got to sit there. Oh, we had meetings about this. You ain't got to do all that. You're not going in the right direction now. Now you're arguing and debating. Hey, give me a moment. Let her say what she's going to say. I'm going to wrap up. We can talk about this after. Wrap up. Be done with it. So, yeah, I know even though I lost my cool or whatever, I still stayed on task. No, you don't get that pass.
Right. And, what she was looking for is for him to be in a feminine nature and go back and forth with her, because that's what women will do. They'll go back and forth. And maybe that's the action that she's used to having with men, yelling and screaming or whatever. And they're going back and forth, and so, but he wasn't giving her that energy. And I think that after a while, it just kept escalating because the outcome that she wanted, he just wasn't giving her. And so she kept getting louder, and then the insults came and all that. And so, yeah, he was right partially in the way that he was communicating as far as not yelling at her back, because that's what she wanted. So, yeah.
I agree.
Appreciate you, Uncle Todd, coming through. Says the woman from this day forth will only be able to receive hate hunching. Shout out to Ashley Foot Productions. Says, wow, SBC, thank you for blessing me with the mod title. You have made history by giving a an honest guy from Lagos such an honor. You're most welcome. Shout out to Squeegee Kids. Says, referring to an earlier Cart Before the Horse clip, Cheyenne is about 35 years from her Tim Hortons moment. God dang it. God,
I didn't even know what Tim Hortons was till today. So I know it's a kind of coffee joint, donut, Dunkin' Donut, Starbucks, all that.
Yeah, I never heard of it either. Yes, I'll go get me some donuts from Tim Hortons.
Your interrupting is making it impossible for me to do my job. And we had a whole meeting about that. She's attacking my manhood.
I'm not your wife, Softy.
I'm not your wife, Softy. Again, with the attempted emasculation. Again, trying to amp up the problem and not taking any accountability. Again, trying to trigger me, trying to insult me, going way out of bounds. I am not trying to insult her. I'm saying, let me do my job. She's pulling off her earrings and smearing on the Vaseline.
Don't fucking talk to me like that. Check.
Frank and Ariva, I apologize.
Check yourself. You don't talk to me like that.
Hold
talk
on,
to your
Doc.
wife like that.
Doc, hold on.
This is not a person with a doctorate in psychology. I don't need to see any transcripts. She's
And just the mere fact, this dude wilding, the mere fact that the producer come on and start calling her Doc. Her name is Cheyenne. Miss Bryan, if you're nasty. But for you to come on and say, hey, Doc, relax, Doc. They are calling her Doc. Is this real? People just got doctorate degrees just going around and people are referring to them as Doc. Is that normal?
Listen, I don't know. I know personally, I do. I will, but I make a conscious effort. Like if I see a black person that's got a PhD, I definitely do it. Just, I don't know. That's just me.
In the slang term, like, what's up, Doc? Calm down, Doc.
No.
Because it's a joke now. It's not real. They done turned this into a whole slang. Hey, Doc, she got a chain on and say Doc. And
the rapper Bubble Chain, I seen that. I refuse to respect that doc title. But the executive producer come on and she up here chill doc, and she muted Torrey. She muted him and let the doc keep. Torrey wasn't saying nothing. He trying to close. The doc up here cursing, using profanity, and she muted Torrey, the guy that's running this show. Another sign of the Gynocracy. It's okay, doc. We know he upset the soft, tender man upset you. Just calm down. Woo-saw. Don't want to upset you. We need your visibility and gravitas. I hate this for Cheyenne Bryant. Like, we are learning, like, it seems like she got a lot of accolades. Like, she been doing big things, some good things, but why did she have to fake like she's a doctor? Pure hubris, man.
Right. And I think the executive producer was like, I know I can't call her a doctor because she ain't showed her receipts or whatever. So I'm going to call her doc, because I really don't think in the real world people call doctors who actually went and are accredited, there's no hyphen, for it. You're a doctor because you earned that. You did all the schooling and all the education. So you earned to have that title as doctor. So I think that was kind of a little bit of shade on the, the executive producer's part, for sure.
Yes.
Check yourself. You don't talk to me like that.
Hold
talk
on,
to your
Doc.
wife like that.
Doc, hold on.
This is not a person with a doctorate in psychology. I don't need to see any transcripts. She still was mad wild even after I stopped talking.
Shut the fuck up talking to me like that. That's what you do. That's what you do.
Hyena, got to get the last word.
You better tap into your gentleness and real quick.
Wow.
We went back to the beginning of the ending, and I read the final credits, finished my job, and logged out. It was the most disappointing ending to a season that I had worked really hard on.
We know what that is. You're trying to call him feminine. What? Because he not cussing you out and getting buck and saying he's going to put hands on you or something? And we already have the situation where people don't think she's a doctor, and you're literally giving us examples on a platter. What doctor talks to somebody like that, especially in a public setting?
I had worked really hard to avoid that moment right there. And I think the reason why I got so upset was that her interrupting me in that moment showed that all the work I had done all season long was for nothing. See, being the host of a TV show is about more than what happens on the air. You have to manage your relationships with the other people on the show so they feel comfortable to trust you as the leader. The audience perceives us to have good chemistry when we have built trust off screen. Then it will show on screen. I had spent a ton of time throughout that season coaching her up like I was her TV life coach. Cheyenne back then was a person with a ton of TV talent. She had charisma and would say captivating things sometimes. But she was still super raw as far as understanding the structure of TV. She would talk for 5 minutes straight, an unprofessionally long monologue that destroys the flow of the show. I was there to help her bridge the divide. I was brought in to be the host of the second season of the show. In the first season, they had seen that Cheyenne often said things that went viral. But she was very difficult to work with as far as the on-air stuff, like interrupting co-hosts, talking for insanely long periods of time, wandering off of the subject, stuff that really damages the quality of a show. I was brought in as a veteran, experienced host to help bring more structure to the show, which really meant reining in Cheyenne's on-air excesses. From the first conversation we had, I did not believe she was a doctor.
We're getting out of here.
So there you go. He going in on her. And the thing is, I mean, it's hard. Like you said, they doing live television and you got to deal with egos, big egos. So you trying to, and she going, like you said, 5-minute monologues, just talking about nothing because she's so used to her world. And she like, once a week, she got to come in here for an hour or whatever and have to shrink herself for y'all. Trying to say, I will not. I'm going to sit here and talk for 10 minutes, a stream of consciousness, going down rabbit holes, talk about anything. He's like, whoa.
I am the modern hyena. Hear me cackle. Goodness gracious. I do salute him on that back end. I see what y'all saying. We always preaching, stoicism and be the bigger person. I will admit this, however, it was cringe. Him sitting there quietly, kind of with his head down. She continued to throw out insults. That did seem like she was getting off. I feel y'all frustration. Number one rule: do not engage in that way with a hyena, and it don't go that far. But yeah, that's all I got.
Yeah, and she brought up his wife and don't talk to me like that. I'm not your wife. And that was completely disrespectful. His wife is not in the room or whatever. But how about you respecting him as a man and you're on his show? So why weren't you showing him the respect? She was the one popping off at the mouth. She was the one who started doing all the name calling and being disrespectful to him. And so she was out of pocket. And I hope that she does. I don't know if she will, but I hope she does go back and watch, how she kind of flipped the script and made everything go way left by the way that she was talking to him. There was no respect. And like Gavin X and Mr. Walker said, I don't think she respects men at all, especially black men. And she thought that she can come up here and say whatever she wanted to, and everyone was just going to let her just be a raging hyena. So.
She tried to nuke. You made a good point. She tried to nuke the brother, bringing his wife into it. She didn't want that conflict just to end there. This is that sociopath narcissism. She didn't want it to end there. No, you're going to take this home. I'm going to bring your wife into this. You go ahead and be mean and nasty to your wife. She can deal with you raising your voice to her. Straight wicked. And this is coming from a lady that deems or claims to be good for the group, helping folks. And you just tried to disrupt this man's whole household with your forked tongue. It's a fact.
Right. And he actually has someone to go to, and talk to about this or whatever. And she's going home to probably a dog and some ice cream. And it is what it is.
Appreciate your Uncle Talk coming through. Sponsored tonight's show. Says that freeze frame with her holding up her finger and shifting her neck is stereotypical Dr. Bonquisha.
Mm-hmm.
Appreciate you, brother Stephen James. Good to see you. Says, I wish I could go viral by insulting Mr. Walker. You just may. Keep it up. Shout out to Uncle Caesar. Says, I don't give a dang. I will still keep a pair of fishnets on standby. Your thoughts ain't my thoughts, ninja. I feel you, OG. Shout out to Uncle Caesar. Says, I don't give a dang. I'll still keep a pair of fishnets for her. Your thoughts ain't my thoughts. I know exactly what you meant.
Okay. Yeah. So, Uncle C's, we appreciate you, brother. There we go. He ain't done.
Us to have good chemistry when we have built trust off screen and would say captivating things sometimes. But she was still super raw as f***ed. I was brought in to be the host of the second season of the show. In the first season, they had seen that Cheyenne often said things that went viral. But she was very difficult to work with as far as the on-air stuff, like interrupting co-hosts, talking for insanely long periods of time, wandering off of the subject, stuff that really damages the quality of a show. I was brought in as a veteran, experienced host to help bring more structure to the show, which really meant reining in Cheyenne's on-air excesses. From the first conversation we had, I did not believe she was a doctor, and I always bristled at being asked to call her that. It never felt right. I could tell she was nobody's intellectual. But as an experienced host, I knew that creating on-air rapport is about a lot more than what happens on the air. I'm the one leading the conversation, so I'm the QB, and I always understood that I had to make Cheyenne feel safe, as in, with me as the QB, you will be able to talk a lot. I will throw the ball to you as much as I can. You're the number one option. I'm here to lift you up. I said those exact things to her over and over. She loved football analogies. You're the number one option on every play. I told her that so many times. I'm always looking to throw the ball to you, as in throw the conversation over to you.
And there you go. It's like dealing with a diva wide receiver. So Cheyenne Bryan up here like damn Terrell Owens or, Ocho Cinco or something. I don't know. And he like, look, I always got to tell you. They always saying, throw me the ball. I'm open. He like, look, I'm going to keep throwing it to you. got to keep pandering to her because she the biggest name on the show.
So, salute to the brother for being cooperative and being a leader. Proper communication, that is so critical. That's key. And he let her know what it was and what it wasn't. And it was in her favor. You are number one option. It's coming your way. You ain't got to fret. You're going to be able to get your points off. What they say, huh? You give a high in an inch, she take a whole country. God dang it. How more kind could this brother have been? Dare I say he was too kind?
Right. And he was playing off of her personality and, just kind of, like you said, throwing her the ball. But when he was talking, you know what? I think this is why her and Amanda Seales got along so well, because Amanda was difficult to work with. She's difficult to work with or whatever. And, just kind of running off at the mouth and, going all over the place with their talking points and whatever. And so, yeah, they had like a little blueprint of how it was going to go. And then she took it way left field and just kind of did her own thing.
And there you go. And some people just ain't team players, or into team sports. So Cheyenne is more of a golfer or a tennis player. Like she could not work well with others. So they're like, look, she used to doing these interviews where it's circled around her and she can just talk. But when you doing shows and panels, you got to work with other people and make sure you're landing your plane and all that good stuff. Know how to work with folks, and that ain't her lane.
There you go. She a lone wolf. And as the saying goes, the lone wolf perishes in the winter.
I communicated that on the show and offline. When I introduced the three guests, I introduced her last and put extra sauce on her intro to indicate that she was the star and placate her ego. I texted her before and after shows saying, you're the number one option. I'm going to get you the ball more than anyone else. But you got to let me do the traffic cop stuff. You got to let me change segments and wrap the show without having to compete with you for the space. You got to know that when I tell you to chill, don't interrupt, you got to chill. I'm the host. And when you go against the direction that I'm building up, it messes up the whole thing. And it looks like a mess. To have the permanent guest interrupting the host while he's driving the show is giving soul plane TV. And I am never trying to do soul plane TV. So I assured her over and over that she was the number one option. She's my number one wide receiver. I made sure that she got to talk whenever she wanted to. She could do a tiny pinky move and I'd know Cheyenne wants to respond to the point someone just made. Let me get her in. She was truly the first among equals, and I set her up to talk more often than everyone else. She often took her time and said completely uninformed things, and I didn't smash her. We were teammates. Sometimes I let her tease me and get the best of me, and it was fine. Like here, I teased one of the other guests about being too young. He's the youngest member of the show. So I said he was too young to remember Obama.
Dimitri, does this feel, I know you weren't alive for the Obama administration, but does this feel disrespectful to the former?
Cheyenne leapt in to say, Torre, you're so old, you're dead.
That's okay, Dimitri, because Torre was technically dead. He's an ancestor.
Okay. I let that pass without.
Hell! What the heck is that? Like, she reminds me of like Kundra and them. They so damn socially awkward. They got jokes like 8-year-olds and they don't know how to interact with people. And nobody wants to work with them. Like a lot of these women are the same.
He's so old, he perished. Tory, old, full of green, old dust, just elementary insults. He perished. He an ancestor. He's so old. Ha, ha, ha. Out of nowhere. Trying to defend that young sister. She didn't need defending. It was a lighthearted joke. She was laughing, but she had to come in. Sister Ebony, you said something. You said that she don't have a man to go home to. She ain't looking for a man to go home to.
That's true.
Allegedly. Yeah, she the other way around.
Right. And yeah, what she was sounding so cringe, with that joke and stuff like that, which kind of further lets me know I don't know if she's FBA or not, or partially FBA, but we kind of have a little wit to us, or a little bit of ism to us, and it was not showing. It was very much lacking with that weak, corny joke.
Super weak.
You're dead.
That's okay, Demetri, because Teray was technically dead. He's an ancestor.
Okay.
And she was doing her hand like this, like, hey, Tori, hey, y'all listen to this. Y'all about to crack up on this one. It's like, nah, you dropped the ball, sister.
She defending some Kuda cat that she might find desirable. I know what I'm looking at. She pitching woo. I got you, babe. I'm gonna protect you from the mean Torre.
Wait, y'all, I gotta point this out real quick. Is she missing a nail? Because all of her other nails are long, but that ring fingernail, it looks short. Is it broke?
Oh,
So she's
get her.
doing a lot of clocking and all that, or maybe two are broke. Yeah, or maybe she took it off because that's her little diddling finger or whatever.
She got a weird diddling finger. She used her ring finger. That's different.
Teray was technically dead. He's an ancestor.
Okay. I let that pass without comment. All good. Make a joke at my expense sometimes. No problem. That can be good for the show. I did not make jokes at her expense in the same way because I didn't want her to feel like she had to get me back. Again, placating her ego. But I was unwavering in the message that children should not be spanked, no hitting, no corporal punishment ever. And she was unwavering in saying what no child or family therapist would ever say, gentle parenting is bad. That's just not how a family and marriage therapist with 3 doctorates talks. That's not how someone who has been through the academy sees the world. But after months of telling her, you're going to talk the most, and proving that show after show, giving her more chances to talk than everyone else, even despite all of that, she couldn't prevent herself from fighting for one more comment. I was so disappointed because I had put so much into building her up and making her feel special.
Like you said, y'all both got them egos and all of that. Like y'all said earlier, this dude been around forever, since the 90s. All right, he was on MTV. Y'all was saying his first interview, he interviewed Tupac from jail. So he been around. He got an ego himself. And I think y'all were arguing about y'all opinions because y'all both can be loud and wrong as hell. You sitting here saying should no kid ever get whooped ever for anything. And that's you off base. So it's case by case. And we've been talking about this stuff all night. So, and then definitely ain't listening to her because she ain't got no kids. So she don't know what she talking about.
That's the number one point. Yeah, you know what I mean? Cheyenne Brown was more towards, corporal punishment, but you ain't got no kids. No, I'm sorry. Being a parent, that's a special club. I ain't listen to no adult that ain't never, care for a child. I don't care, even if you, an auntie or something. If you ain't cared for a child on a consistent basis over the course of years and been through the ebbs and flows, I ain't trying to hear what you got to say about parenting. You don't know nothing. You don't know nothing about exploding diapers. You don't know nothing about you don't know nothing about the ongoing inconvenience that these lovely children bring.
Right. And as far as Cheyenne goes, what is her area of expertise? Because she's not married, and I'm just talking about like in her personal life. Like, what are you bringing? What value are you bringing to people who have families, who are in relationships or marriages or whatever? You don't have kids, like what is her niche, or like,
well, she claims to be a clinical psychologist. She says she's been engaged 2 times.
Okay. I guess.
Yeah, like you said, what is she bringing to folks who are in relationships? Psychobabble. She believes she is smarter than everybody in the room. That's her thing. That's what Tori's pointing out. So she like, I ain't got to, have experienced, in-depth relationships and things like that. I'm smart enough. I read enough books, so I know what I'm talking about. Before I ever had a kid and was in college studying, child psychology, I can sit there and rattle off some stuff about how to, care and take care of children. But if before you do it, man, that's all FUBAR if you ask me.
Yeah, and her conflict resolution is way off, as far as dealing with things. Imagine being in, a one-on-one with her and you get into a disagreement and then she ends up cussing you out and calling you soft and, a gentle man and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, she's out of control.
Facts. Appreciate you, Everson Clark. Says when Gavin X say that's a whole other rabbit hole, that means cut that is show every time.
Yeah, you can't say it to Cheyenne. Who you talking to? I got a point to get out. You see, you can't have somebody like that on the panel. They ego. So at that point, hell.
What you talking about rabbit holes? You look like a rabbit.
Yeah, all that. So it'll be unfortunate.
And making her feel like you will be heard. Just let me do my job. And even still, she lacked enough self-control to actually be professional. This was someone who loved to hear herself talk, not someone who tried to make sure she had something valuable to say. I fear all of this comes because she wants to be famous and wants to be listened to. She thought she could fake it till she made it. And what we have instead is a case of stolen valor, the academic version.
Check yourself. You don't talk to me like that. Shut the fuck up talking to me like that. That's what you do. That's what you do. You better tap into your gentleness and real quick.
So here we go. And we hit on that before, the whole stolen valor thing. And yeah, I mean, that's probably the plainest way to put it. I mean, people are trying to come out now with other evidence, but she got to come out. Can't nobody go to bat for her. All she got to do is provide the receipts.
Right. And that's what everybody's asking for. But he sat on this thing. Because he knew she was going to crash out eventually. He knew that the jig was going to be up. So he sat on this interview or whatever. And now, he brought it to the forefront just to expose her, because now she's getting exposed. And a lot of other interviews are coming up, so people were just kind of sitting on it and just waiting.
Mm-hmm. And we did the other video he did last week. And we asked y'all, was that before or after the Cheyenne interview? And we just found out the Cheyenne interview was over 6 months ago, last year. So he's done both. He's been knowing about this for a while. I guess he just been sitting on this whole issue and waiting. And now she's being exposed and he's an opportunist. So now he's doing all these videos or something, because last video we did, he was taking all them shots, but he didn't talk about this,
right.
But now it came out. Now he's talking about it.
Quite masterful, like you said, opportunistic, but granted, with all of the context, granted, this been happened, and he said, you know what? I really ain't got no slack for her. Just let this happens. Let's just let it go, put it in my back pocket, and just so happens, it came out, allegations of fraudulent PhDs, and Tori said, that's a bet. A little bit of piling on, opportunistic, yes, but granted.
Right. And I think at the end of the day, he's going to get the last laugh. If she even comes with a comeback for this or whatever, all she's going to do is just insult him, but you're not about to show your credentials. And that's what everyone's asking for. Just show the credentials, and then, we'll be able to move forward, but she ain't going to do it.
Yeah, you telling her to show her credentials and
Paying majority of the bills, and I was in school with 26 units a semester. I was running an entire mobile legal company that I own. So I was moving and shaking. I bought a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom house and then built a whole loft in the backyard and rented the whole thing out and moved in with him closer to my retail store that I had. I had 3 retail stores on Melrose. Melrose?
This is all the lies. We got more to talk about with this. So we're going to table Cheyenne for tonight, but she this is what people talking about. She claims to, be running all these businesses. I had stores on Melrose. I was doing this. I was doing that at the same time, getting all these degrees and all this other stuff. And people like, how was you doing all this? And at 19, she said, I was 19 years old when I, bought my first house or something. She was saying wild stuff. People like 19 years old. What was you doing?
Shout out to sugar daddies and sponsors. At best, if any of this can be true, I own a couple shops on Melrose, and this is the stuff I heard. And I'm still a bit gullible, Carpet for the Horse family. I'm reluctant to believe that people would just come here lying like this. I am. I don't know why. So I'm like, okay, this is dope, but maybe it's not. sponsors, sugar daddies. That's how this makes sense. You in college, you young, tender. Oh yeah. And then to definitely take you on this wing, spend a little $15,000 over the course of whatever to keep you in the pocket, help you achieve your goals. These rich, affluent men been doing this since the beginning of time. You think that little $25K is love and devotion? That's a tax write-off. Go ahead, run your little money hole boutique and give me them cheeks.
And that's what Corey Holcomb been hitting on. I'll get you in there, that she was an ex-scripper. I think that's more of it. She was in the clubs, like people were saying, and coming up on fast money.
Yeah, and at this point, show the receipts. So show the receipts of the businesses that you had on Melrose at 19 and all this, because you're talking all this stuff, but you're not showing anybody anything. And people just want to see the receipts at this point. Nobody believes you anymore. And so if she wants to, consider herself to still be credible, it's time to pull out the receipts.
That part. So we're going to put Shine in the pit and keep it moving.
Pit dweller, PhD.
Madness. Fuck is you talking about?
This is Sparta!
You got to know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to walk away, know when to hide. You gotta count your blessings. You're sitting at the table. You hear me? Ooh, child, things will get brighter.
Shout out to AI and Google. I be Googling everything. I asked it, did Shine Bryan own businesses on Melrose? I love the disclaimers. It says, yes, she stated that she owns it. She also claimed to be the first youngest Black woman to own a store on Melrose. If those things are true, man, salute to the sister. That's awesome. But we want to know the context. And first and foremost, we want to know if it's true.
Yeah, and they said stated and claimed. So that's just basically she was, saying that that's what happened. No receipts. And that's what we want to see.
There you go.
That part. So here we are. We done made it through this wonky show tonight, talking about the Gynocracy is FUBAR. Do men share the blame? Total failure. What you got, Sister Eb? What's your final thoughts here? You muted.
First, I want to say that thumbnail is wild with the Nana in the bikini with the vape pen and all them faded out tattoos of the ghosts of Nug Nug's past. That's wild. But we touched on a lot of things tonight as far as dealing with all these baby mom and baby father drama and all that, and Bonquisha just thinking that she's the land of the law and just can do whatever, and it's whatever she says goes, and this is my child and not yours. We saw so many stories, based on that. And at the end of the day, two people came together and had a baby. That baby belongs to both parents, and that baby deserves to have both parents in their life. And so everybody just needs to put their differences aside and give that baby the very best life, that's possible. And I think that if they were to put the baby first, they would be able to achieve that. And we talked about Dr. Bryant and a whole bunch of wild stuff. But it's just all about just taking accountability and showing up in the world as your best self, giving your kids the best chance at life, and setting them up for success so that they can be, successful citizens in this world as well. So, but again, thank you guys for having me. It was another awesome show. We had a lot of laughs and we learned a lot and we spoke a lot of truth. So appreciate you guys for having me.
Always, sister, for sure. And next time, don't outdo me with your neck piece. Oh. All right, we gotta have to have a meeting about that, like Torre.
You muted.
Oh, and I said in Torre he had his on, so it might have been necklace night tonight. But I'm not gonna outshine you, Mr. Walker.
No, I'm just messing with your sister. We appreciate you rocking with us though. But yeah. I can't blame the men. I don't mind. I do not run from accountability. It's powerful, but I can't blame the men. I got to acknowledge, how precious and desirable, physical intimacy is with a woman from a man. Like, men are not going to turn it down, especially the smaller group of nug individuals that are having the majority of the kids. You see that? What is the statistic? Roughly 54% of melanated men, have not had children. Come on, man. And we can acknowledge there's men out here there's one man with 30 kids, one man with 40 kids. The problem is not those low-level males. It's the women that don't respect themselves enough and continue to give their womb to that man. A man ain't gonna turn down your sweet loving. Good luck with that. Keep testing that theory if y'all want to, but I can't put on nug. You cannot hold the unaccountable accountable.
Right. And you know what? Another good point too is that it's good to have the discussions if, before you even, have sex or whatever, if we do have a baby and things, go left and we break up, what does the co-parenting look like? It's important to have those questions so that later on, there isn't any, discrepancies or whatever. So have those discussions before you lay up and to avoid all this drama, because you don't want to be dealing with any of this.
That's very mature. And it's worth it. If y'all really got something that's worth having, that uncomfortable conversation ain't gonna break you and bring, bring the mood down. That's just real concern, real life. Amen, Sister Ebony. Gotta have those hard to have conversations.
That part. So yeah, it definitely was a crazy show here tonight. And the Gynocracy is FUBAR. From the top on down, even that woman that got deleted in that restaurant over that coffee, unacceptable. We'll see if charges come down. Like I said, the girl is a minor, like I said, 17-year-old white girl. I doubt it. She got to live with that, I guess. I mean, I don't know. That's on her soul. I don't know how she's going to deal with that, but I doubt if she goes to jail.
There you go. What do we say when it comes to accountability? Whoever suffers the worst consequence need to be the most accountable. May Gam rest in peace. She's gone. If you ask me, the accountability falls on her. You out of here. It hit you hard. Learn from it. Like, how do you honor, that woman's life? Don't make the same daggone mistake. Easily done.
Right. And Nana, she went to be with her Lord that she served all 75 years, and it is what it is. But, we'll stay tuned and we'll watch to see, what happens with the story,
Yeah, like I said, we got bigger fish to fry. It's definitely not on the top of the list. Don't let them put a battery in people's back. I bet not see one of you ninjas out there with signs, marching, and all of that. This what happened weeks ago. So I don't think anything's going to come of it, but we'll see.
There we go. I'm trying to see this development with Chud the Chode. You know what I mean? It's a lot of wild stuff going on. Orange Man out here wilding. It's getting crazy. Yeah, we got a lot of stuff to talk about, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens with the Tim Horton fallout. That's wild. Coffee and donut fatality.
Right. And I better not see none of you ninjas out there fighting for Nana or whatever. We got to stick to our reparations, and we got to stay focused on the lineage and all the things that we have to do. So we'll definitely stay focused, family.
Cut the check.
So we appreciate you coming up tonight, Sister Ebony.
Yes. Thanks for having me, and everyone have a good night, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for the Sunday show.
Yes, man. We'll be back. Appreciate you.
Okay. Anytime. Good night, guys.
So here we are. We done made it through. Y'all see the show tonight. We talking about the Gynocracy. What's new? A lot. They falling apart.
And they are falling apart at an accelerated rate. We've called this out. This is what it looks like. It's going to get worse and worse before it gets any better. But we appreciate y'all coming through, rocking with us. Sticking it out through all of this gynocratic madness. Shout out to SBC, Cart Before the Horse, Truth Over Lies Nation, coming through like y'all do, supporting your channel, supporting your interests, supporting your beautiful black media. Make sure y'all are liking and sharing the content. Shout out to the Replay Gang. Replay gang, make sure you are hyping the content, get it out there. You know, we are gaining subscribers slowly but surely, and we only moving because y'all say so. Shout out to Carpet for the Horse Nation.
So shout out to everybody come through tonight. Stu P's in the Cash App, Uncle Tall, shout out to Uncle C's, Squeegee Kids. Who else we got here? Uncle Derek, D Kilgo came through with the 20 ball, EV Ray, Project Leroy, Black Unity, Classy Perspective, Frederick Howard, Sister Nais, the Brother Postman, and the whole SBC Carpet for the Horse Nation. Salute to y'all.
Salute to the Replay gang, but big shout out to everybody that catch the shows live. Don't nobody do a live show like Carpet for the Horse Nation. Argue with your mama. And it's been a while. We appreciate you sisters and ladies for rocking with us. Without the ladies, we could be a bunch of guys over here talking mess, and that could be a little weird. So we definitely appreciate y'all presence.
So we will see y'all back tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard for Single by Choices. Until then, I'm Gavin X.
I am Mr. Walker.
And we are Carpet for the Horse Productions.
A good morning.
Yeah, the crown stay heavy. We don't fall. Ay. Truth over lies. Yeah, the story been told. Listen, 2 married men from the trenches. Still standing. Still building. Trying to show you it's another way. This ain't hate, this is game. Hit that like button goes, don't play with it. Subscribe, go, yeah, stay with it. Cash app lit if you rockin' with the flow. Super chats on, yeah. Support the show. If you SBC Nation, then you already know. Regal Rumble, yeah, we shaking up the game. Let's go. Regal Rumble, Carpet for the Horse. Hey, now we running the show. Hey.